be an absolute necessity to preserve human existence and to prevent the destruction of the physical environment, I speak optimistically. As Karl Polanyi, for one, has pointed out, the self-adjusting market could not exist for any length of time without annihilating the human and natural substance of society. It would have physically destroyed man and transformed his surroundings into a wilderness. 17 Humboldt did not foresee the consequences of the commodity character of labor, the doctrine, in Polanyi's words, that it is not for the commodity to decide where it should be offered or sale, to what purpose it should be used, at what price it should be allowed to change hands, and in what manner it should be consumed or destroyed. But the commodity, in this case, is a human life, and social protection was therefore a minimal necessity to constrain the irrational and destructive workings of the classical free market. Nor did Humboldt understand that capitalist economic relations perpetuated a form of bondage which, as early as 1767, Simon Lingott had declared to be even worse than slavery. It is the impossibility of living by any other means that compels our farm laborers to till the soil whose fruits they will not eat, and our masons to construct buildings in which they will not live. It is want that drags them to those markets where they await masters who will do them the kindness of buying them. It is want that compels them to go down on their knees to the rich man in order to get from him permission to enrich him. What effective gain has the suppression of slavery brought him? He is free, you say. Ah, that is his misfortune. The slave was precious to his master because of the money he had cost him. But the handicraftsman costs nothing to the rich voluptuary who employs him. These men, it is said, have no master, they have one, and the most terrible, the most imperious of masters, that is need. It is this that reduces them to the most cruel dependence. 18. Language and freedom. 87. If there is something degrading to human nature in the idea of bondage, then a new emancipation must be awaited, Fourier's third and last emancipatory phrase of history, which will transform the proletariat to free men by eliminating the commodity character of labor, ending wage slavery, and bringing the commercial, industrial, and financial institutions under democratic control. 19. Perhaps Humboldt might have accepted these conclusions. He does agree that state intervention in social life is legitimate if freedom would destroy the very conditions without which not only freedom but even existence itself would be inconceivable, precisely the circumstances that arise in an unconstrained capitalist economy. In any event, his criticism of bureaucracy and the autocratic state stands as an eloquent forewarning of some of the most dismal aspects of modern history, and the basis of his critique is applicable to a broader range of coercive institutions than he imagined. Though expressing a classical liberal doctrine, Humboldt is no primitive individualist in the style of Rousseau. Rousseau extols the savage who lives within himself. He has little use for the sociable man, always outside of himself, who knows how to live only in the opinion of others, from whose judgment alone he draws the sentiment of his own existence. 20. Humboldt's vision is quite different. The whole tenor of the ideas and arguments enfolded in this essay might fairly be reduced to this, that while they would break all fetters in human society, they would attempt to find as many new social bonds as possible. The isolated man is no more able to develop than the one who is fettered. Thus he looks forward to a community of free association without coercion by the state or other authoritarian institutions, in which free men can create and inquire, and achieve the highest development of their powers. Far ahead of his time, he presents an anarchist vision that is appropriate, perhaps, to the next stage of industrial society. We can perhaps look forward to a day when these various strands will be brought together within the framework of libertarian socialism, a social form that barely exists today, though its elements can be perceived, in the guarantee of individual rights that has achieved its highest form, though still tragically flawed, in the Western democracies, in the Israeli kibbutzim, in the experiments with workers' councils in Yugoslavia, in the effort to awaken popular consciousness and create a new involvement in the social process which is a fundamental element in the Third World revolutions, coexisting uneasily with indefensible authoritarian practice. A similar concept of human nature underlies Humboldt's work on language. Language is a process of free creation, its laws and principles are fixed. 88. The Essential Chomsky. But the manner in which the principles of generation are used is free and infinitely varied. Even the interpretation and use of words involves a process of free creation. The normal use of language and the acquisition of language depend on what Humboldt calls the fixed form of language, a system of generative processes that is rooted in the nature of the human mind and constrains but does not determine the free creations of normal intelligence or, at a higher and more original level, of the great writer or thinker. Humboldt is, on the one hand, a Platonist who insists that learning is a kind of reminiscence, in which the mind, stimulated by experience, draws from its own internal resources and follows a path that it itself determines, and he is also a romantic, attuned to cultural variety, and the endless possibilities for the spiritual contributions of the creative genius. There is no contradiction in this, any more than there is a contradiction in the insistence of aesthetic theory that individual works of genius are constrained by principle and rule. The normal, creative use of language, which to the Cartesian rationalist is the best index of the existence of another mind, presupposes a system or rules and generative principles of a sort that the rationalist grammarians attempted, with some success, to determine and make explicit. The many modern critics who sense an inconsistency in the belief that free creation takes place within, presupposes, in fact, a system of constraints and governing principles are quite mistaken, unless, of course, they speak of contradiction in the loose and metaphoric sense of Schelling, when he writes that without the contradiction of necessity and freedom not only philosophy but every nobler ambition of the spirit would sink to that death which is peculiar to those sciences in which that contradiction serves no function. Without this tension between necessity and freedom, rule and choice, there can be no creativity, no communication, no meaningful acts at all. I have discussed these traditional ideas at some length, not out of antiquarian interest, but because I think that they are valuable and essentially correct, and that they project a course we can follow with profit. Social action must be animated by a vision of a future society, and by explicit judgments of value concerning the character of this future society. These judgments must derive from some concept of the nature of man, and one may seek empirical foundations by investigating man's nature as it is revealed by his behavior and his creations, material, intellectual, and social. We have, perhaps, reached a point in history when it is possible to think seriously about a society in which freely constituted social bonds replace the fetters of autocratic institutions, rather in the sense conveyed by the remarks of Humboldt that I quoted, and elaborated more fully in the tradition of libertarian socialism in the years that followed. 21. Predatory capitalism created a complex industrial system and an advanced language and freedom. 89. Technology, it permitted a considerable extension of democratic practice and fostered certain liberal values, but within limits that are now being pressed and must be overcome. It is not a fit system for the mid-20th century. It is incapable of meeting human needs that can be expressed only in collective terms, and its concept of competitive man who seeks only to maximize wealth and power, who subjects himself to market relationships, to exploitation and external authority, is anti-human and intolerable in the deepest sense. An autocratic state is no acceptable substitute, nor can a militarized state capitalism evolving in the United States or the bureaucratized, centralized welfare state be accepted as the goal of human existence. The only justification for repressive institutions is material and cultural deficit. But such institutions, at certain stages of history, perpetuate and produce such a deficit, and even threaten human survival, modern science and technology can relieve men of the necessity for specialized, imbecile labor. They may, in principle, provide the basis for a rational social order based on free association and democratic control, if we have the will to create it. A vision of a future social order is in turn based on a concept of human nature. If in fact man is an indefinitely malleable, completely plastic being, with no innate structures of mind and no intrinsic needs of the cultural or social character, then he is a fit subject for the shaping of behavior by the state authority, the corporate manager, the technocrat, or the central committee. Those with some confidence in the human species will hope this is not so and will try to determine the intrinsic human characteristics that provide the framework for intellectual development, the growth of moral consciousness, cultural achievement, and participation in a free community. In a partly analogous way, a classical tradition spoke of artistic genius acting within and in some ways challenging a framework of rule. Here we touch on matters that are little understood. It seems to me that we must break away, sharply and radically, from much of modern social and behavioral science if we are to move towards a deeper understanding of these matters. 22. Here, too, I think that the tradition I have briefly reviewed has a contribution to offer. As I have already observed, those who were concerned with human distinctiveness and potential repeatedly were led to a consideration of the properties of language. I think that the study of language can provide some glimmerings of understanding of rule-governed behavior and the possibilities for free and creative action within the framework of a system of rules that in part, at least, reflect intrinsic properties of human mental organization. It seems to me fair to regard the contemporary study of language as in some ways a return to the Humboldtian concept of the form of language, a system of generative processes rooted in innate properties of mind but permitting, in 90. The Essential Chomsky. Humboldt's phrase, an infinite use of finite means. Language cannot be described as a system of organization of behavior. Rather, to understand how language is used, we must discover the abstract Humboldtian form of language, its generative grammar, in modern terms. To learn a language is to construct for oneself this abstract system, of course unconsciously. The linguist and psychologist can proceed to study the use and acquisition of language only insofar as he has some grasp of the properties of the system that has been mastered by the person who knows the language. Furthermore, it seems to me that a good case can be made in support of the empirical claim that such a system can be acquired, under the given conditions of time and access, only by a mind that is endowed with certain specific properties that we can now tentatively describe in some detail. As long as we restrict ourselves, conceptually, to the investigation of behavior, its organization, its development through interaction with the environment, we are bound to miss these characteristics of language and mind. Other aspects of human psychology and culture might, in principle, be studied in a similar way. Conceivably, we might in this way develop a social science based on empirically well-founded propositions concerning human nature. Just as we study the range of humanly attainable languages, with some success, we might also try to study the forms of artistic expression or, for that matter, scientific knowledge that humans can conceive, and perhaps even the range of ethical systems and social structures in which humans can live and function, given their intrinsic capacities and needs. Perhaps one might go on to project a concept of social organization that would, under given conditions of material and spiritual culture, best encourage and accommodate the fundamental human need, if such it is, for spontaneous initiative, creative work, solidarity, pursuit of social justice. I do not want to exaggerate, as I no doubt have, the role of investigation of language. Language is the product of human intelligence that is, for the moment, most accessible to study. A rich tradition held language to be a mirror of mind. To some extent, there is surely truth and useful insight in this idea. I am no less puzzled by the topic language and freedom than when I began, and no less intrigued. In these speculative and sketchy remarks there are gaps so vast that one might question what would remain, when metaphor and unsubstantiated guess are removed. It is sobering to realize, as I believe we must, how little we have progressed in our knowledge of man and society, or even in formulating clearly the problems that might be seriously studied. But there are, I think, a few footholds that seem fairly firm. I like to believe that the intensive study of one aspect of human psychology, human language, may contribute to a humanistic social science that will serve, as well, as an instrument for social action. It must, needless to say, be stressed. Language and freedom. 91. That social action cannot await a firmly established theory of man and society, nor can the validity of the latter be determined by our hopes and moral judgments. The two, speculation and action, must progress as best they can, looking forward to the day when theoretical inquiry will provide a firm guide to the unending, often grim, but never hopeless struggle for freedom and social justice. 7. Notes on anarchism. A French writer, sympathetic to anarchism, wrote in the 1890s that anarchism has a broad back, like paper it endures anything including, he noted, those whose acts are such that a mortal enemy of anarchism could not have done better. 1. There have been many styles of thought and action that have been referred to as anarchist. It would be hopeless to try to encompass all of these conflicting tendencies in some general theory or ideology. And even if we proceed to extract from the history of libertarian thought a living, evolving tradition, as Daniel Guérin does in anarchism, it remains difficult to formulate its doctrines as a specific and determinate theory of society and social change. The anarchist historian Rudolf Fracker, who presents a systematic conception of the development of anarchist thought toward anarcho-syndicalism, along lines that bear comparison to Guérin's work, puts the matter well when he writes that anarchism is not a fixed, self-enclosed social system but rather a definite trend in the historic development of mankind, which, in contrast with the intellectual guardianship of all clerical and governmental institutions, strives for the free and unhindered unfolding of all the individual and social forces in life. Even freedom is only a relative, not an absolute concept, since it tends constantly to become broader and to affect wider circles. This essay is a revised version of the introduction to Daniel Guérin's Anarchism, From Theory to Practice, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1970. In a slightly different version, it appeared in the New York Review of Books, May 21, 1970, reprinted in For Reasons of State, New York, Pantheon Books, 1973, New York, The New Press, 2003, 370-86. Notes on Anarchism. 93. Close in more manifold ways. For the anarchist, freedom is not an abstract philosophical concept, but the vital concrete possibility for every human being to bring to full development all the powers, capacities, and talents with which nature has endowed him, and turn them to social account. The less this natural development of man is influenced by ecclesiastical or political guardianship, the more efficient and harmonious will human personality become. The more will it become the measure of the intellectual culture of the society in which it has grown. 2. One might ask what value there is in studying a definite trend in the historic development of mankind that does not articulate a specific and detailed social theory. Indeed, many commentators dismiss anarchism as utopian, formless, primitive, or otherwise incompatible with the realities of a complex society. One might, however, argue rather differently, that at every stage of history our concern must be to dismantle those forms of authority and oppression that survive from an era when they might have been justified in terms of the need for security or survival or economic development, but that now contribute to, rather than alleviate, material and cultural deficit. If so, There will be no doctrine of social change fixed for the present and future, nor even, necessarily, a specific and unchanging concept of the goals towards which social change should tend. Surely our understanding of the nature of man or of the range of viable social forms is so rudimentary that any far-reaching doctrine must be treated with great skepticism, just as skepticism is in order when we hear that human nature or the demands of efficiency or the complexity of modern life requires this or that form of oppression and autocratic rule. Nevertheless, at a particular time there is every reason to develop, insofar as our understanding permits, a specific realization of this definite trend in the historic development of mankind, appropriate to the tasks of the moment. For Rocker, the problem that is set for our time is that of freeing man from the curse of economic exploitation and political and social enslavement, and the method is not the conquest and exercise of state power, nor stultifying parliamentarism, but rather to reconstruct the economic life of the peoples from the ground up and build it up in the spirit of socialism. But only the producers themselves are fitted for this task, since they are the only value-creating element in society out of which a new future can arise. Theirs must be the task of freeing labor from all the fetters which economic exploitation has fastened on it, of freeing society from all the institutions and procedure of political power, and of opening the way to an alliance of free groups of men and women based on cooperative labor and a planned administration of things in the interest of the community, to prepare the toiling masses in city and country for 94. The Essential Chomsky. This great goal and to bind them together as a militant force is the objective of modern anarcho-syndicalism, and in this its whole purpose is exhausted. p. 108. As a socialist, Rocker would take for granted that the serious, final, complete liberation of the workers is possible only upon one condition, that of the appropriation of the capital, that is, of raw material and all the tools of labor, including land, by the whole body of the workers. 3. As an anarcho-syndicalist, he insists, further, that the workers' organizations create not only the ideas, but also the facts of the future itself in the pre-revolutionary period, that they embody in themselves the structure of the future society, and he looks forward to a social revolution that will dismantle the state apparatus as well as expropriate the expropriators. What we put in place of the government is industrial organization. Anarcho-syndicalists are convinced that a socialist economic order cannot be created by the decrees and statutes of the government, but only by the solidaric collaboration of the workers with hand and brain in each special branch of production, that is, through the taking over of the management of all plants by the producers themselves under such form that the separate groups, plants, and branches of industry are independent members of the general economic organism and systematically carry on production and the distribution of the products in the interest of the community on the basis of free mutual agreements. p. 94. Rocker was writing at a moment when such ideas had been put into practice in a dramatic way in the Spanish Revolution. Just prior to the outbreak of the revolution, the anarcho-syndicalist economist Diego Abad de Santillan had written, In facing the problem of social transformation, the revolution cannot consider the state as a medium, but must depend on the organization of producers. We have followed this norm and we find no need for the hypothesis of a superior power to organized labor, in order to establish a new order of things. We would thank anyone to point out to us what function, if any, the state can have in an economic organization, where private property has been abolished and in which parasitism and special privilege have no place. The suppression of the state cannot be a languid affair. It must be the task of the revelation to finish with the state. Either the revelation gives social wealth to the producers, in which case the producers organize themselves for due collective distribution and the state has nothing to do, or the revolution does not give social wealth to the producers, in which case the revelation has been a lie and the state would continue. Our Federal Council of Economy is not a political power but an economic and Notes on Anarchism. 95. Administrative regulating power. It receives its orientation from below and operates in accordance with the resolutions of the regional and national assemblies. It is a liaison corps and nothing else. 4. Engels, in a letter of 1883, expressed his disagreement with this conception as follows. The anarchists put the thing upside down. They declare that the proletarian revolution must begin by doing away with the political organization of the state. But to destroy it as such a moment would be to destroy the only organism by means of which the victorious proletariat can assert its newly conquered power, hold down its capitalist adversaries, and carry out that economic revolution of society without which the whole victory must end in a new defeat and in a mass slaughter of the workers similar to those after the Paris Commune. 5. In contrast, the anarchists, most eloquently Bakunin, warned of the dangers of the red bureaucracy, which would prove to be the most vile and terrible lie that our century has created. 6. The anarcho-syndicalist Fernand Pelletier asked, must even the transitory state to which we have to submit necessarily and fatally be the collectivist jail? Can't it consist in a free organization limited exclusively by the needs of production and consumption, all political institutions having disappeared? 7. I do not pretend to know the answer to this question, but it seems clear that unless there is, in some form, a positive answer, the chances for a truly democratic revolution that will achieve the humanistic ideals of the left are not great. Martin Buber put the problem succinctly when he wrote, one cannot in the nature of things expect a little tree that has been turned into a club to put forth leaves. 8. The question of conquest or destruction of state power is what Bakunin regarded as the primary issue dividing him from Marx. 9. In one form or another, the problem has arisen repeatedly in the century since, dividing libertarian from authoritarian socialists. Despite Bakunin's warnings about the red bureaucracy and their fulfillment under Stalin's dictatorship, it would obviously be a gross error in interpreting the debates of a century ago to rely on the claims of contemporary social movements as to their historical origins. In particular, it is perverse to regard Bolshevism as Marxism in practice. Rather, the left-wing critique of Bolshevism, taking account of the historical circumstances of the Russian Revolution, is far more to the point. 10. The anti-Bolshevik left-wing labor movement opposed the Leninists because they did not go far enough in exploiting the Russian upheavals for strictly proletarian. 96. The Essential Chomsky ends. They became prisoners of their environment and used the international radical movement to satisfy specifically Russian needs, which soon became synonymous with the needs of the Bolshevik party state. The bourgeois aspects of the Russian Revolution were now discovered in Bolshevism itself. Leninism was adjudged a part of international social democracy, differing from the latter only on tactical issues. 11. If one were to seek a single leading idea within the anarchist tradition, it should, I believe, be that expressed by Bakunin when, in writing on the Paris Commune, he identified himself as follows. I am a fanatic lover of liberty, considering it as the unique condition under which intelligence, dignity and human happiness can develop and grow, not the purely formal liberty conceded, measured out and regulated by the state, an eternal lie which in reality represents nothing more than the privilege of some founded on the slavery of the rest, not the individualistic, egoistic, shabby, and fictitious liberty extolled by the school of J. Rousseau and the other schools of bourgeois liberalism, which considers there would be rights of all men, represented by the state which limits the rights of each, an idea that leads inevitably to the reduction of the rights of each to zero. No, I mean the only kind of liberty that is worthy of the name, liberty that consists in the full development of all of the material, intellectual and moral powers that are latent in each person, liberty that recognizes no restrictions other than those determined by the laws of our own individual nature, which cannot properly be regarded as restrictions since these laws are not imposed by any outside legislator beside or above us, but are immanent and inherent, forming the very basis of our material, intellectual and moral being. They do not limit us but are the real and immediate conditions of our freedom. 12. These ideas grow out of the Enlightenment. Their roots are in Rousseau's discourse on inequality, Humboldt's limits of state action, Kant's insistence, in his defense of the French Revolution, that freedom is the precondition for acquiring the maturity for freedom, not a gift to be granted when such maturity is achieved. See Chapter 6, pages 79 to 80. With the development of industrial capitalism, a new and unanticipated system of injustice, it is libertarian socialism that has preserved and extended the radical humanist message of the Enlightenment and the classical liberal ideals that were perverted into an ideology to sustain the emerging social order. In fact, on the very same assumptions that led classical liberalism to oppose the intervention of the state in social life, capitalist social relations are also intolerable. This is clear, for example, from the classic work of Humboldt, The Limits of State Action, which anticipated and perhaps inspired Mill, to which we return below. Chapter. Notes on Anarchism. 97. 6, pages 83 to 88. This classic of liberal thought, completed in 1792, is in its essence profoundly, though prematurely, anti-capitalist. Its ideas must be attenuated beyond recognition to be transmuted into an ideology of industrial capitalism. Humboldt's vision of a society in which social fetters are replaced by social bonds and labor is freely undertaken suggests the early Marx. See Chapter 6, Note 16, with his discussion of the alienation of labor when work is external to the worker, not part of his nature, so that he does not fulfill himself in his work but denies himself, and is physically exhausted and mentally debased, alienated labor that casts some of the workers back into a barbarous kind of work and turns others into machines, thus depriving man of his species' character of free conscious activity and productive life. Similarly, Marx conceives of a new type of human being who needs his fellow men. The workers' association becomes the real constructive effort to create the social texture of future human relations. 13. It is true that classical libertarian thought is opposed to state intervention in the social life, as a consequence of deeper assumptions about the human need for liberty, diversity, and free association. On the same assumptions, capitalist relations of production, wage labor, competitiveness, the ideology of possessive individualism all must be regarded as fundamentally anti-human. Libertarian socialism is properly to be regarded as the inheritor of the liberal ideals of the Enlightenment. Rudolf Rocker describes modern anarchism as the confluence of the two great currents which during and since the French Revolution have found such characteristic expression in the intellectual life of Europe, socialism and liberalism. The classical liberal ideals, he argues, were wrecked on the realities of capitalist economic forms. Anarchism is necessarily anti-capitalist in that it opposes the exploitation of man by man. But anarchism also opposes the dominion of man over man. It insists that socialism will be free or it will not be at all. In its recognition of this lies the genuine and profound justification for the existence of anarchism. 14. From this point of view, anarchism may be regarded as the libertarian wing of socialism. It is in this spirit that Daniel Guerin has approached the study of anarchism in Anarchism and Other Works. 15. Guerin quotes Adolf Fischer, who said that every anarchist is a socialist but not every socialist is necessarily an anarchist. Similarly, Bakunin, in his Anarchist Manifesto of 1865, the program of his projected International Revolutionary Fraternity, laid down the principle that each member must be, to begin with, a socialist. A consistent anarchist must oppose private ownership of the means of production and the wage slavery that is a component of this system, as incompat. 98. The Essential Chomsky. compatible with the principle that labor must be freely undertaken and under the control of the producer. As Marx put it, socialists look forward to a society in which labor will become not only a means of life, but also the highest want in life. 16. An impossibility when the worker is driven by external authority or need rather than inner impulse. No form of wage labor, even though one may be less obnoxious than another, can do away with the misery of wage labor itself. 17. A consistent anarchist must oppose not only alienated labor but also the stupefying specialization of labor that takes place when the means for developing production mutilate the worker into a fragment of a human being, degrade him to become a mere appurtenance of the machine, make his work such a torment that its essential meaning is destroyed, estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in very proportion to the extent to which science is incorporated into it as an independent power. 18. Marx saw this not as an inevitable concomitant of industrialization, but rather as a feature of capitalist relations of production. The society of the future must be concerned to replace the detail worker of today, reduced to a mere fragment of a man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, to whom the different social functions are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural powers. 19. The prerequisite is the abolition of capital and wage labor as social categories, not to speak of the industrial armies of the labor state or the various modern forms of totalitarianism or state capitalism. The reduction of man to an appurtenance of the machine, a specialized tool of production, might in principle be overcome, rather than enhanced, with the proper development and use of technology, but not under the conditions of autocratic control of production by those who make man an instrument to serve their ends, overlooking his individual purposes. In Humboldt's phrase, anarcho-syndicalists sought, even under capitalism, to create free associations of free producers that would engage in militant struggle and prepare to take over the organization of production on a democratic basis. These associations would serve as a practical school of anarchism. 20. If private ownership of the means of production is, in Proudhon's often quoted phrase, merely a form of theft, the exploitation of the weak by the strong. 21. Control of production by state bureaucracy, no matter how benevolent its intentions, also does not create the conditions under which labor, manual and intellectual, can become the highest worked in life. Both, then, must be overcome. In his attack on the right of private or bureaucratic control over the means. Notes on Anarchism. 99. Of production. The anarchist takes his stand with those who struggle to bring about the third and last emancipatory phase of history, the first having made serfs out of slaves, the second having made wage earners out of serfs, and the third which abolishes the proletariat in a final act of liberation that places control over the economy in the hands of free and voluntary associations of producers. Fourier, 1848. 22. The imminent danger to civilization was noted by de Tocqueville, also in 1848. As long as the right of property was the origin and groundwork of many other rights, it was easily defended, or rather it was not attacked. It was then the citadel of society. While all the other rights were its outworks, it did not bear the brunt of attack and, indeed, there was no serious attempt to assail it. But today, when the right of property is regarded as the last undestroyed remnant of the aristocratic world, when it alone is left standing, the sole privilege in an equalized society, it is a different matter. Consider what is happening in the hearts of the working classes, although I admit they are quiet as yet. It is true that they are less inflamed than formerly by political passions properly speaking, but do you not see that their passions, far from being political, have become social? Do you not see that, little by little, ideas and opinions are spreading amongst them which aim not merely at removing such and such laws, such a ministry or such a government, but at breaking up the very foundations of society itself? 23. The workers of Paris, in 1871, broke the silence, and proceeded to abolish property, the basis of all civilization. Yes, gentlemen, the Commune intended to abolish that class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It aimed at the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, land and capital, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. 24. The Commune, of course, was drowned in blood. The nature of the civilization that the workers of Paris sought to overcome in their attack on the very foundations of society itself was revealed, once again, when the troops of the Versailles government reconquered Paris from its population. As Marx wrote, bitterly but accurately, the civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters. Then this civilization and justice stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge. The infernal deeds of the soldiery reflect the innate spirit of that civilization of which 100. The Essential Chomsky. They are the mercenary vindicators, the bourgeoisie of the whole world, which looks complacently upon the wholesale massacre after the battle, is convulsed by horror at the desecration of brick and mortar. Ibid, pp. 74-77. Despite the violent destruction of the Commune, Bakunin wrote that Paris opens a new era, that of the definitive and complete emancipation of the popular masses and their future true solidarity, across and despite state boundaries. The next revolution of man, international and in solidarity, will be the resurrection of Paris, a revelation that the world still awaits. The consistent anarchist, then, should be a socialist, but a socialist of a particular sort. He will not only oppose alienated and specialized labor and look forward to the appropriation of capital by the whole body of workers, but he will also insist that this appropriation be direct, not exercised by some elite force acting in the name of the proletariat. He will, in short, oppose the organization of production by the government. It means state socialism, the command of the state officials over production and the command of managers, scientists, shop officials in the shop. The goal of the working class is liberation from exploitation. This goal is not reached and cannot be reached by a new directing and governing class substituting itself for the bourgeoisie. It is only realized by the workers themselves being master over production. These remarks are taken from 5 theses on the class struggle by the left-wing Marxist Anton Pannekoek, one of the outstanding theorists of the Council Communist movement. And in fact, radical Marxism merges with anarchist currents. As a further illustration, consider the following characterization of revolutionary socialism. The revolutionary socialist denies that state ownership can end in anything other than a bureaucratic despotism. We have seen why the state cannot democratically control industry. Industry can only be democratically owned and controlled by the workers electing directly from their own ranks industrial administrative committees. Socialism will be fundamentally an industrial system. Its constituencies will be of an industrial character. Thus those carrying on the social activities and industries of society will be directly represented in the local and central councils of social administration. In this way the powers of such delegates will flow upwards from those carrying on the work and conversant with the needs of the community. When the Central Administrative Industrial Committee meets, it will represent every phase of social activity. Hence the capitalist political or geographical state will be replaced by the Industrial Administrative Committee of Socialism. The transition. Notes on anarchism. 101. From the one social system to the other will be the social revolution. The political state throughout history has meant the government of men by ruling classes. The Republic of Socialism will be the government of industry administered on behalf of the whole community. The former meant the economic and political subjection of the many, the latter will mean the economic freedom of all. It will be, therefore, a true democracy. This programmatic statement appears in William Paul's The State, Its Origins and Function, written in early 1917, shortly before Lenin's State and Revolution, perhaps his most libertarian work. See Note 9. Paul was a member of the Marxist-Leninist Socialist Labour Party and later one of the founders of the British Communist Party. 25 His critique of state socialism resembles the libertarian doctrine of the anarchists in its principle that since state ownership and management will lead to bureaucratic despotism, the social revolution must replace it by the industrial organization of society with direct workers' control. Many similar statements can be cited. What is far more important is that these ideas have been realized in spontaneous revolutionary action, for example in Germany and Italy after World War I and in Spain, not only in the agricultural countryside, but also in industrial Barcelona, in 1936. One might argue that some form of council communism is the natural form of revolutionary socialism in an industrial society. It reflects the intuitive understanding that democracy is severely limited when the industrial system is controlled by any form of autocratic elite, whether of owners, managers, and technocrats, a vanguard party, or a state bureaucracy. Under these conditions of authoritarian domination, the classical libertarian ideals developed further by Marx and Bakunin and all true revolutionaries cannot be realized. Man will not be free to develop his own potentialities to their fullest, and the producer will remain a fragment of a human being, degraded, a tool in the productive process directed from above. The phrase spontaneous revolutionary action can be misleading. The anarcho-syndicalists, at least, took very seriously Bakunin's remark that the workers' organizations must create not only the ideas but also the facts of the future itself in the pre-revolutionary period. The accomplishments of the popular revolution in Spain, in particular, were based on the patient work of many years of organization and education, one component of a long tradition of commitment and militancy. The resolutions of the Madrid Congress of June 1931 and the Saragossa Congress in May 1936 foreshadowed in many ways the acts of the revolution, as did the somewhat different ideas sketched by Santillán, see Note 4, in his fairly specific account of the social and economic organization to be instituted by the revolution. Guerin writes, the Spanish Revolution was relatively mature in the minds of the libertarian. 102. The Essential Chomsky. Thinkers, as in the popular consciousness, and workers' organizations existed with the structure, the experience, and the understanding to undertake the task of social reconstruction when, with the Franco coup, the turmoil of early 1936 exploded into social revolution. In his introduction to a collection of documents on collectivization in Spain, the anarchist Agustín Souchy writes, for many years, the anarchists and syndicalists of Spain considered their supreme task to be the social transformation of the society. In their assemblies of syndicates and groups, in their journals, their brochures and books, the problem of the social revolution was discussed incessantly and in a systematic fashion. 26. All of this lies behind the spontaneous achievements, the constructive work of the Spanish Revolution. The ideas of libertarian socialism, in the sense described, have been submerged in the industrial societies of the past half-century. The dominant ideologies have been those of state socialism or state capitalism, of an increasingly militarized character in the United States, for reasons that are not obscure. 27. But there has been a rekindling of interest in the past few years. The theses I quoted by Anton Pannekoek were taken from a recent pamphlet of a radical French workers' group, Information's Correspondance Ouvrière. The remarks by William Paul on revolutionary socialism are cited in a paper by Walter Kendall given at the National Conference on Workers' Control in Sheffield, England, in March 1969. The workers' control movement has become a significant force in England in the past few years. It has organized several conferences and has produced a substantial pamphlet literature, and counts among its active adherents representatives of some of the most important trade unions. The Amalgamated Engineering and Foundry Workers Union, for example, has adopted, as official policy, the program of nationalization of basic industries under workers' control at all levels. 28. On the continent, there are similar developments. May 1968 of course accelerated the growing interest in council communism and related ideas in France and Germany, as it did in England. Given the general conservative cast of our highly ideological society, it is not too surprising that the United States has been relatively untouched by these developments. But that too may change. The erosion of the Cold War mythology at least makes it possible to raise these questions in fairly broad circles. If the present wave of repression can be beaten back, if the left can overcome its more suicidal tendencies and build upon what has been accomplished in the past decade, then the problem of how to organize industrial society on truly democratic lines, with democratic control in the workplace and in the Notes on Anarchism. 103. Community should become a dominant intellectual issue for those who are alive to the problems of contemporary society, and, as a mass movement for libertarian socialism develops, speculation should proceed to action. In his manifesto of 1865, Bakunin predicted that one element in the social revolution will be that intelligent and truly noble part of the youth which, though belonging by birth to the privileged classes, in its generous convictions and ardent aspirations, adopts the cause of the people. Perhaps in the rise of the student movement of the 1960s one sees steps towards a fulfillment of this prophecy. Daniel Guerin has undertaken what he has described as a process of rehabilitation of anarchism. He argues, convincingly I believe, that the constructive ideas of anarchism retain their vitality, that they may, when re-examined and sifted, assist contemporary socialist thought to undertake a new departure, and contribute to enriching Marxism. 29. From the broad back of anarchism he has selected for more intensive scrutiny those ideas and actions that can be described as libertarian socialist. This is natural and proper. This framework accommodates the major anarchist spokesman as well as the mass actions that have been animated by anarchist sentiments and ideals. Guerin is concerned not only with anarchist thought but also with the spontaneous actions of popular forces that actually create new social forms in the course of revolutionary struggle. He is concerned with social as well as intellectual creativity. Furthermore, he attempts to draw from the constructive achievements of the past lessons that will enrich the theory of social liberation. For those who wish not only to understand the world, but also to change it, this is the proper way to study the history of anarchism. Guerin describes the anarchism of the 19th century as essentially doctrinal, while the 20th century, for the anarchists, has been a time of revolutionary practice. 30. Anarchism reflects that judgment. His interpretation of anarchism consciously points towards the future. Arthur Rosenberg once pointed out that popular revolutions characteristically seek to replace a feudal or centralized authority ruling by force with some form of communal system which implies the destruction and disappearance of the old form of state. Such a system will be either socialist or an extreme form of democracy, which is the preliminary condition for socialism inasmuch as socialism can only be realized in a world enjoying the highest possible measure of individual freedom. This ideal, he notes, was common to Marx and the anarchists. 31 This natural struggle for liberation runs counter to the prevailing tendency towards centralization in economic and political life. A century ago Marx wrote that the bourgeoisie of Paris felt there was but one alternative, the Commune, or the Empire, under whatever name it might reappear. 104. The Essential Chomsky. The Empire had ruined them economically by the havoc it made of public wealth, by the wholesale financial swindling it fostered, by the props it lent to the artificially accelerated centralization of capital, and the concomitant expropriation of their own ranks. It had suppressed them politically, it had shocked them morally by its orgies, It had insulted their Voltairianism by handing over the education of their children to the free ears ignorantins. It had revolted their national feeling as Frenchmen by precipitating them headlong into a war which left only one equivalent for the ruins it made, the disappearance of the Empire. 32. The miserable Second Empire was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation. It is not very difficult to rephrase these remarks so that they become appropriate to the imperial systems of 1970. The problem of freeing man from the curse of economic exploitation and political and social enslavement remains the problem of our time. As long as this is so, the doctrines and the revolutionary practice of libertarian socialism will serve as an inspiration and a guide. 8. The rule of force in international affairs. Two different issues arise when the American experience in Vietnam is considered in the context of the Nuremberg trials and related international conventions, the issue of legality and the issue of justice. The first is a technical question of law and history, by the standards of international law as formally accepted by the great powers. How is the American war in Indochina to be judged? The second question is more elusive. It is the question of proper standards. Are the principles of Nuremberg and related international law satisfactory and appropriate in the case of great power intervention, as in Vietnam and Czechoslovakia, for example? The recent study of Nuremberg and Vietnam by Telford Taylor, the chief counsel for the prosecution at Nuremberg, a historian, professor of law, and retired brigadier general, is devoted to the first of these topics, but occasional remarks bear on the second as well. It is possible that Taylor's brief but informative study will set the framework for much of the subsequent debate over war crimes and broader questions of proper international conduct. Though conservative in assumptions and narrow in compass, overly so, in my opinion, Taylor's investigation leads to strong conclusions. He comes close to suggesting that the military and civilian leadership of the United States from 1965 to the present are liable to prosecution as war criminals under the standards of Nuremberg. No less controversial. This essay is a revised version of a contribution to a symposium on war crimes, based on Telford Taylor, Nuremberg and Vietnam, an American tragedy. The original version was published in the Yale Law Journal 80, No. 7, June 1971, reprinted in For Reasons of State, New York, Pantheon Books, 1973, New York, The New Press, 2003, 212-58. 106. The Essential Chomsky. Sire, the self-imposed limitations of his study. In many respects, Taylor's book offers a convenient point of departure for an investigation of the issues of legality and justice. War crimes and justice. The issue of justice is not to be discounted. International law is in effect a body of moral principles accepted as valid by those who ratify treaties and other agreements. Furthermore, as Taylor emphasizes, treaties and manuals are only partial embodiments of the laws of war. The preamble of the 1907 Hague Convention, for example, states that questions not covered should be resolved by the principles of the law of nations, as they result from the usages established among civilized peoples, from the laws of humanity, and from the dictates of the public conscience. It therefore makes sense to inquire into the acceptability as well as the political and social content of such principles as have been codified and generally adopted, and to consider them in the light of the dictates of public conscience and the laws of humanity, unclear as these may be. As to usages established among civilized peoples, Justice Jackson, in an interim report to the President in 1945, wrote that we are put under a heavy responsibility to see that our behavior during this unsettled period will direct the world's thought toward a firmer enforcement of the laws of international conduct, so as to make war less attractive to those who have governments and the destinies of peoples in their power. p. 77. How have we met this responsibility in the post-war era? The question touches not only on the legality of American conduct in the light of Nuremberg and related principles, but also on the character of these principles themselves. Taylor's discussion of the Nuremberg judgments reveals a fundamental moral flaw in the principles that emerged from those trials. Rejecting the argument that the bombing of North Vietnam constitutes a war crime, Taylor observes that whatever the laws of war in this field ought to be, certainly Nuremberg furnishes no basis for these accusations. p. 142. Yet this bombing has laid waste most of North Vietnam, including large cities with the exceptions of Hanoi and Haiphong. The reason the law of war crimes does not reach American bombing is straightforward. Since both sides, in World War II, had played the terrible game of urban destruction, the Allies far more successfully, there was no basis for criminal charges against Germans or Japanese, and in fact no such charges were brought. Pages 140-1. The rule of force in international affairs. 107. Aerial bombardment had been used so extensively and ruthlessly on the Allied side as well as the Axis side that neither at Nuremberg nor Tokyo was the issue made a part of the trials. p. 89. Similarly, charges against German admirals for violating the London Naval Treaty of 1930 were dismissed after testimony by Admiral Nimitz, which established that in this regard the Germans had done nothing that the British and Americans had not also done. p. 37. The Nuremberg Tribunal ruled that the German admirals should be subjected to no criminal penalties for their violation of international law, because the laws in question had been abrogated by the practice of the belligerents on both sides under the stress of military necessity. p. 38. Taylor concludes that to punish the foe, especially the vanquished foe, for conduct in which the enforcing nation has engaged, would be so grossly inequitable as to discredit the laws themselves. p. 39. From such comments we can derive the operational definition of crime of war as conceived at Nuremberg. Criminal acts were to be treated as crimes only if the defeated enemy, but not the victors, had engaged in them. No doubt it would be grossly inequitable to punish the vanquished foe for conduct in which the enforcing nation had engaged. It would, however, be just and equitable to punish both victor and vanquished for their criminal acts. This option, which Taylor does not mention, was not adopted by the post-war tribunals. They chose instead to discredit the laws themselves by restricting their definition of criminal conduct so as to exclude punishment of the victors. 3. The conclusion that Nuremberg is to be understood as the judgment of victors, rather than as the achievement of a new level of international morality, is reinforced by Taylor's discussion of aggressive war. The distinctive contribution of Nuremberg, he points out, was to establish the category of crimes against peace, planning, preparation, initiation or waging of a war of aggression or a war in violation of international treaties, agreements or assurances, or participation in a common plan or conspiracy to this end. 4. In terms of substantive international law, Taylor writes, and in the mind of the general public, the salient feature of the Nuremberg trials was the decision that individuals could be held guilty for participation in the planning and waging of a war of aggression. p. 84. Indisputably, it was a cardinal part of the post-war policy of the United States government to establish the criminality under international law of aggressive warfare. p. 76. But, Taylor argues, a court could hardly decide the question of whether the United States has violated the anti-aggression provisions of the Nuremberg or United Nations Charters. 5. For one reason, the evidentiary problems would be well-nigh insuperable. At Nuremberg and Tokyo, the Allies had access to 108. The Essential Chomsky. Secret diplomatic and military document files, which would not be made available by the United States and South Vietnamese governments. Total military victories such as those that ended the Second World War are comparatively rare in modern history, and it is difficult to envisage other circumstances that would unlock the secret files, pages 118 to 19. But if only access to the secret files can provide proof that aggressive war has been waged, then it follows that the salient feature of the Nuremberg trials will normally be relevant only to the case of an enemy that has suffered total military defeat. Actually, Taylor vacillates somewhat on the matter of proof of aggression, in that he seems to trust the executive branch to make unilateral judgments regarding aggression by other states, despite the insuperable evidentiary problems. He writes that until 1965, he supported American intervention in Vietnam as an aggression-checking undertaking in the spirit of the United Nations Charter, p. 206. 6. It was permissible in Taylor's opinion for the American executive to determine unilaterally that North Vietnam was engaged in aggressive war prior to 1965, and to join South Vietnam in collective self-defense against the armed attack from the North, under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. So uniquely competent is the United States to exercise this judgment, he seems to believe that it was unnecessary even to adhere to the provision in Article 51 that measures taken in the exercise of the right of self-defense be immediately reported to the Security Council, 7, or to the provision in Article 39 that the Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression and shall determine what measures shall be taken. In fact, I think that Taylor exaggerates the evidentiary problems of determining whether the United States is engaged in aggression in Southeast Asia, just as he underestimates the difficulty of establishing that it was engaged in collective self-defense against armed attack. His discussion of aggressive war seems to me inadequate in other respects as well. There is still a more serious issue at stake when we consider the acceptability of the principles of international law as codified in the Charter of Nuremberg and elsewhere. These principles were formulated by representatives of established governments, without the participation of representatives of mass-based popular movements that seek to overthrow recognized governments or that establish revolutionary governments. Richard Falk holds that from the perspective of international order the capacity to govern is certainly an element in claiming political legitimacy. 8. And Thomas J. Farrer speaks of the dangerous ambiguity of just when the insurgency has achieved sufficient status to require equal treatment. 9. This point is crucial in assessing Taylor's belief that the United States was engaged in an aggression-checking undertaking in Vietnam in, say, 1962. In that year American Effie. The Rule of Force in International Affairs. 109. Shields in Saigon estimated that half the population supported the National Liberation Front. 10. Furthermore, there was no evidence of North Vietnamese participation in any combat, and 10,000 American troops were in South Vietnam, many directly engaged in military actions. 11. Bernard Fall noted that since 1961 Americans die in Vietnam, and in American uniforms. And they die fighting. 12. In March 1962, United States officials admitted that American pilots were flying combat missions, bombing and strafing. By October, it was reported that 30% of all air missions in South Vietnam had American Air Force pilots at their controls. 13. By late 1962, the United States was directly involved in large military actions in the Mekong Delta and the Kamau Peninsula. 14. In a book published in 1963, Richard Trotsky's reported interviews with American helicopter pilots who describe how the wild men of the 362nd Squadron used to shoot civilians for sport in solid BC areas. 15. It has also been reported that in 1962, air commandos of the Special Operations Force, wearing civilian clothes and flying planes with the markings of the South Vietnamese Air Force, attacked Viet Cong concentrations in the jungles. 16. There is, in short, A good case that the United States was involved in direct military attacks against indigenous popular forces in South Vietnam as early as 1962. It would be fair to call this aggressive war if, indeed, the capacity to govern is an element in claiming political legitimacy. Suppose that one were to hold, on the contrary, that governments recognized by the major powers are legally permitted to call in outside force to put down a domestic insurgency, while insurgents are not entitled to seek outside help. Suppose further that this rule applies even where the insurgents constitute the only effective government in large areas and the only mass-based political organization, 17, and where these insurgents are asking support from a state from which they have been arbitrarily separated by great power intervention and subversion. 18. If this hypothesized rule is an accurate interpretation of the currently prevailing system of international law, then the only appropriate conclusion is that this system of law is to be disregarded as without moral force. Or, to be more precise, the conclusion must be that this system of law is simply a device for ratifying imperial practice. These questions do not arise in any direct way in Taylor's discussion, in part because he scarcely touches on the pre-1965 period to which they are directly relevant. Similar problems, however, are implicit in his discussion of the legality of various modes of warfare. As already noted, Taylor argues that aerial warfare is not intrinsically unlawful, although the silence of Nuremberg on this matter raises questions especially relevant to American bombing policies. In South Vietnam, p. 142. The routine destruction of villages by American firepower and ground sweeps and the forced evacuation. 110. The essential Chomsky of population are, he argues, of doubtful legality, and reprisal attacks against villages harboring Viet Cong, official policy, as he notes, are a flagrant violation of the Geneva Conventions, p. 145. What is more, Taylor believes the establishment of free fire zones to be illegal, p. 147. But he emphasizes the great problems in determining how legal principles should apply under the circumstances of Vietnam, where a superpower is using its technological resources to destroy guerrilla forces that conceal themselves among the population. The basic problem is this: the enemy does not respect those laws. The terrain lends itself to clandestine operations in which women and children frequently participate. The hostile and the friendly do not label themselves as such, and individuals of the yellow race are hard for our soldiers to identify. As in the Philippines 65 years ago, our troops are thousands of miles from home in uncomfortable, dangerous and unfamiliar surroundings. No one not utterly blind to the realities can fail to acknowledge and make allowance for the difficulties and uncertainties they face in distinguishing inoffensive non-combatants from hostile partisans. p. 152. The enemy is undeniably in violation of the traditional laws of war and the Geneva Conventions, based as they are on the distinction between combatants and non-combatants in two specific respects. The enemy does not wear a fixed distinctive emblem recognizable at a distance or carry arms openly, as American soldiers do. The law, as reaffirmed at Nuremberg, states that a civilian who aids, abets, or participates in the fighting is liable to punishment as a war criminal. This may seem harsh, Taylor writes, but it is certainly the law, pages 136-7. 19. Just as the law may not apply to aerial bombardment of towns and villages in an effort to break the enemy's will or to deny him material or human resources. These observations come very close to branding people's war illegal, while permitting the use of the technology of the industrial powers to suppress it. An essential feature of revolutionary people's war, Vietnamese style, is that it combines political and military action, thus blurring the distinction between combatants and non-combatants. The Vietnamese revolutionaries in general attempted to follow the Maoist injunction that a bloodless transition is what we would like and we should strive for it. 20. Even Douglas Pike concedes that the National Liberation Front, NLF, maintained that its contest with the government of the Republic of Vietnam, GVN, and the United States should be fought out at the political level, and that the use of massed military might was in itself illegitimate, until forced by the United States and the GVN to use counterforce to survive. 21. When the NLF resorted to counterforce to survive, it exploited its natural advantage, the ability of the guerrillas to blend into the rule of force in international affairs. 111. The sympathetic local population, just as the United States exploited its natural advantage in the technology of surveillance and destruction. These characteristics of People's War were outlined years ago by the leading Vietnamese communist ideologist Duong Chin. There are those who have a tendency only to rely on military action. They tend to believe that everything can be settled by armed force. They do not apply political mobilization, are unwilling to give explanations and to convince people. Fighting spiritedly, they neglect political work. They do not act in such a way that the army and the people can wholeheartedly help one another. 22. Citing this passage, Bernard Fall noted that once more, the enemy has been kind enough to give us the recipe of his victory. 23. The recipe is to gain political support among the people and to engage the population as a whole in the struggle against the central government backed, in this case imposed, by foreign military force. The participation of civilians in the Revolutionary War reflects its political and social character, just as saturation bombing by B-52s based in sanctuaries in Guam and Thailand reveals the essential political and social character of American counterinsurgency. The laws of war rule the former illegal, while the silence of Nuremberg falls over American practice. These laws, Taylor maintains, condemn as war criminals the civilians who take up arms against a foreign enemy or its local protégés. Such civilians are undeniably in violation of the laws of war. But with regard to the American pilots who have destroyed towns and villages and devastated farmland and forest, driving millions from their homes and killing unknown numbers throughout Indochina, or to those who planned this policy, the laws of war have little to say. At most the silence of Nuremberg asks questions relevant to American bombing policies. In South Vietnam, p. 142, and presumably in Laos and Cambodia as well, but see above, p. 110. These laws, so understood, are the weapon of the strong, and are of no moral force or validity. It is a political decision to accept an interpretation of the law that holds that a government installed and maintained by a foreign power, as in South Vietnam or Hungary, has the right to call upon this foreign power to suppress an insurgency that has gained such extensive political support that insurgents are indistinguishable from the population, and holds that civilian participants in the insurgency are war criminals. It is a political decision to accept as valid the law that combatants must identify themselves as such to the soldiers of the foreign army, while that same law raises no objection to the dispatch of soldiers thousands of miles from home to unlovely circumstances in which they cannot distinguish non-combatants from partisans. 112. The Essential Chomsky. Though Taylor is quite right to insist on the difficulties and uncertainties faced by these troops, there is no reason to withhold condemnation from the political leaders who sent them there, or to grant any validity to the legal system that permits this while condemning the enemy's recipe for victory, winning popular support and using this support in the only way a popular movement can to overthrow their local representatives of a foreign superpower. No reason, that is, apart from the political judgment that a great power has the right to impose a regime of its choice, by force, in some foreign land. The system of law, so interpreted, is merely a ratification of imperialist practice. Though Taylor is not entirely explicit, it seems that he accepts the political judgment that the United States has the right to impose the regime of its choice in South Vietnam. In his discussion of war aims, he refers to our stated policy, namely, to gain and hold the political allegiance of the South Vietnamese to a non-communist government, while giving them defensive assistance against any military means used by the North. p. 189. His only stated objection to this policy is that it was unlikely to work under the circumstances of Vietnam. As to the defensive assistance against the North, surely he is aware that the main NLF fighting units were indigenous from the start, and remained so until the United States internationalized the war. He apparently believes that it was legitimate for the United States to introduce its military forces, as it did in the early 1960s, to gain and hold the political allegiance of the South Vietnamese to the non-communist government installed by the United States in 1954. Taylor refers to the deeply idealistic strain in the American interventionist tradition, p. 186, as when McKinley justified the war against Spain in 1898. This is a very superficial historical judgment. Virtually every imperial power has justified its actions on idealistic grounds. This was true of the British and French empires, the Japanese in East Asia, 24, and the Russians in Eastern Europe. That the leaders and populations of the imperial powers may even succumb to these delusions is hardly significant. It is remarkable that the standards by which we would judge other cases of imperial intervention seem so difficult to comprehend when applied to our own actions. 25. Taylor asks whether the American conduct of the war, with forced resettlement, complicity in the torture of prisoners, enthusiasm for body counts, devastation of large areas to expose the insurgents, free fire zones, and the Sun Mai massacre, was merely a terrible, mad aberration. p. 152. He answers correctly that in part it was a consequence of the specific features of the Vietnam War cited above, which make the laws of war so difficult to apply. In fact, the policy of forced resettlement and devastation of large areas of the country was a rational, perhaps even a necessary, response to the specific the rule of force in international affairs. 113. Stances of the Vietnam War. Bernard Fall, bitterly anti-communist and a strong supporter of the American war before it reached its full fury, explained this fact very well in the early 1960s. Why is it that we must use top-notch elite forces, the cream of the crop of American, British, French, or Australian commando and special warfare schools, armed with the very best that advanced technology can provide, to defeat Viet Minh, Algerians, or Malay cities, Chinese terrorists, almost none of whom can lay claim to similar expert training and only in the rarest of cases to equality in firepower? The answer is very simple. It takes all the technical proficiency our system can provide to make up for the woeful lack of popular support and political savvy of most of the regimes that the West has thus far sought to prop up. The Americans who are now fighting in South Vietnam have come to appreciate this fact out of first-hand experience. 26. Today, there is vastly more evidence to support Fall's conclusion. The element of real popular support is vital, he wrote. 27. And it was exactly this real popular support that led Washington to adopt the policy of forced population removal that has reduced the peasantry from about 85% to about half of the population, while laying waste the countryside. If international law has nothing to say about this except that civilians aiding the resistance are war criminals, then its moral bankruptcy is revealed with stark clarity. 2. War crimes in Vietnam. The major topic that Taylor considers, however, is the more narrow question of the legality of American actions in Vietnam when measured against the framework of Nuremberg and related conventions. In his analysis of the American intervention after 1965, Taylor concludes that there is definite evidence that war crimes have been committed and that culpability for these crimes extends to high levels of military command and civilian leadership. The evidence in this regard is extensive. The primary example that Taylor considers is the My Lai massacre. Dr. Alj Venema, director of a Canadian hospital near the site of the massacre, reports that he knew of it at once but did nothing because it was not at all out of the ordinary. His patients were constantly reporting such incidents to him. The province of Qinghai, in which Malay is located, had been virtually destroyed. Half the population had been forced into refugee camps, and children were starving and wounded. 28 Colonel Oran Henderson, the highest-ranking officer to have faced court-martial charges. 114. The Essential Chomsky. For the Malay massacre, states that every unit of brigade size has its Malay hidden someplace, though every unit doesn't have a Ridenhua. 29. This observation is borne out by direct testimony of veterans throughout the country. To cite just a few random examples, a highly decorated helicopter gunner testified in El Paso, Texas, on May 5, 1971, that of the 39 Vietnamese he had killed, 1 was an old man riding a bicycle and 10 were a group of unarmed civilians. In each case, he claims to have acted on direct order from his commanding officer. A former member of the Coast Guard testified that his orders were to pilot a small motorboat through Delta canals, shooting randomly into every village to see if there were inhabitants. In hearings conducted by the Citizens Commission of Inquiry on United States War Crimes, in Washington, D.C., December 1-3, 1970, a medic in the 101st Airborne Division testified that approximately 27 civilians in a peaceful meeting were killed in an unprovoked attack by American tanks firing a barrage of tiny arrow-like nails. A Marine forward observer testified that he counted 20 dead civilians after an unprovoked artillery strike on 2 villages. Another Marine corporal testified that his unit was ordered to fire on starving civilians scavenging in a garbage dump after their food supplies had been destroyed in 1966. Rice fields had been napalmed to destroy food in this free fire zone. A former Army sergeant testified before an unofficial House committee headed by Representative Ronald Dellums that he took part in killing about 30 unresisting Vietnamese civilians in the village of Duong Can, near My Lai, in April 1969. This testimony was confirmed to reporters by Vietnamese women in a refugee camp. 30 The Winter Soldier investigation in Detroit produced voluminous testimony on atrocities. 31 As have other inquiries. A former helicopter gunner with 176 confirmed kills told reporter Joseph Lelyville that his gunship was ordered to halt a flight of peasants. When the pilot reported that he had no way to do so, he received orders to shoot them. 30 or 40 unarmed villagers were then killed by the gunship. Trainees said that their instructor had written President Nixon after the Colley verdict about his own involvement in an incident in which 6 gunships attacked a village, killing 350 villagers. 32 After a helicopter crew member had been shot. Refugees, reporters, and other observers have presented voluminous substantiating evidence. What is particularly important is that these episodes appear to be quite routine. I have personally accompanied routine operation in which U.S. Cobra helicopters fired 20mm cannons into the houses of a typical village in territory controlled by the National Liberation Front. They also shot the villagers who ran out of there. The rule of force in international affairs. 115. Houses. This was termed prepping the area by the American lieutenant colonel who directed the operation. We sort of shoot it up to see if anything moves, he explained, and he added by way of reassurance that this treatment was perfectly routine. 33. An official map of the 25th Infantry Division delineates large areas subjected to artillery and air bombardment prior to the ground sweeps of Operation Junction City in 1967. Within these areas there were over 20 identifiable villages with populations of 5,000, according to earlier census figures. New York Times correspondent R.W. Apple writes that he heard the mere rule, according to which anything that moves and has a yellow skin is an enemy, unless there is incontrovertible evidence to the contrary, repeated 100 times by majors and sergeants and privates. This, he writes, is official policy, a part of everyday life. He goes on. Not so evident to the average rifleman, but clear enough to those of us who have had an opportunity to travel about the country, is a deliberate policy of creating refugees wherever possible. An army general explained the idea to me as follows: you've got to dry up the sea the guerrillas swim in, that's the peasants, and the best way to do that is blast the hell out of their villages so they'll come into our refugee camps. No villages, no guerrillas, simple. 34. He adds further that Generals Westmoreland and Abrams, as well as Presidents Johnson and Nixon, surely knew this. 35. It is this policy of no villages, no guerrillas, the policy of destroying the rural society, that is referred to as forced draft urbanization and modernization by some of the more cynical academic technocrats who deal with Vietnam, a euphemism to end all euphemisms, p. 202, as Taylor appropriately comments. Apple's account indicates that this policy was not inadvertent, something that the United States Command stumbled upon in an absent-minded way. 36. But rather was planned and understood in advance. Neil Sheehan's widely discussed article on war crimes 37 makes the same point. Sheehan claims that classified military documents specifically talk about bombing villages in communist-held areas to deprive the enemy of the population resource. He refers to a secret study in the summer of 1966 which proposed reconsideration of the policy of unrestricted bombing and shelling which was urbanizing the population. 38. This proposal was vetoed at the highest level of American authority in Saigon, he writes. It was decided instead to continue to employ air and artillery to terrorize the peasantry and raze the countryside. One of the basic American tactics was unrestricted air and artillery bombardments of peasant hamlets, devers. 116. The Essential Chomsky Tashin had become a fundamental element in the American strategy to win the war. The rural civilian population was the target of the American attack because it was believed that their existence was important to the enemy. The idea was to defeat the Vietnamese communists by obliterating their strategic base, the rural population. 39. The United States authorities have a point when they argue that My Lai is not the typical incident of the Vietnam War. More typical, almost the war in microcosm, is the story of the village of Phu Quy on the Batamban Peninsula, 130 miles southeast of Hue. In January 1969, 12,000 peasants in this region were forced from their homes in an American ground sweep, loaded on helicopters, and shipped to interrogation centers and a waterless camp near Kingai over which floated a banner saying, "We thank you for liberating us from communist terror." According to official military statistics, there were 158 NV and Viet Cong dead and 268 wounded in the 6-month campaign of which this was a part. These refugees, who incidentally seemed to have included the remnants of My Lai, had lived in caves and bunkers for months before the forced evacuation because of the heavy American bombing and artillery and naval shelling. A dike was blasted by American jets to deprive the North Vietnamese of a food supply. 40. As of April 1971, the dike had not been repaired. As a result, the salt water of the South China Sea continues to submerge the fields where rice once grew. About 4,000 refugees, including 1,500 in Phu Quy, have since returned. Phu Quy is now surrounded by 10-foot rows of bamboo. It is under guard, and no one may enter or leave between 6 p.m. and 5 a.m. The hills that overlook the flooded paddies, once scattered with huts, are ironed, a word used by the peasants to mean filled with bomb fragments, mines and unexploded artillery shells. B-52 bomb craters nearly 20 feet deep pock the hills. One reason why the dike has not been rebuilt may be that, in the words of an American official, 2 years ago the people on the peninsula were written off as communists. It would not be surprising if the attitudes still linger among the Vietnamese today. Most of the population go without basic food. Province officials neither affirm nor deny police action to limit the peasants' rice. It has long been a practice to control the supply of South Vietnam's food, however, to ensure that the Viet Cong cannot eat excess peasant food. An American working in the province said, "You might say that Phu Quy has been forgotten. Forgotten it has been, along with hundreds of other villages like it." The American war in Indochina is a record of war crimes and crimes against humanity, a record of mounting horror. For the reasons noted by Bernard Fall in the early stages of the war, 41, there may well have been no alternative. 42 The war has been directed against the rural population and the rule of force in international affairs. 117. Land that sustains them. Since 1961 to 1962, American forces have been directly involved in bombing, strafing, forced population removal of millions of peasants, crop destruction and defoliation, and destruction of agricultural lands and the irrigation system. The land is pockmarked with millions of bomb craters. Lumber operations are impossible in forests where trees are riddled with shell fragments. Some 6.5 million acres have been defoliated with chemical poisons, often applied at tremendous concentrations. Included are perhaps 500,000 acres of crop-growing land. South Vietnam, once a major rice exporter, is now importing enormous quantities of food, according to Vietnamese sources. 43 About 1 acre in 6 has been sprayed by defoliants. In many areas, there are no signs of recovery. Crop destruction is done largely with an arsenical compound which may remain in the soil for years and is not cleared for use on crops in the United States. A contaminant in the herbicides, dioxin, is known to be a highly potent agent causing birth defects in mammals. Through 1969, 500,000 acres of forest had been destroyed by giant tractors with roan plow blades, widely used in other areas as well. These areas are scraped bare. Nothing may grow again. Arthur Westing, a biologist, former Marine officer, and director of the Herbicide Assessment Commission of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, writes that we may well be altering drastically and detrimentally the ecology of vast acreages of South Vietnam. 44 These vegetational wastelands will remain one of the legacies of our presence for decades to come. 45, perhaps permanently. The effects of these policies on the population can be easily imagined. Hunger and starvation from crop destruction and forced population removal have been noted since 1961. 46 millions of people had been removed, often by force, into controlled areas by the early 1960s. After 1965, air and artillery bombardment and ground sweeps accounted for the overwhelming majority of the refugees. In South Vietnam, perhaps half the population has been killed, maimed, or driven from their homes. In Laos, perhaps a quarter of the population of about 3 million are refugees. Another third live under some of the most intense bombardment in history. Refugees report that they lived in caves and tunnels, under bombing so intensive that not even a dog could cross a path without being attacked by an American jet. Whole villages were moved repeatedly into tunnels deeper and deeper in the forest as the scope of the bombing was extended. The fertile plain of Jars in northern Laos was finally cleared and turned into a free fire zone. These refugees, incidentally, report that they rarely saw NVA troops and that Laos soldiers were rarely to be found in the villages. The areas in question are far from South Vietnam or the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In Cambodia, the Kennedy Subcommittee estimated 118. The Essential Chomsky. That by September 1970, after 4 months of regular bombardment, there were about 1 million refugees out of a population of about 6 million. The intensive bombardment also has been reported by captured correspondents. According to Richard Edmonds' direct observations in captivity, the bombing and shooting was radicalizing the people of rural Cambodia and was turning the countryside into a massive, dedicated, and effective revolutionary base. 47. As elsewhere in Indochina, this is both a consequence and a cause of the American bombardment. On April 21, 1971, Representative Paul McCluskey, just returned from Indochina, testified before the Kennedy Subcommittee that an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel at Udon Air Force Base in Thailand said that there just aren't any villages in northern Laos anymore, or in southern North Vietnam either, for that matter. Government reports, secret until unearthed with great effort by McCluskey, confirm the overwhelming evidence of refugee reports concerning the virtual destruction of large areas of rural Laos controlled by the Pathet Lao. 48. Much the same is true in Vietnam. McCluskey quotes the top Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development Support Corps official who informed him, in Vietnam a year ago, that in a single province, Quy Nhon, American and Allied forces had destroyed and razed 307 of the original 555 hamlets of the province. He adds, I was flown over square mile after square mile where every village, home, and tree line had been burned to the ground. This was part of a rice denial and search and destroy program admittedly based on the need to deny the Viet Cong the ability to obtain food, hospitalization, cover and concealment which the villages would otherwise afford. 49. The United States Army Field Manual permits measures to destroy, through chemical or bacterial agents harmless to man, crops intended solely for consumption by the armed forces, if that fact can be determined. 50. Yet the descriptions of crop destruction cited above, and those of the US Herbicide Assessment Commission, suggest that nearly all the food destroyed would have been consumed by civilians. It should be remembered that Göring was convicted at Nuremberg for crimes against humanity in part because of orders requiring diversion of food from occupied territories to German needs, and that the United States in Tokyo also supported prosecution of Japanese military officials for crop destruction in China. 51. The province that McCluskey described, Quy Nhon, is the subject of a book by the former senior aid official William Niswanger. 52. He explains that the battle for Quy Nhon was lost by the government to Viet Cong forces recruited for the most part from within the province. A major reason for their success was the progressive social and economic results shown by their programs. As elsewhere in Indochina, it was the success of the rule of force in international affairs. 119. Communist-led forces in gaining popular support through successful programs. 53. That led to the American effort to destroy the rural society in which the revolution was rooted. Robert Chaplin concludes that the war's overall effects on the Vietnamese have been cataclysmically destructive, not only in physical terms but psychologically and socially. 54. Furthermore, these effects are overwhelmingly attributable to American firepower and tactics. Unless one assumes a high degree of idiocy on the part of the American command and civilian leadership in Washington, it is necessary to suppose that something of the sort was anticipated when these tactics were designed. Furthermore, there is mounting evidence, some of it just cited, that the probable effects were understood in advance, and were even intended. Finally, it is important to bear in mind that these tactics, though sharply intensified in 1965 and again in 1968, can be traced back to the early 1960s. In fact, the Diem regime, installed and kept in power by the United States, initiated a virtual war on peasant supporters of the Viet Minh in the mid-1950s. 55. In the face of such evidence, which has by now been recorded at great length in many easily accessible sources, it requires a real act of faith to doubt that the American command and the civilian authorities are responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity in the sense of Nuremberg. In fact, it is difficult to understand the surprise or concern over My Lai, considering the relative triviality of this incident in the context of the overall American policies in Indochina. Taylor observes, correctly and appropriately, that the war, in the massive, lethal dimensions it acquired after 1964, was the work of highly educated academics and administrators. The Kennedy advisors, Rusk, McNamara, Bundy, Rostow, who stayed on with President Johnson and who must bear major responsibility for the war and the course it took, p. 205. The same is true of the war in the years 1961 to 1964, with its lethal effects, small, to be sure, compared with what was to come, but nonetheless hardly acceptable by civilized standards. Discussion of American war crimes in Vietnam is often sharply criticized as dishonest, or even as a form of self-hatred, if not balanced by an account of the crimes of the enemy. Such criticism is at best thoughtless and at worst hypocritical. Not only has the criminal violence of the United States in Vietnam, and throughout Indochina, been far greater in scale than anything attributable to any Indo-Chinese forces, but it is also in an entirely different category from a moral as well as legal point of view for the obvious reason that it is foreign in origin. How would we respond to the claim that discussion of the acts of the fascist aggressors in World War II must be balanced by an account of the terrorism of the resistance in occupied countries? 56 further. 120. The Essential Chomsky. More, such critics rarely note that if the crimes of all participants are to be discussed in a balanced manner, then it is also necessary to detail the crimes of the Korean and other Asian mercenaries employed by the United States and, more important still, the criminal violence of the regime instituted and protected by United States force. Its terroristic attack on the people of South Vietnam long preceded and also always outweighed by a considerable margin the terrorism of its Vietnamese antagonists. 57 Equally thoughtless, or hypocritical, is the opinion commonly expressed by critics of the U.S. intervention who say that the American command has descended to the level of the communists. There can be no doubt that the savagery and barbarism of the American attack on the population of South Vietnam is entirely without parallel in this miserable conflict. 58. The one example that is repeatedly cited in an effort to prove the contrary is the massacre that took place in Hue during the Tet Offensive of the February 1968. Let us put aside the fact that it occurred in a region that had already been devastated by U.S. military force from early 1965, and consider the massacre itself, which in the United States and England has become notorious as the classic example of a communist bloodbath. Don Oberdorfer describes this as the most extensive political slaughter of the war. 59 estimates of the scale of the communist massacre range from 200, police chief of Hue, to 2,800, Oberdorfer, based on data from Douglas Peake, whom he regards, surprisingly, as a reliable source. Len Ackland, an IVS worker in Hue in 1967 who returned in April 1968 to investigate, was informed by American and Vietnamese officials that about 700 Vietnamese were killed by the Viet Cong, an estimate generally supported by his detailed investigations, which also indicate that the killings were by local NLF forces and primarily during the last days of the bloody month-long battle as these forces were retreating. 60 Whatever the exact numbers may be, there is no doubt that a brutal massacre took place. There was also another slaughter in Hue at the same time, scarcely mentioned by Oberdorfer. 61 and forgotten or passed over in silence by most others. The same officials who reported 700 killed by the Viet Cong estimated that 3,000 to 4,000 civilians had been killed in the United States GVN bombing and shelling. Under Secretary of the Air Force Townsend Hoops reports that 2,000 civilians were buried in the rubble of the bombardment. The NLF reported that 2,000 victims of the bombardment were buried in mass graves. Oberdorfer reports that 2,800 victims of the occupation were discovered in mass graves. It may, perhaps, He doubted that when these graves were discovered many months later, it was determined by careful autopsy that these were victims of the communist political slaughter. The Marines, according to Oberdorfer, list communist losses at more than 5,000, while Hoop states that a sizable part of the communist force of 1,000 men who had cap. The rule of force in international affairs. 121. The city escaped. A French priest from Hue estimates that about 1,100, mostly students, teachers, and priests, were killed by the GVN after U.S. Marines had recaptured the city. 62 Richard West, who was in Hue shortly after the battle, estimates several hundred Vietnamese and a handful of foreigners killed by communists, and suggests that victims of Malay-style massacres may be among those buried in the mass graves. 63 British photographer-journalist Philip Jones Griffiths concludes that most of the victims were killed by the most hysterical use of American firepower ever seen, and then designated as the victims of a communist massacre. 64. Even if the U.S. government propaganda that is widely accepted as fact in the English-speaking countries were true and told the whole story, the communist massacre at Hue would be a minor event in the context of the American slaughter of the people of South Vietnam. When the full range of facts is considered, however, it appears that the Hue massacre is attributable in large part, and perhaps predominantly, to the American military. This is not surprising, in view of the relative scale of the means of violence available to the contending forces. It remains to discuss two essential points. First, the argument that the American actions were permitted by military necessity, and second, the claim that U.S. intervention was justified in collective self-defense against armed attack, under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Taylor discusses both of these matters, but in what seems to me an unsatisfactory way. 3. Military necessity. In a sense, it is correct that the American policy of no villages, no guerrillas was based on military necessity. American planners were well aware of the enormous popular support for the communist-led resistance forces, the so-called Viet Cong, and the lack of any significant popular base for the government. See pages 108 to 09 above. Furthermore, there is no great secret as to why the Viet Cong were so successful in gaining popular support. 65. The Field Operations Coordinator of the United States Operations Mission, John Paul Vann, circulated a Report 66 in 1965 on how the war should be fought. His premises were that a social revolution was in process in South Vietnam, primarily identified with the National Liberation Front, and that a popular political base for the government of South Vietnam does not now exist. The dissatisfaction of the agrarian population today is largely expressed through alliance with the NLF, he wrote. The existing government is oriented toward the exploitation of the rural and lower-class urban populations. Since it is naive, he explained, to expect that an unsophisticated, relatively 122. The Essential Chomsky. Illiterate, rural population, will recognize and oppose the evils of communism. The United States must institute effective political indoctrination of the population under an American-maintained autocratic government. The document opposes mere reliance on gadgetry, air power, and artillery, and rejects the expressed view of a U.S. officer who stated that if these people want to stay there and support the communists, then they can expect to be bombed. The report is based on the further assumption that the social revolution is not incompatible with U.S. aims, but that the aspirations of the majority can only be realized through a non-communist government. According to Vann, the United States should be the judge of what would be best for the unsophisticated peasants of Vietnam. The United States, he argued, must impose a benevolently inclined autocracy or dictatorship, while laying the foundation for a democratically oriented government. Vann's report expresses the benevolent face of imperialism. It is outspoken in its colonialist assumptions. From Taylor's few remarks on the subject, one might surmise that he would agree with Van's proposals and leading assumptions. As already noted, Taylor accepts the legitimacy of the effort to gain and hold the political allegiance of the South Vietnamese to a non-communist government, p. 189, while doubting the possibility of doing so. He regards faulty judgment and over-reliance on military means as the primary defects of American policy, pages 188-9. He accuses U.S. authorities of under-maintenance, too much bombing and not enough concentration on the civil half, pages 196-202. He raises no objection to the direct use of force in the early 1960s or to the support of large-scale terror in the late 1950s in the interest of maintaining the regime that the United States had installed. 67. Nowhere does he raise the fundamental question: is it legitimate for the United States to use its power to impose a particular social and political order on some foreign land, supposing that it can do so within the limits of proportionality of force applied? Failure to raise this question makes Taylor's discussion of the causation quite unsatisfactory. He rejects the view, attributed to unnamed critics, that things went so wrong because our leaders were war criminals. This is an unsatisfactory answer in terms of causation, for it assumes that the leaders wanted things to turn out as they have, whereas in fact it is plain that those responsible are exceedingly dissatisfied with the present consequences of their policies. Both the criticism and Taylor's rejection of it are intelligible only on the assumption that questions of legitimacy of intent do not arise in the case of the American leadership. If we regard the intentions of the American leadership as criminal, then it would be correct, indeed, virtually tautological, to say that things went wrong, that is, criminal acts were undertaken, because the rule of force in international affairs. 123. Our leaders were war criminals. On this assumption, it would be irrelevant to remark that things did not turn out as they hoped. Thus no one would argue that the defendants at Nuremberg should have been acquitted merely because they too were dissatisfied with the consequences of their policies. In referring to things going so wrong, Taylor seems to have in mind the avalanche of death and destruction that destroyed the credibility of whatever peacekeeping and protective intentions may have governed our initial involvement in Vietnam. In Taylor's view, the evidence strongly indicates that there was a misfit between ends and means, that the military leaders never grasped the essentially political aims of intervention, and the political leaders neglected or were unable to police the means that the military adopted to fulfill what they conceived to be their mission. Instead of pursuing our stated policy, namely, to gain and hold the political allegiance of the South Vietnamese to a non-communist government, while giving them defensive assistance against any military means used by the North, our leaders chose to ignore the South Vietnamese people, treat South Vietnam as a battlefield, and kill all the North Vietnamese or Viet Cong found on or moving toward the battlefield, and in fact, to treat the rural population of South Vietnam in much the same way. The sad story of America's venture in Vietnam is that the military means rapidly submerged the political ends. We were prone to shatter what we tried to save, pages 188-9, 207. Whether our stated policy could have been successfully followed is and will remain an unanswered question, Taylor observes. Whether our stated policy was legitimate in the first place and should have been undertaken at all is a question that is not only unanswered but unasked. But surely this is the fundamental question. Taylor expresses a very common view when he criticizes American policy because we destroyed the country in order to save it, in the phrase of the unhappy American Air Force major who was responsible for the destruction of Bentre during the Tet Offensive. The true American tragedy, a potential tragedy for many others, in a far more real sense, is, in my opinion, our continued inability to apply to ourselves the standards that we properly use in evaluating the behavior of other powers. If Americans had the moral courage to do so, they would ask themselves for whom they were saving Vietnam, and whether they had a right to intervene to save it. They would perceive that the American intervention should be described as a war against the rural society of South Vietnam, not an effort to save it for anyone except collaborationist leaders and such marginal political forces as they could rally. Ultimately, the American leadership was saving Vietnam for its own global interests. The interests of the Vietnamese people amounted to 10% of the American objective in the calculation of Assistant Secretary of Defense. 124. The Essential Chomsky. John McNaughton, as revealed in the Pentagon Papers, the other 90% is an amalgam of fantasy and self-delusion, as he expresses American names, cf. Chapter 1, Note 195 in For Reasons of State. What American names really were is a matter of legitimate debate. For my views, see Chapter 1, Section V in For Reasons of State. But it is hardly a matter of debate that the needs and interests of the Vietnamese people counted for as little as the legal prohibition against the threat or use of force in international affairs. Had the American political leadership been concerned with the needs and interests of the people of South Vietnam or with the solemn treaty obligations of the United States, they would not have undertaken the stated policy of imposing a non-communist government and defending it from its own population through 1964, and invading South Vietnam to destroy the indigenous resistance in later years. The Pentagon Papers make it quite clear that the American political leadership undertook its attack on the rural society of South Vietnam with eyes open. The Van Memorandum cited above, and much other evidence, reveals that the same was true of those who were implementing the policy laid down in Washington. Taylor believes that some of the American failures in Vietnam can be traced to the fact that the armed services no longer possess leaders of stature and influence comparable to the heroes of the Second World War, p. 201. This is an unfair criticism. The difference between World War II and Vietnam has to do with the character of the wars, not the character of the military commanders. The military in both wars was interested with implementation of the policies laid down by the civilian leadership. In the case of Vietnam, this was the policy of gaining and holding the political allegiance of the South Vietnamese to a non-communist government. To implement this policy effectively, the military command was compelled to abandon the benevolent imperialist pose and to destroy the rural society, the social base of the revolution. The civilian leadership was well aware of what was taking place and made no effort to change policy. Ambassador Robert W. Comer, Chief Pacification Advisor to the GVN in 1967-1968, explains that U.S. military intervention had averted final collapse of the coup-ridden GVN and had created a favorable military environment in which the largely political competition for control and support of the key rural population could begin again. 68. The United States escalation overcame the difficulty that there was little GVN administration outside Saigon, and made it possible ultimately to initiate the comprehensive and massive 1967-1970 pacification program in an effort to cope with what was clearly a revolutionary, largely political conflict. 69. Despite the qualms of the benevolent imperialists such as Van, it is difficult to see how this aim could have the rule of force in international affairs. 125. Been achieved except through the means employed, namely, what Comer describes as massive U.S. military intervention at horrendous cost. 70. In this sense, it can be argued that the horrendous cost of the American military intervention, including defoliation, forced population removal, bombing, harassment and interdiction, free fire zones, anti-personnel weapons, the Phoenix program of assassination and terror, 71. The torture of prisoners to gain information was a military necessity, and thus no crime if military necessity justifies departure from the language of international agreements. All of this is arguable given the essential premise that the United States was justified in intervening by force in this revolutionary, largely political conflict to guarantee the rule of the regime it had originally imposed in 1954 and its successors, the rule of the landholding and urban elite, the military officers, and the Northern Catholics who provided the social base for a regime that was clearly incapable of holding out on its own against domestic insurgency. The question whether this premise is valid arises in its sharpest form in the pre-1965 period with which Taylor does not concern himself. By 1965, as Van noted, 72 these questions of principle were largely irrelevant. After the large-scale participation by U.S. ground forces, he wrote, "It is almost inconceivable that the United States will withdraw from Vietnam short of a military victory or a negotiated settlement that assures the autonomy of South Vietnam." 73 The same view was held by civilians close to the administration, including some who were later to become outspoken doves. Thus Richard Goodwin wrote in 1966 that continued American combat was justified by the bedrock vital interest of the United States, which must serve as the single standard for policy formation, namely, to establish that American military power, once committed to defend another nation, 74 cannot be driven from the field. 75. Even today, it is well understood by the American command that military force must be used to destroy the political movement that the Saigon regime has never been able to defeat politically. A special intelligence survey ordered by General John H. Cushman, the top American official in the Mekong Delta, warns that the enemy is expanding his political network and reverting to a political struggle phase. 76 William Colby adds that we need to prevent the enemy from putting in this network, because that will permit the communists to revive later on. 77 Once again, given the premise that the United States has the right to intervene to impose the regime of its choice, military necessity could justify the continued use of overwhelming military force against the Vietnamese, the Laotians, and the rural Cambodians as well. It should be added that the premise that American military intervention in other nations' affairs is justified is solidly enshrined in American history. Day 126. The Essential Chomsky Law refers to the American conquest of the Philippines at the turn of the century. Whatever idealistic motives McKinley may have professed, the fact is that the United States overcame a domestic popular movement by force and terror, at tremendous cost to the native inhabitants. 70 years later, the peasantry, 3/4 of the population, still lives under material conditions not very different from those of the Spanish occupation. 78 In Thailand, a post-war effort at parliamentary democracy led by the Liberal Democrat Pridi Phanomyong was overthrown by a military coup that reinstituted the Japanese collaborator who had declared war on the United States. Substantial and continuing American assistance has supported a terroristic regime that has willingly integrated itself into the American-Japanese Pacific system. Pridi, who had fought with the American OSS against the Japanese during World War II, found his way to China. In Korea in 1945, the United States overthrew an already established popular regime, making use of Japanese troops and collaborators. By 1949, the American command had succeeded in destroying the existing unions, the popular local councils, and all popular indigenous groups, and had instituted a right-wing dictatorship of the wealthy elite and military police forces, employing ample terror in the process. Vietnam is exceptional only because these familiar objectives have been so difficult to achieve. The goal in Vietnam remains to concentrate and control the population, separating it from main force guerrilla units, and to create a dependent economy that adapts itself to the needs and capacities of the industrialized societies of the West and Japan, under the rule of wealthy collaborators, with a mere pretense of democracy. As to the peasants, one can recall the words of a South Vietnamese writer speaking of the period of the French domination: "The peasants can grit their teeth and nurse their hatred amidst the paddy fields." 79 And the residents of the miserable urban slums can do the same. This is in fact the model of national and social development that the benevolent imperialists such as Van offer to underdeveloped societies, whether they are aware of it or not. It is to achieve such magnificent results as these that they are willing to subject the population of Indochina, allegedly for their own good, to the benefits of American technology, as has been done in Vietnam for the past decade. 4. Aggression and collective self-defense. The final matter to be considered is what Taylor describes as the salient feature of Nuremberg, namely, the issue of crimes against peace. As Taylor observes, the justification for the American intervention in Vietnam can only be the rule of force in international affairs. 127. Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Invocation of this article assumes that the United States is engaged in collective self-defense against an armed attack from North Vietnam. There has been extensive discussion of this matter. It is curious that Taylor barely alludes to it and makes no effort to deal with arguments that have been presented repeatedly in legal and historical literature. 80. The fundamental problem in establishing the United States case is that American military intervention preceded and has always been far more extensive than North Vietnamese involvement. There is, in addition, a question as to the relative rights of North Vietnamese and Americans to be fighting in South Vietnam, after the unification provisions of the Geneva Agreements were subverted. To cite one crucial moment, consider early 1965, the point at which Taylor begins to have doubts about the legitimacy of the American involvement. Chester Cooper, who had been directly involved in Southeast Asian affairs since 1954 and was in charge of Asian affairs for the White House under the Johnson administration, wrote, "Communist strength had increased substantially during the first few months of 1965. By the end of April it was believed that 100,000 Viet Cong irregulars and between 38,000 and 46,000 main force enemy troops, including a full battalion of regular North Vietnamese troops, were in South Vietnam. Meanwhile American combat forces were moving into South Vietnam at a rapid rate. In late April more than 35,000 American troops had been deployed and by early May the number had increased to 45,000.81. The single North Vietnamese battalion of 400 to 500 men was tentatively identified in late April. 82. In February 1965, the Johnson administration attempted to justify the new escalation with a white paper, which, Cooper notes, proved to be a dismal disappointment. The problem was that the actual findings, regarding North Vietnamese involvement, seemed pretty frail. No regular troops could be identified. As for infiltrators, even if allegedly known and probable infiltrators were combined, the average southward movement beginning in 1959, when the insurrection was already solidly in progress, was little more than 9,000 per year, which did not loom very large as compared with the 500,000-man Saigon Army and the 23,000 regular American troops deployed. The information on enemy weapons, he observed, was even less earth-shaking. The 375mm recoilless rifles of Chinese Communist origin, 46 Soviet-made rifles, 40 submachine guns, and one automatic pistol of Czech origin that had been captured, and that might have been bought on the open market, did not seem too impressive as compared with over $860 million in military assistance given by the United States to their 128. The Essential Chomsky Saigon government since 1961.83. In fact, the weapons of communist origin constituted less than 21.5% of the captured weapons, as I.F. Stone noted at the time. 84. As to the infiltrators, the figures seem even less impressive when we recall that so far as is known, these were overwhelming South Vietnamese returning to their homes. It is difficult to see why this should be impermissible, after the subversion of the Geneva Agreements and the American and Saigon violations of the Geneva Accords. 85. The Daimist repression, and the renewal of guerrilla war in the South in 1957. Furthermore, Cooper makes no mention of the infiltration by the United States into South Vietnam of South Vietnamese trained at American military bases, nor, for that matter, of the saboteur groups and guerrilla teams of South Vietnamese infiltrated to the north since 1956, according to Bernard Hall. 86 nor, finally, does Cooper mention that American troops had been directly involved in military operations since 1961 to 1962. All in all, the case that the United States was merely exercising the inherent right of collective self-defense against an armed attack from North Vietnam is frail indeed. Yet one who defends the legitimacy of the American involvement must go beyond even this and claim that the United States had the right to determine unilaterally that there had been aggression from the North and to escalate its already substantial military involvement in South Vietnam, bypassing the stipulations in the UN Charter concerning the role of the Security Council in determining the existence of a threat to peace. Unless all of this is accepted, one must conclude that the American military actions are illegal, and themselves constitute aggression, that there was aggression, not from the North, but from the East. Unfortunately, Taylor has virtually nothing to say about these frequently debated questions. His treatment of the matter of aggression is, in general, unsatisfying. In discussing the allegation that North Vietnam is guilty of aggression in South Vietnam, Taylor points to strong evidence. Indisputably, the ground fighting has all taken place in South Vietnam, not in North Vietnam. But, he argues, the case is not clear, since the Geneva Agreements merely established two zones and explicitly declared the military demarcation line to be provisional and not a political or territorial boundary, pages 101-2. Furthermore, South Vietnam, with U.S. support, declined to proceed with the scheduled elections. Of course, if it is unclear whether North Vietnam is guilty of aggression, it is correspondingly unclear whether American military action is justified by Article 51, which in fact speaks not of aggression, but of armed attack, a narrower category. 87. Furthermore, the strong evidence that Taylor cites and questions cuts other ways as well. Thus, for example, ground fighting has taken place in the rule of force in international affairs. 129. South Vietnam, not the United States. By Taylor's standards, there is thus strong evidence that the United States is guilty of aggression in South Vietnam, particularly since American authorities have admitted that the GVN had little administrative authority outside of Saigon by 1965, CPP. 121, 124 above. Taylor never considers this question in his discussion of aggressive war. 88 Rather, he states the case for possible American aggression as follows. The case is based on the conclusions that both South Vietnam and the United States violated the Geneva Declaration of 1954 by hostile acts against the North, unlawful rearmament, and refusal to carry out the 1956 national elections provided for in the declaration, and that the United States likewise violated the United Nations Charter by bombing North Vietnam. Pages 96-7. But these charges constitute only part of the case. A much more serious charge is that the United States has engaged in aggressive warfare in South Vietnam in violation of the provisions of the United Nations Charter concerning the use of force. These charges are based on military actions taken against an insurgency that the United States recognized to be popular and successful, far more popular than the government it had installed and maintained, which had lost the war by 1965, despite the absence of any regular North Vietnamese troops. Taylor does not mention these matters, I presume, because of his tacit assumption that the United States had the right to intervene with its ground, helicopter, and air forces in what some American authorities have recognized to be a revolutionary, largely political conflict, CP. 124 above. it might be argued that the stipulations of the United Nations Charter regarding the threat or use of force, specifically Article 2.4, have been so eroded as to be effectively inoperative. The issue is discussed by Thomas M. Frank in a recent study. 89 He discusses the changed realities of the post-war quarter century that have so shattered the precepts of Article 2.4 that only the words remain. Frank is surely right in arguing that both superpowers have succeeded in establishing norms of conduct within their regional organizations which have effectively undermined Article 2.4, beginning with the insistence by the United States that a state's sovereignty is subject to the overriding right of a region to demand conformity to regional standards. An example is the United States' condemnation of not intervention by foreign troops but of a foreign ideology, as in the Guatemalan affair of 1954. This was the direct precursor of the Brezhnev Doctrine. Frank is also correct in observing that national self-interest, particularly the national self-interest of the superpowers, has usually won out over treaty obligations. It might be added that the United States has developed a concept of regional organizer. 130. The Essential Chomsky that incorporates large parts of Southeast Asia in a regional organization where it assumes the right to operate freely, and that the violations of Article 2.4 can arguably be traced back to the immediate post-war activities of the great powers in securing their spheres of influence. The British and then American interventions in Greece, beginning in 1944, would be particularly significant examples. Despite his important observations on the behavior of the great powers, Frank's discussion seems to me to be flawed, in several instances, by an implicit bias in favor of these powers. In discussing the changing nature of warfare he cites two categories: wars of agitation, infiltration, and subversion carried on by proxy through national liberation movements, and nuclear wars. With respect to direct violations of Article 2.4, it is, of course, the first category that is of primary concern, notwithstanding the great powers' attempts to disguise their interventions on grounds of a presumed relation to great power conflict. But Frank's discussion of this category begs the basic question. As he points out later in the same article, one man's war of national liberation is another's aggression or subversion, and vice versa. A bias is revealed in that he generally takes the position of the second man. The new kinds of warfare which, he argues, have led to the erosion of Article 2.4 are characterized as wars of infiltration and subversion carried on by proxy. If, taking the contrary view, these should be characterized as imperial interventions to repress movements of national liberation, then it follows that the erosion of Article 2.4 has not been caused by the changing realities of the post-war quarter century, but primarily by the post-war forms of the traditional behavior of great powers. By begging the question in the particular way he does, Frank seems to take his stand, without argument or even explicit assertion, on the side of the great powers. This bias is only partially mitigated by his later references to a third factor in the erosion of Article 2.4, namely, the increased authoritarianism of regional systems dominated by a superpower, and by his extensive discussion of the role of the great powers in undermining Article 2.4 by continual intervention within their respective regional organizations. A similar bias appears when Frank refers to the significant support given to indigenous communist insurgents by China in Laos and South Vietnam, for example. As his further comments indicate, the available evidence suggests that Chinese aid has always been small as compared with that given by the United States and its allies to the right-wing forces. Frank's reference to propaganda as a form of intervention hardly applies in this case. China's position has generally been that wars of national liberation must be indigenous and cannot rely on China for substantive material support. Incidentally, the rule of force in international affairs. 131. So far as is known, The only Chinese troops fighting in the Indochina War are the Chinese nationalist troops employed by the United States, particularly in clandestine operations in Laos. The same questions are begged when Frank asserts that the small-scale and diffuse but significant and frequent new wars of insurgency have, by their nature, made clear-cut distinctions between aggression and self-defense exceedingly difficult. Thus he points out that it strains credulity to be told that Poland had attacked Germany or South Korea the North, but in the case of wars of national liberation, it is often difficult even to establish convincingly who is the aggressor. He might have used a different analogy. It would strain credulity to be told that Hungary attacked the Soviet Union in 1956, or that the Philippines attacked the United States at the turn of the century, or that the American colonies attacked England in 1776. If one takes the view that wars of national liberation and great power interventions constitute a continuation of the classic pattern, to be sure with certain modifications, then these are more appropriate analogies, and there is nothing strikingly new about the post-war period. As to the outside support for wars of national liberation, recall the vast support given by the French to the American colonies in the Revolutionary War. There is no question but that the American Revolutionary War, when considered as a normal insurgency, entirely fits the bill of the many revolutionary wars which afflict the middle of the 20th century. Shorn of almost 2 centuries of 40 of July oratory, it was a military operation fought by a very small armed minority. At almost no time did Washington's forces exceed 8,000 men in a country which had at least 300,000 able-bodied males, and backed by a force of 31,897 French ground troops, and 12,660 sailors and marines manning 61 major vessels. 90. Even compensating for the effect of 4th of July oratory, we would have no difficulty in evaluating the bias of a contemporary British writer who referred to the American Revolution, in Frank's terms, as a war of agitation, infiltration, and subversion carried on by proxy through a national liberation movement. Taking Fall's point of view, which I believe to be much closer to accuracy than the position implicit in the parts of Frank's discussion cited here, we must conclude that there is no strikingly new factor in the post-war era that led to the erosion of Article 2.4. Rather, one must agree with you, Thant, I believe, when he says, in words that Frank quotes, in the final analysis there can be no solid foundation for peace in the world so long as there. 132. The Essential Chomsky. Superpowers insist on taking unilateral military action whenever they claim to see a threat to the security 91, or, we may add, a threat to the perceived self-interest of dominant social groups. While it is beyond question that what remains of Article 2.4 is only the words, there seems no reason to suppose that this is any change from earlier norms or that it is a consequence of changes in world affairs that could not have been foreseen by the framers of the UN Charter. There is, furthermore, no reason to conclude that the precepts of Article 2.4 should not be considered applicable. Of course, these precepts suffer from the absence of an enforcing authority, which is a general defect of international law. The question of the right of intervention and the threat or use of force by the great powers to impose social and political arrangements in developing countries should be at the forefront of any investigation of Vietnam, whether in the light of Nuremberg or in a broader historical context. By failing even to raise such questions, Taylor considerably reduces the significance of his discussion, it seems to me. For future policy decisions, these are surely the major issues. In a dozen places in the world, the United States is providing military support to regimes that are attempting to suppress internal insurgency in ways that might lead to direct military intervention. 92. It can be plausibly argued that in Greece it is the American military support for the colonels that prevents a popular insurgency. In much of Latin America, the same is true. Almost all Latin American regimes can now suppress rural insurrections of willful foes. because of a number of the factors. None is as weak as Fulgencio Batista's government of the 1950s. USAID's Public Safety Division has trained police as a first line of defense against terrorism in at least 14 republics. Armies are better equipped as $1.75 billion in U.S. military aid has poured into the Americas. Upward of 20,000 Latino officers and enlisted men have trained at Ft. Gulick in the Canal Zone, and now available and new anti-guerrilla weapons developed in Vietnam, which run the gamut from specially designed helicopters to body smellers. 93. These remarks recall the observation of General Maxwell Taylor in 1963 that in Vietnam we have a going laboratory where we see subversive insurgency being applied in all its forms. The Pentagon, recognizing the importance of the area as a laboratory, had already sent teams out there looking at the equipment requirements of this kind of the guerrilla warfare. 94. There is considerable evidence, in fact, that the United States has exploited Vietnam as a laboratory for counterinsurgency, testing weapons and tactics for the wars it anticipates in much the same way that other powers used Spain in 1936 to 1939.95. Among the Latin American regimes that are using the technology designed in the Vietnam laboratory for countering insurgency, there are several. The rule of force in international affairs. 133. That owe their existence to interference from the United States. In Guatemala, a promising reform-minded regime was overthrown by U.S. subversion in 1954. For the past several years, in the course of an anti-communist extermination campaign, there has been a virtual bloodbath, as some 4,000 peasants were killed indiscriminately with weapons supplied by the American military aid program. 96. Donald Robinson reports that he observed a Special Operations Force team training Guatemalan Air Force meant to use newly designed Bell helicopters to pursue guerrillas. 97. It is even possible that there was still more direct U.S. military involvement. Vice President Maruquin Rogers claimed several years ago that American planes based in Panama were conducting raids in Guatemala, using napalm in areas suspected of harboring guerrillas. 98 and returning to their Panamanian bases. Missionaries working in Guatemala report that they have seen the results of napalm raids. The extent of American involvement in counter-revolutionary warfare in the post-war period cannot be realistically estimated. There is enough information available to indicate that it is very great. While the United States is surely not alone in undertaking forceful intervention in the internal affairs of other nations, no other power in the post-war period has employed even a fraction of the military force used by the United States in its efforts to destroy indigenous forces to which it has been opposed in other lands. It is this general policy of counter-revolutionary intervention, raised almost to the level of a national ideology during the Kennedy administration and inherent in Henry Kissinger's doctrine of limited wars, 99, which must be reconsidered if we are to be serious about an inquiry into national policy or into the general issues of legality and justice raised and sometimes skirted at Nuremberg, approached but rarely faced directly in treaties and international agreements, and forced upon the consciousness of any civilized person by the tragedy of Vietnam. 9. Watergate, a skeptical view. Even the most cynical can hardly be surprised by the antics of Nixon and his accomplices as they are gradually revealed. It matters little, at this point, where the exact truth lies in the maze of perjury, evasion, and of contempt for the normal, hardly inspiring, standards of political conduct. It is plain that Nixon's pleasant crew succeeded in stealing the 1972 election, which probably could have been theirs legally, given the power of the presidency, in spite of Muskie's strength at the polls when the affair was set in motion. The rules of the political game were violated in other respects as well. As a number of commentators have pointed out, Nixon attempted a small-scale coup. The political center was subjected to an attack with techniques that are usually reserved for those who depart from the norms of acceptable political belief. Powerful groups that normally share in setting public policy were excluded, irrespective of party, and the counterattack thus crosses party lines. The Dean Colson list of enemies, a minor feature of the whole affair, is a revealing index of the miscalculations of Nixon's mafia and raises obvious questions about the general response. The list elicited varied reactions, ranging from flippancy to indignation. But suppose that there had been no Thomas Watson or James Reston or McGeorge Bundy on the White House hate list. Suppose that the list had been limited to political dissidents, anti-war activists, and radicals. Then, it is safe to assume, there would have. This chapter first appeared in the New York Review of Books, September 20, 1973, 3-8. Watergate, A Skeptical View. 135. Been no front-page story in the New York Times and little attention on the part of responsible political commentators. Rather, the incident, if noted at all, would have been recognized as merely another step, inelegant perhaps, in the legitimate defense of order and responsible belief. The general reaction to the Watergate affair exhibits the same moral flaw. We read lofty sermons on Nixon's move to undermine the two-party system, the foundations of American democracy. But plainly what the Committee to Re-elect the President, GREEP, was doing to the Democrats is insignificant in comparison with a bipartisan attack on the Communist Party in the post-war period, or, to take a less familiar case, the campaign against the Socialist Workers' Party, which in the post-Watergate climate has filed suit to restrain government agencies from their perpetual harassment, intimidation, surveillance, and worse. Serious civil rights or anti-war groups have regularly discovered government provocateurs among their most militant members. Judicial and other harassment of dissidents and their organizations has been common practice, whoever happens to be in office. So deeply ingrained are the habits of the state agencies of repression that even in the glare of Watergate the government could not refrain from infiltrating an informer into the defense team in the Gainesville war trial, while the special prosecutor swore under oath that the informer, since revealed, was not a government agent. 1. Watergate is, indeed, a deviation from past practice, not so much in scale or in principle as in the choice of targets. The targets now include the rich and respectable, spokesmen for official ideology, men who are expected to share power, to design social policy, and to mold popular opinion. Such people are not fair game for persecution at the hands of the state. A hypocrite might argue that the state attack on political dissidents has often been within the bounds of the law, at least as the courts have interpreted the Constitution, whereas Watergate and the other White House horrors were plainly illegal. But surely it is clear that those who have the power to impose their interpretation of legitimacy will so construct and construe the legal system as to permit them to root out their enemies. In periods when political indoctrination is ineffective and dissent and unrest are widespread, juries may refuse to convict. In fact, in case after case they have done so, inspiring tributes to our political system on the part of commentators who overlook a crucial point. Judicial persecution serves quite well to immobilize people who are a nuisance to the state, and to destroy organizations with limited resources or to condemn them to ineffectiveness. The hours and dollars devoted to legal defense are not spent in education, organization, and positive action. The government rarely loses a political trial, whatever the verdict of the courts, as specialists in thought control are no doubt well aware. In the President's longer perspective, stated in his April 16th speech, we are 136. The Essential Chomsky. To recall the rising spiral of violence and fear, of riots and arson and bombing, all in the name of peace and justice. He reminds us that free speech was brutally suppressed as hecklers shouted down or even physically assaulted those with whom they disagreed. True enough. In 1965 and 1966, peaceful public meetings protesting the war were broken up and demonstrators physically assaulted, for example, in Boston, later the center of anti-war activity. Liberal senators and the mass media, meanwhile, denounced the demonstrators for daring to question the legitimacy of the American war in Indochina. Peace movement and radical political centers were bombed and burned with no audible protest on the part of those who later bewailed the decline of civility and the totalitarianism of the left. Those serious people, in Nixon's phrase, who raised serious questions about whether we could survive as free democracy. Surely nothing was heard from Richard Nixon, who was then warning that freedom of speech would be destroyed for all time if the United States were not to prevail in Vietnam, though when awards are given out for hypocrisy in this regard, Nixon will not even be a contender. There is nothing new in any of this. Recall the reaction of defenders of free speech when Senator Joseph McCarthy attacked the New York Times and, by contrast, the National Guardian. To recall the pleas that McCarthy was impeding the legitimate struggle against domestic subversion and Russian aggression, or the reaction to the judicial murder of the Rosenbergs. In fact, the mistake of the Watergate conspirators is that they failed to heed the lesson of the McCarthy hearings 20 years ago. It is one thing to attack the left, or the remnants of the Communist Party, or a collapsing liberal opposition that had capitulated in advance by accepting, in fact, creating, the instruments of post-war oppression, or those in the bureaucracy who might impede the evolving state policy of counter-revolutionary intervention. It is something else again to turn the same weapons against the U.S. Army. Having missed this subtle distinction, McCarthy was quickly destroyed. Nixon's cohorts, as recent events have amply demonstrated, committed a similar error of judgment. The immediate consequence of this deviation is that Nixon's wings have been clipped and power is being more broadly shared among traditional ruling groups. Congress has imposed constraints on executive actions, and, in the changed political climate, the courts have refused to permit executive encroachment on the legislative function through impoundment. Most important of all, Nixon and Kissinger were unable to kill as many Cambodians as they would have liked, and were thus denied such limited successes in Cambodia as they achieved in South Vietnam, where all authentic popular forces were severely weakened by the murderous assault on the civilian society. Although the failure of the terror bombing of Christmas 1972. Watergate, a skeptical view. 137. May have compelled Nixon and Kissinger to accept the DRV-PRG offer of a negotiated settlement. Formally at least, 3. They nevertheless continued to support the openly announced efforts of the regime to undermine the Paris Agreements of January 1973. At the same time, they simply shifted the bombing to Cambodia in the hope of decimating the indigenous guerrilla movement. As recently as April 1973, senators feared that the political mood is not right for a challenge to Nixon's war policy, though they recognized that compliance might be the final act of surrender to presidential power. 4. But as Nixon's domestic position eroded, it became possible to enact the legislation urged by opponents of the American war and by politically more significant groups who have come to realize, since the Tet Offensive of 1968, that the war was a dubious bargain for American capitalism. To John Connolly, it is an impressive fact, and a depressing fact, that the persistent underlying balance of payments deficit which causes such concern, is more than covered, year in and year out, by our net military expenditures abroad, over and above amounts received from foreign military purchases in the United States. 5 rational imperialists who find this fact impressive were, no doubt, less than impressed by the fact that Nixon and Kissinger were able to wind down the war over a period equal to that of American participation in World War II, and were still intent on pouring resources into an attempt to crush revolutionary nationalism in Indochina. Though the attempt will surely continue, 6. The scale, temporarily at least, will be reduced. This is surely the most significant outcome of Watergate. Nixon's personal authority has suffered from Watergate, and power will return to men who better understand the nature of American politics. But it is likely that the major long-term consequence of the present confrontation between Congress and the President will be to establish executive power still more firmly. Nixon's legal strategy is probably a winning one, if not for him, for he has violated the rules, then for the position that the presidency is beyond the reach of the law. Richard Kleindienst, John Leachman, and Nixon's lawyers have laid the issue out squarely. In spite of their occasional disclaimers, the import of their position is that the President is subject to no legal constraints. The executive alone determines when and whom to prosecute, and he is thus immune. When issues of national security are invoked, all bars are down. It takes little imagination for presidential aides to conjure up a possible foreign intelligence or national security issue to justify whatever acts they choose to initiate. And they do this with impunity. The low point of the Irvin Committee hearings was the failure to press Leachman on the alleged national security issue in the release of the Pentagon Papers, or his implication that Daniel Ellsberg was suspected of providing these documents to the Rus. 138. The Essential Chomsky. Ian Embassy. Mary McCree has suggested plausibly that the factor that led the White House to such excesses in the Ellsberg affair was the fear that it might inspire further exposures, in particular of the secret military attack on Cambodia. More generally, the President's position is that if there is some objection to what he does, he can be impeached. But reverence for the presidency is far too potent an opiate for the masses to be diminished by a credible threat of impeachment. Such an effective device for stifling dissent, class consciousness, or even critical thought will not be lightly abandoned. Furthermore, Congress has neither the will nor the capacity to manage the domestic economy or the global system. These related enterprises take on new scope with the increasing internationalization of production and economic affairs and with the Nixon-Kissinger diplomacy, which accepts the USSR as a junior partner in managing what Kissinger likes to call the overall framework of order. 7. Much as Stalin seems to have intended in the early post-war years. It is fitting, in more ways than one, that Nixon's most loyal constituency should prove to be the powers in the Politburo. If the choice is between impeachment and the principle that the President has absolute power, subject only to the need to invoke national security, then the latter principle will prevail. Thus the precedent will probably be established, more firmly and clearly than heretofore, that the President is above the law, a natural corollary to the doctrinate that no law prevents a superpower from enforcing ideological conformity within its domains. The Watergate affair and the sordid story that has unfolded since are not without significance. They indicate, once again, how frail are the barriers to some form of fascism in a state capitalist system in crisis. There is little prospect for a meaningful reaction to the Watergate disclosures, given the narrow conservatism of American political ideology and the absence of any mass political parties or organized social forces that offer an alternative to the centralization of economic and political power in the major corporations, the law firms that cater to their interests, and the technical intelligentsia who do their bidding, both in the private sector and in state institutions. With no real alternative in view, opposition is immobilized and there is a natural fear, even among the liberal opposition, that the power of the presidency will be eroded and the ship of state will drift aimlessly. The likely result will therefore be a continuation of the process of centralization of power in the executive, which will continue to be staffed by representatives of those who rule the economy and which will be responsive to their conception of domestic and global order. It is true, as critics allege, that Nixon's tactics threatened to subvert the two-party system. The illusion that the people rule rests on the regular opportunity to choose between two political organizations dominated by similar interests. Watergate, a skeptical view. 139. and restricted to the narrow range of a doctrine that receives expression in the corporate media and, with rare exceptions, the educational institutions of American society. Nixon's tactics thus tend to undermine the conventional basis for stability and obedience, while falling far short of supplying some form of totalitarian doctrine as an ideological alternative. But the conditions that permitted the rise of McCarthy and Nixon endure. Fortunately for us and for the world, McCarthy was a mere thug and Nixon's mafia overstepped the bounds of acceptable trickery and deceit with such obtuseness and blundering vulgarity that they were called to account by powerful forces that had not been demolished or absorbed. But sooner or later, under the threat of political or economic crisis, some comparable figure may succeed in creating a mass political base, bringing together socio-economic forces with the power and the finesse to carry out plans such as those that were conceived in the Oval Office. Only perhaps he will choose his domestic enemies more judiciously and prepare the ground more thoroughly. Nixon's frontmen now plead that in 1969 to 1970 the country was on the verge of insurrection and that it was therefore necessary to stretch the constitutional limits. The turmoil of those years was largely a reaction to the American invasion of Indochina. The conditions, domestic and international, that have led successive administrations to guide Third World development in the particular channels that suit the needs of industrial capitalism have not changed. There is every reason to suppose that similar circumstances will impel their successors to implement similar policies. Furthermore, the basic premises of the war policy in Indochina have not been seriously challenged, though its failures led to retrenchment. These premises are shared by most of the enemies on the Dean Colson list and by others within the consensus of respectable opinion. The reaction to recent disclosures illustrates the dangers well enough. While public attention was captivated by Watergate, Ambassador Gordley testified before Congress that between 15,000 and 20,000 Thai mercenaries had been employed by the United States in Laos, in direct and explicit violation of congressional legislation. 9. This confirmation of Pathet charges, which had been largely ignored or ridiculed in the West, evoked little editorial comment or public indignation, though it is a more serious matter than anything revealed in the Irvin Committee hearings. The revelation of secret bombings in Cambodia and northern Laos from the earliest days of the Nixon administration is by far the most important disclosure of the past several months. 10. It would be difficult to imagine more persuasive ground for impeachment were this a feasible political prospect. But in this case, too, the reaction is largely misplaced. It seems that congressional leaders and commentators in the press are disturbed more by the cover-up and 140. The Essential Chomsky. The deceit than by the events themselves. Congress was deprived of its right to ratify. No one who has studied the Symington Committee hearings of the fall of 1969 can have much doubt that Congress would have ratified the bombings and incursions had the opportunity been given. As for the press, it showed as much interest in the bombings at the time as it devotes to the evidence that Thai mercenaries in Laos are being shipped to Cambodia and that casualties of fighting in Cambodia have already arrived in Bangkok hospitals. 11. The press is much too concerned with past deception to investigate these critical ongoing events, which may well have long-term implications for Southeast Asia. 12. Similarly, when Jacques de Cornoy reported in Le Monde on the intense bombing of towns and villages in northern Laos in the spring of 1968, the American press not only failed to investigate, but even failed to cite his eyewitness reports. A Cambodian government white book of January 1970, giving details of American and ARVN attacks, evoked no greater interest or concern. Nor did the reports of large-scale defoliation of the Cambodian rubber plantations in early 1969 or the occasional incidents of bombing errors that were conceded by the American government since 1966 when American observers happened to be present. 13. The complaints over government deception ring hollow, whether in the halls of Congress or on the editorial pages. Still more cynical is the current enthusiasm over the health of the American political system, as shown by the curbing of Nixon and his subordinates, or by the civilized compromise that permitted Nixon and Kissinger to kill Cambodians and destroy their land only until August 15, truly a model of how a democracy should function, with no disorder or ugly disruption. Liberal political commentators sigh with relief that Kissinger has barely been tainted, a bit of questionable wiretapping, but no close involvement in the Watergate shenanigans. Yet by any objective standards, the man is one of the great mass murderers of the modern period. He presided over the expansion of the war in Cambodia, with consequences that are now well known, and the vicious escalation of the bombing of rural Laos, not to speak of the atrocities committed in Vietnam, as he sought to achieve a victory of some sort for imperial power in Indochina. But he wasn't implicated in the burglary at the Watergate or in the undermining of Senator Ed Muskie, so his hands are clean. If we try to keep a sense of balance, the exposures of the past several months are analogous to the discovery that the directors of Murder Incorporated were also cheating on their income taxes. Reprehensible, to be sure, but hardly the main point. 10. The remaking of history. American imperialism has suffered a stunning defeat in Indochina. But the same forces are engaged in another war against a much less resilient enemy, the American people. Here, the prospects for success are much greater. The battleground is ideological, not military. At stake are the lessons to be drawn from the American war in Indochina. The outcome will determine the course and character of new imperial ventures. As the American-imposed regime in Saigon finally collapsed, Japan's leading newspaper, Asahi Shimbun, made the following editorial comment. The war in Vietnam has been, in every way, a war of national emancipation. The age in which any great power can suppress indefinitely the rise of nationalism has come to an end. The comment on the war in Vietnam is fairly accurate. The projection for the future, far too optimistic. The question is a critical one. The great powers surely do not take the American failure in Vietnam as an indication that they can no longer use force to suppress the rise of nationalism. In fact, during the period of its Vietnam debacle, the United States achieved some notable successes elsewhere, for example in Indonesia, Brazil, Chile, and the Dominican Republic. And the lessons of Vietnam surely do not teach our partners in détente that they must relax their brutal grip on their imperial domains. This chapter first appeared in Towards a New Cold War, U.S. Foreign Policy from Vietnam to Reagan, New York, Pantheon Books, 1982, New York, The New Press, 2003, 144-64. 142. The Essential Chomsky. Apologists for state violence understand very well that the general public has no real stake in imperial conquest and domination. The public costs of empire may run high, whatever the gains to dominant social and economic groups. Therefore the public must be aroused by jingoist appeals, or at least kept disciplined and submissive, if American force is to be readily available for global management. Here lies the task for the intelligentsia. If it is determined that we must, say, invade the Persian Gulf for the benefit of mankind, then there must be no emotional or moral objections from the unsophisticated masses, and surely no vulgar display of protest. The ideologists must guarantee that no wrong lessons are learned from the experience of the Indochina War and the resistance to it. During the Vietnam War, a vast gap opened between the nation's ideologists and a substantial body of public opinion. This gap must be closed if the world system is to be managed properly in coming years. Thus we are enjoined to avoid recriminations, and serious efforts will be made to restrict attention to questions that have no significance or long-term implications. It will be necessary to pursue the propaganda battle with vigor and enterprise to re-establish the basic principle that the use of force by the United States is legitimate, if only it can succeed. If America's Vietnam intervention is understood, as it properly must be, as a major crime against peace, then an ideological barrier will be erected against the future use of US force for global management. Hence those who are committed to the founding principles of American imperialism must ensure that such questions are never raised. They may concede the stupidity of American policy, and even its savagery, but not the illegitimacy inherent in the entire enterprise, the fact that this was a war of aggression waged by the United States, first against South Vietnam, and then the rest of Indochina. These issues must be excluded from current and future debate over the lessons of the debacle, because they go directly to the crucial matter of the resort to force and violence to guarantee a certain vision of global order. Pursuit of the forbidden questions leads to examination of the origins and causes of the American war. Elaborate documentation is now available, and the conclusions indicated seem to me fairly clear. It was feared, under the plausible assumptions of the more rational versions of the domino theory, that communist social and economic success in Indochina might cause the rot to spread to the rest of mainland Southeast Asia and perhaps beyond, to Indonesia and South Asia as well. In internal policy documents, the war planners wasted little time on the lurid variants of the domino theory served up to terrorize the public. What concerned them primarily was the remaking of history. 143. The demonstration effect, what was sometimes characterized as ideological successes. An egalitarian, modernizing revolutionary movement in one area might serve as a model elsewhere. The long-term effects, it was feared, might go so far as an accommodation between Japan, the major industrial power of the East, and Asian countries that had extricated themselves from the U.S. dominated global system. The end effect would be as if the United States had lost the Pacific War, which had been fought, in part, to prevent Japan from creating a new order from which the United States would be effectively excluded. Certainly the issues are more complex. I have examined them elsewhere in more detail. But this, I think, is the heart of the matter. It is possible to condemn American imperialism and yet remain within the framework of official ideology. This can be achieved by explaining imperialism in terms of some abstract will to power and dominion, again, a neutral category that does not relate to the actual structure of our social and economic system. Thus, an opponent of the Vietnam War can write that American involvement in Vietnam represented, more than anything else, the triumph of an expansionist and imperial interest. America's interventionist and counter-revolutionary policy is the expected response of an imperial power with a vital interest in maintaining an order that, apart from the material benefits this order confers, has become synonymous with a nation's vision of its role in history. But his criticism is not labeled irresponsible by mainstream scholarship and commentary, for he adds that in the manner of all imperial visions, the vision of a preponderant America was solidly rooted in the will to exercise dominion over others, however benign the intent of those who entertained the vision. The criticism is responsible because it presupposes benign intent and does not explore the nature of this dominion, which may therefore be understood as some socially neutral trait. A threat to dominant ideology arises only when this will to exercise dominion is analyzed in terms of its specific social and economic components and is related to the actual structure of power and control over institutions in American society. 3.1 Who raises these further questions must be excluded from polite discourse as a radical or Marxist or economic determinist or conspiracy theorist, not a sober commentator on serious issues. In short, there are ideologically permissible forms of opposition to imperial aggression. One may criticize the intellectual failures of planners, their moral failures, and even the generalized and abstract will to exercise dominion to which they have regrettably, but so understandably succumbed. But the principle that the United States may exercise force to guarantee a certain global order that will be open to the penetration and control of transnational corporations, that is beyond the bounds of polite discourse. 144. the Essential Chomsky. Accordingly, the American intelligentsia now face several major tasks. They must rewrite the history of the war to disguise the fact that it was, in essence, an American war against South Vietnam, a war of annihilation that spilled over to the rest of Indochina. And they must obscure the fact that this aggression was constrained and hampered by a mass movement of protest and resistance, which engaged in effective direct action outside the bounds of propriety, long before established political spokesmen proclaimed themselves to be its leaders. In a sum, they must ensure that all issues of principle are excluded from debate, so that no significant lessons will be drawn from the war. What conclusions, then, are to be drawn from the horrendous experience of Vietnam as the war draws to an end? There are those who regard the question as premature. The editors of the New York Times tell us that Cleo, the goddess of history, is cool and slow and elusive in her ways. Only later, much later, can history begin to make an assessment of the mixture of good and evil, of wisdom and folly, of ideals and illusions in the long Vietnam story. We must not try to preempt history's role. Rather, this is a time for humility and for silence and for prayer. April 5, 1975. There is at least one lesson that the Vietnam War should have taught even the most obtuse. It is a good idea to watch the performance of the free press with a cautious and skeptical eye. The editorial just cited is a case in point. The editors call for reason and restraint. Who can object? But let us look a little further. They go on. There are those Americans who believe that the war to preserve a non-communist, independent South Vietnam could have been waged differently. There are other Americans who believe that a viable, non-communist South Vietnam was always a myth and that its present military defeats confirm the validity of their political analysis. A decade of fierce polemics has failed to resolve this ongoing quarrel. We must be silent and pray as we await the verdict of history on this complex disagreement. The New York Times editors, in their humility, do not presume to deliver Cleo's verdict. But they are careful to define the issues properly. The Hawks allege that we could have won, while the Doves reply that victory was always beyond our grasp. As for the merits of these opposing views, which mark the limits of responsible thinking, we must await the judgment of history. There is, to be sure, a third logically possible position, regardless of Cleo's. The remaking of history. 145. Final judgment on the controversy between Hawks and the Doves. The United States simply had no legal or moral right to intervene in the internal affairs of Vietnam in the first place. It had no right to support the French effort to reconquer Indochina, or to attempt, successfully or not, to establish a viable, non-communist South Vietnam in violation of the 1954 Geneva Accords, or to use force and violence to preserve the regime it had imposed. The only judgment that Cleo is permitted to hand down is a judgment of tactics. Could we have won? Other questions might be imagined. Should we have won? Did we have the right to try? Were we engaged in criminal aggression? But these questions are excluded from the debate, as the New York Times sets the ground rules. There is method in the call for humility, silence, and prayer. Its manifest purpose is to restrict such controversy as may persist to questions of tactics, so that the basic principle of official ideology will stand alone among the states of the world. The United States has the authority to impose its rule by force. Correspondingly, the authentic peace movement, which challenged this basic doctrine, must be excluded from all future debate. Its position does not even enter into the complex disagreement that so troubles the editors of the New York Times. It is interesting that not a single letter was published challenging the remarkable editorial stand of the Times in these terms. I say published. At least one was sent, probably many more. The Times saw fit to publish quite a range of opinion in response to the editorial, including advocacy of nuclear bombardment, May 4, 1975. But there must, after all, be some limits in a civilized journal. The Times is not alone in trying to restrict discussion to the narrow and trivial issues formulated in its editorial. The Christian Science Monitor gives this assessment. Many voices, including this newspaper, regard the communist victory as a tragedy, believing the U.S. involvement in Vietnam to have been honorable, although the conduct of the war in both its political and military phases was fraught with mistakes and misjudgments. Others will argue, with equal cogency, that America should long ago have realized its mistakes and moved rapidly to extricate itself and permit the South Vietnamese to work things out for themselves. But surely there can be a unifying consensus. April 22nd. Note that the opposing view is assumed to share the Monitor's basic premises, while differing on a question of timing. In fact, this is the standard position put forth in the national media, with a few honorable exceptions. Criticism of state policy is always welcome, but it must remain within civi. 146. The Essential Chomsky. Lies bounds. An R.F. Schlesinger may express his skepticism with regard to Joseph Alsop's prediction that the American war will succeed, but he goes on to stress that we all pray that Mr. Alsop will be right. It is obvious, without discussion, that any right-thinking person must pray for the victory of American arms. As Schlesinger explained in 1967, American policy may yet succeed, in which event we may all be saluting the wisdom and statesmanship of the American government in conducting a war that was turning Vietnam into a land of ruin and wreck. But he thought success to be unlikely. Had he gone on to urge that the United States abandon its failed enterprise, the Monitor would concede, in retrospect, that this extreme proposal had cogency equal to its own. The Washington Post has perhaps been the most consistent critic of the war among the national media. Consider, then, its editorial response to the termination of the war. In an April 30th editorial entitled Deliverance, the Post insists that we can afford the luxury of a debate over the meaning of this particular agony. Americans should develop a larger judgment of the war as a whole, but it must be a balanced judgment, including both the positive and negative elements. For if much of the actual conduct of Vietnam policy over the years was wrong and misguided, even tragic, it cannot be denied that some part of the purpose of that policy was right and defensible. Specifically, it was right to hope that the people of South Vietnam would be able to decide on their own form of government and social order. The American public is entitled, indeed obligated, to explore how good impulses came to be transmuted into bad policy, but we cannot afford to cast out all remembrance of that earlier impulse. For the fundamental lesson of Vietnam surely is not that we as a people are intrinsically bad, but rather that we are capable of error, and on a gigantic scale. That is the spirit in which the post-mortems on Vietnam ought now to go forward. Not just the absence of recrimination, but also the presence of insight and honesty is required to bind up the nation's wounds. Note again the crucial words wrong, misguided, tragic, error. That is as far as insight and honesty can carry us in reaching our judgment. The Post encourages us to recall that some part of the purpose of our policy in Vietnam was right and defensible, namely, our early effort to help the people of South Vietnam to decide on their own form of government and social order. Surely we must agree that it is right and defensible to help people to achieve this end. But exactly when was this early impulse revealed in action? Let us try to date it more precisely, recalling on the way some of the crucial facts about the war. Was it in the pre-1954 period that we were trying to help the people of the remaking of history? 147. South Vietnam in this way? That can hardly be what the Post editors have in mind. At that time, the United States was backing the French in their effort to reconquer Indochina. 5 As Truman's Secretary of State, D. Nixon, noted, success in this effort depends, in the end, on overcoming opposition of indigenous population. The Vietnamese resistance forces were led by Ho Chi Minh, whose appeals for American assistance had been rebuffed. No one had the slightest doubt that he had immense popular support as the leader of Vietnamese national forces. But, Aikson explained, question whether Ho is as much nationalist as commie is irrelevant. He is an outright commie. We must therefore help the French who are determined, in Aikson's phrase, to protect Indochina from further commie encroachments. Nothing here about helping the people of South Vietnam to determine their own fate. Perhaps it was after the Geneva Accords that our early impulse flourished. Hardly a plausible contention. The ink was barely dry on the agreements when the National Security Council adopted a general program of subversion to undermine the political settlement, explicitly reserving the right, subject to congressional approval, to use military force to defeat local communist subversion or rebellion not constituting armed attack, that is, in direct violation of the supreme law of the land. Such force might be used either locally or against the external source of such subversion or rebellion, including Communist China if determined to be the source. The U.S.-backed Diem regime launched a violent and bloody repression, in defiance of the accords that we had pledged to uphold, in an effort to destroy the Southern forces that had participated in defeating French colonialism. This slaughter appeared to be fairly successful, but by 1959 the former Viet Minh forces, abandoning their hope that the Geneva Accords would be implemented, returned to armed struggle, evoking the predictable wail of protest in Washington. Surely, then, this was not the period when the United States showed its deep concern for the right of the South Vietnamese people to self-determination. Perhaps the Post is referring to the early 1960s, when U.S. officials estimated that about half the population of South Vietnam supported the National Liberation Front, NLF, and, in the words of the Pentagon Papers historian, only the Viet Cong had any real support and influence on a broad base in the countryside, where 80% of the population lived. President Kennedy dispatched U.S. forces to suppress the subversion or rebellion that was bringing about the collapse of the Diem regime, which was described in the Pentagon Papers as essentially the creation of the United States. By 1962, U.S. pilots were flying 30% of the combat missions, attacking Viet Cong guerrillas and the population that supported them. The local forces organized, trained, advised, and supplied by the United States under 148. The Essential Chomsky shook to remove more than one-third of the population by force to strategic hamlets, where, in the phrase of the administration's leading dove, Roger Hilsman, they would have a free choice between the government and the Viet Cong. This magnanimous effort failed, Hilsman explains, because of inefficient police work. It was never possible to eradicate the Viet Cong political agents from the hamlets where the population was concentrated. How could a person exercise a free choice between the government and the Viet Cong when the Viet Cong agents, his brothers or cousins, had not been eliminated? 6. Plainly, we may dismiss the possibility that this was the period in question. After the coup that overthrew Diem in November 1963, South Vietnam was finally on its way to democracy, according to official propaganda. But this period, unfortunately, is not a likely candidate for the Post's Award for Good Behavior. 7 through 1964 the NLF was offering a settlement on the Laotian model, with a coalition government and a neutralist program. Meanwhile the United States was maneuvering desperately to avoid what internal documents refer to as premature negotiations. The reason, as explained by U.S. government scholar Douglas Pike, was that the non-communists in South Vietnam, with the possible exception of the Buddhists, could not risk entering a coalition, fearing that if they did the whale would swallow the minnow. As for the Buddhists, that is, the politically organized Buddhist groups, General Westmoreland explained in September of that year they were not acting in the interests of the nation. As Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge later saw it, according to the Pentagon historian, The Buddhists were equivalent to card-carrying communists. The United States' position was that the two substantial political forces in the South, the Southern Whale and the Buddhists, must be prevented from deciding on their own form of government and social order. Only the United States understood the interests of the nation. Thus, the United States tried to nourish its minnow, which at that point was General Can and the Armed Forces Council. As Ambassador Lodge explained, the generals are all we have got. The armed forces, Ambassador Maxwell Taylor elaborated, were the only component of Vietnamese society which could serve as a stabilizing force. By January 1965, even the minnow was slipping from the American grasp. According to Ambassador Taylor's memoirs, the U.S. government had lost confidence in Can by late January 1965. Can, he writes, was a great disappointment. He might have been the George Washington of his country, but he lacked character and integrity, and was therefore told to get lost a few weeks later. Can's lack of character and integrity was clearly revealed that fateful January. He was moving then towards a dangerous Can. The remaking of history. 149. Buddhist alliance which might eventually lead to an unfriendly government with which we could not work, Taylor explained. Actually, there was more to it than that. Can apparently was also close to a political settlement with the NLF. Speaking in Paris on South Vietnam Day, January 26, 1975, General Can stated, as he had before, that foreign interference had aborted his hopes for national reconciliation and concord between the belligerent parties in South Vietnam 10 years earlier. In support of this contention, he released the text of a letter sent to him on January 28, 1965, by Hang Dan Phat, then Vice President of the Central Committee of the NLF, in reply to an earlier letter of Can's. Phat affirmed his support for Can's express demand that the U.S. must let South Vietnam settle the problems of South Vietnam and his stand against foreign intervention in South Vietnam's domestic affairs. He expressed the willingness of the NLF to join Can in combat for national sovereignty and independence, and against foreign intervention. These negotiations would have led to unity against the United States and an end to the war, Can stated. But within a month of this interchange, I was forced to leave my country, as a result of foreign pressure. In late January, according to the Pentagon Papers, General Westmoreland obtained his first authority to use U.S. forces for combat within South Vietnam, including authority to use U.S. jet aircraft in a strike role in emergencies, 3 years after U.S. pilots began to participate in the bombing of South Vietnam. The timing was not accidental. To avert a political settlement among South Vietnamese, the United States undertook the regular, systematic bombing of South Vietnam in February, at more than triple the level of the more publicized bombing of the North, and not long after, an American expeditionary force invaded South Vietnam. In short, the period from the Diem coup to the outright U.S. invasion of early 1965 can hardly be described as a time when the United States acted on its early impulse to help the people of South Vietnam to decide their own future. What about the period after February 1965? Here, the question is merely obscene. In January 1973, Nixon and Kissinger were compelled to accept the peace proposals that they had sought to modify the preceding November, after the presidential elections. Perhaps this marks the beginning of the period to which the Post editors are referring. Again, the facts demonstrate clearly that this cannot be the period in question. 9. It must be, then, that the last days of the war mark the period when the United States sought to contribute to self-determination in South Vietnam. In fact, the editors of the Post tell us that the last stage of an era-long American 150. The Essential Chomsky involvement in Vietnam was distinctive, because during that brief stage the United States acted with notable responsibility and care, removing Americans and thousands of Vietnamese. The United States also, in the last days, made what seems to us an entirely genuine and selfless attempt to facilitate a political solution that would spare the Vietnamese further suffering. Very touching. Granting, for the sake of discussion, the sincerity of this genuine and selfless attempt, this certainly proves that our involvement in Vietnam was a mixture of good and evil, and that some part of the purpose of U.S. policy was right and defensible, specifically, our early impulse to help the people of South Vietnam to decide on their own form of government and social order. Let the debate go forward, then, without recriminations and with insight and honesty, as we proceed to bind up the nation's wounds, recognizing that we are capable of tragic error, but insisting on our good impulses which came to be transmuted into bad policy by some incomprehensible irony of history. The U.S. government was partially defeated in Vietnam, but only bruised at home. Its intellectual elite is therefore free to interpret recent history without any need for self-examination. In the current flood of essays on the lessons of Vietnam, one finds very little honest self-appraisal. James Reston explains the truth about the recent disaster in the following terms. The truth is that the United States government, in addition to its own mistakes, was deceived by both the North Vietnamese, who broke the Paris Agreements, and by the South Vietnamese, who broke the Paris Agreements, and then gave up most of their country without advance notice. New York Times, April 4, 1975. The United States commits mistakes, but the Vietnamese, North and South, are guilty of crimes, breaking agreements that they had undertaken to uphold. The facts are a little different. As the Paris Agreements were signed, the White House announced that it would reject every major principle expressed in the scrap of paper that the United States was forced to sign in Paris. Then, the United States proceeded to support the regime in its announced efforts to violate the agreements by massive repression within its domains and military action to conquer the remainder of South Vietnam. In the summer of 1974, U.S. officials expressed their great pleasure of the success of these efforts, noting that the regime had succeeded in conquering some 15% of the territory administered by the PRG, making effective use of the enormous advantage in firepower it enjoyed thanks to the bounty. The remaking of history. 151. Of the United States. They looked forward with enthusiasm to still further successes. 11. But none of this counts as an American violation of the Paris Agreements. It is only the evil Vietnamese, North and South, who are guilty of such crimes. This is a matter of a doctrine. Facts are irrelevant. Furthermore, our Vietnamese not only broke the Paris Agreements, but also gave up most of their country without giving us advance notice. Reston complains that the government didn't even give Mr. Ford a chance to be fair at the end. It just ordered the retreat, called in the television cameras, and blamed America for the human wreckage of its own failures. How ungrateful and unworthy are these Vietnamese. Ford, in his innocence, was again deceived. He was almost unfair to his own country, for he left the impression that somehow the United States was responsible for the carnage in Southeast Asia. That we should be so falsely accused. After many years, one expects nothing different from this worthy pundit. Let us turn, then, to the Times's most outspoken dove, Anthony Lewis, a serious and effective critic of the war in the 1970s. Summing up the history of the war, he concludes. The early American decision on Indochina can be regarded as blundering efforts to do good. But by 1969 it was clear to most of the world, and most Americans, that the intervention had been a disastrous mistake. Congress and most of the American people know now that intervention in Southeast Asia was a mistake from the beginning, that the idea of building a nation on the American model in South Vietnam was a delusion, that it did not work and that no amount of arms or dollars or blood could ever make it work. Only Ford and Kissinger have failed to learn the lessons of folly. The lesson of Vietnam is that deceit does not pay, It may have worked in some other century or some other country, but in the United States at the end of the 20th century it cannot. Thus a crucial element at the end was the same one that caused disaster all along: deception by American officials, deception of others and ourselves. This should afford insight into what went wrong in general. He quotes with approval the judgment of the London Sunday Times: "The massive lies involved in the Asian policy have done as much to damage American society and America's reputation as the failure of the policy itself." 12. The lesson, then, is that we should avoid mistakes and lies, and keep to policies that succeed and are honestly portrayed. If only our early efforts to do good had not been so blundering, they would have been legitimate. 152. The Essential Chomsky. This includes, one must assume, such efforts to do good as our support for the Daimist repression after 1954, or the combat operations of the early 1960s by U.S. forces and the troops they trained and controlled, or the strategic Hamlet program, or the bombing of more than 100,000 Montagnards into safe areas in 1962, and on, and on. Recall Bernard Fall's estimate that by April 1965, before the first North Vietnamese battalion was detected in the south, more than 160,000 Viet Cong had fallen under the crushing weight of American armor, napalm, jet bombers and, finally, vomiting gases. 13. But all of these were blundering efforts to do good, though by 1969 we should have seen that the intervention was a disastrous mistake. Finally, consider the thoughts of T.R.B. Richard Strout, the regular commentator of the New Republic, April 25. He writes from Paris, where he has been visiting monuments that record Hitler's crimes. The emotional impact is overwhelming. "I hated the maniac Hitler crew. I could never forgive the Germans. But," he continues, "other nations have you lost their senses too? Was this not the land of the guillotine? And then, of course, I thought of Vietnam. At last, someone is willing to contemplate the criminal nature of the American war. But not for long." The next sentence reads, "It was not wickedness, it was stupidity. It was one of the greatest blunders of our history." There is a message: watching the long tragedy in living color has been a chastening experience, but the act of bravery is to face up to it. If we can do so, perhaps there will be the dawn of a new maturity, a coming of age. Our bravery, however, can go only so far. Our new maturity cannot tolerate the questioning of our fundamental decency. Since T.R.B. recalls the maniac Hitler crew, perhaps we may go on to recall the self-judgment of the Nazi criminals whom he so passionately detests. We might recall the words of Heinrich Himmler, speaking of the massacre of the Jews. To have gone through this and, except for instances of human weakness, to have remained decent, that has made us tough. This is an unwritten, never to be written, glorious page of our history. 14. By Himmler's standards, the toughness of the American government must be exalted indeed. We have gone through this, and yet remained decent. Blundering perhaps, but fundamentally decent. And if anyone doubts our toughness, let them ask the Cambodians. We did, of course, have our instances of human weakness. By our standards, My Lai was such an instance. The criminals were dealt with properly in a demonstration of our system of justice. It is true that we did not apply X. The remaking of history. 153. Actually, the same standards that were brought to bear in the case of General Yamashita, hanged for crimes committed by troops over whom he had no control in the last months of the Philippine campaign. But at least Lieutenant Cawley spent some time under house arrest. The long arm of justice, however, does not reach as far as those responsible, say, for Operation Speedy Express in the Delta province of Can Ho in early 1969, which succeeded in massacring 11,000 of those South Vietnamese whose right to self-determination he was so vigorously defending, capturing 750 weapons and destroying the political and social structure established by the NLF. This operation was more than merely decent. The performance of this division has been magnificent, General Abrams rhapsodized. In promoting its commander. 15 We can be sure that the custodians of history will place these glorious pages in our history in the proper light. Our own respectable devs share some fundamental assumptions with the Hawks. The US government is honorable. It may make mistakes, but it does not commit crimes. It is continually deceived and often foolish. We are so naive and idealistic in our dealings with our allies and dependencies, Chester Cooper remarks, but it is never wicked. Crucially, it does not act on the basis of the perceived self-interest of dominant social groups, as other states do. One of the difficulties of explaining American policy, Ambassador Charles Bolin explained at Columbia University in 1969, is that our policy is not rooted in any national material interest of the United States, as most foreign policies of other countries in the past have been. 16 Only those who are radical or irresponsible or emotional and thus quite beyond the pale will insist on applying to the United States the intellectual and moral standards that are taken for granted when we analyze and evaluate the behavior of officially designated enemies or, for that matter, any other power. It is a highly important fact that the majority of the American people strayed beyond the bounds of legitimate criticism regarding the war as immoral, not merely a tactical error. The intellectuals, however, generally remained more submissive to official ideology, consistent with their social role. This is evident from commentary in the press and academic scholarship. The polls revealed a negative correlation between educational level and opposition to the war, specifically, principled opposition, that is, advocacy of withdrawal of American forces. The correlation has been obscured by the fact that visible and articulate opposition to the war, not surprisingly, disproportionately involved more privileged social strata. The greater subservience of the intelligentsia to state ideology is also demonstrated in a recent study of the American intellectual elite. 17. If one is willing to tolerate this absurd concept for the sake of discussion, the study reveals, as should have been anticipated, that these more subtle thinkers generally opposed the war on Prague. 154. The Essential Chomsky. Matic grounds. Translating to more honest terms, the intellectual elite generally felt that we couldn't get away with it, at least after the Tet Offensive, or that the cost was too high, for some, the cost to the victims. The essential features of US policy in Indochina were clearly illustrated in the final incident of the American War, the Mayaguez incident. On May 12, 1975, the U.S. merchant ship Mayaguez was intercepted by Cambodian patrol boats within 3 miles of a Cambodian island, according to Cambodia, within 7 miles, according to the ship's captain. Shortly after midnight, U.S. Eastern Daylight Time, on May 14, U.S. planes sank 3 Cambodian gunboats. That afternoon, the Secretary-General of the United Nations requested the parties to refrain from acts of force. At 7:07 p.m., Cambodian radio announced that the ship would be released. A few minutes later, Marines attacked Tang Island and boarded the deserted ship nearby. At 10:45 p.m., a boat approached the U.S. destroyer Wilson with the crew of the Mayaguez aboard. Shortly after, U.S. planes attacked the mainland. A second strike against civilian targets took place 43 minutes after the captain of the Wilson reported to the White House that the crew of the Mayaguez was safe. U.S. Marines were withdrawn after heavy fighting. The Pentagon announced that its largest bomb, 15,000 pounds, had been used. The operation cost the lives of 41 Americans, according to the Pentagon, 50 wounded, along with an unknown number of Cambodians. A few days later, in an incident barely noted in the press, the U.S. Coast Guard boarded the Polish trawler Kalmar and forced its shore in San Francisco. The ship was allegedly fishing 2 miles within the 12-mile limit established by the United States. The crew was confined to the ship under armed guard as a court pondered the penalty, which might include sale of the ship and its cargo. There have been many similar incidents. In 1 week of January 1975, Ecuador reportedly seized 7 American tuna boats, some up to 100 miles at sea, imposing heavy fines. President Ford stated in a May 19 interview that the United States was aware that Cambodian gunboats has intercepted a Panamanian and a South Korean ship a few days before the Mayaguez incident, then releasing the ships and crews unharmed. Kissinger alleged that the United States had informed insurance companies that Cambodia was defending its coastal waters, but the president of the American Institute of Marine Underwriters was unable to verify any such forewarning. Evidently, the Colma and Mayaguez incidents are not comparable. Cambodia had just emerged from a brutal war, for which the United States bears direct responsibility. For 20 years, Cambodia had been the victim of U.S. subversion, harassment, devastating air attacks, and direct invasion. Cambodia announced that hostile U.S. actions were still continuing, including the remaking of history. 155. Espionage flights and subversive, sabotage and destructive activities and penetration of coastal waters by U.S. spy ships engaged in espionage activities there almost daily. Thai and Cambodian nationals had been landed, Cambodia alleged, to contact espionage agents, and had confessed that they were in the employ of the CIA. Whether these charges were true or not, there can be no doubt that Cambodia had ample reason, based on history and perhaps current actions, to be wary of U.S. subversion and intervention. In contrast, Poland poses no threat to the security or territorial integrity of the United States. According to Kissinger, the United States decided to use military force to avoid a humiliating discussion, failing to add that the supreme law of the land obliges the United States to limit itself to humiliating discussion and other peaceful means if it perceives a threat to peace and security. Aware of its legal obligations, the United States informed the United Nations Security Council that it was exercising the inherent right of self-defense against armed attack, though evidently it is ludicrous to describe the Cambodian action as an armed attack against the United States in the sense of international law. Despite official denials, the American military actions were clearly punitive in intent. The Washington Post reported, May 17, that U.S. sources privately conceded that they were gratified to see the Khmer Rouge government hit hard. Cambodia had to be punished for its insolence in withstanding the armed might of the United States. The domestic response indicated that the illegal resort to violence will continue to enjoy liberal support, if only it can succeed, assuming that we regard the loss of 41 Marines to save 39 crewmen who were about to be released as success. Senator Kennedy stated that the president's firm and successful action gave an undeniable and needed lift to the nation's spirit, and he deserves our genuine support. 18. That everyone's spirits were lifted by still another blow at Cambodia may be doubted. Still, this reaction, from the senator who had been most closely concerned with the human impact of the American war, is important and revealing. Senator Mansfield explained that Ford's political triumph weakens anti-militarist forces in Congress. Supporting his conclusion, on May 20 the House voted overwhelmingly against reducing American troop commitments overseas. House Majority Leader Thomas P. O'Neill reversed his earlier support for troop reductions. There were a few honorable voices of protest. Anthony Lewis observed that for all the bluster and righteous talk of principle, it is impossible to imagine the United States behaving that way toward anyone other than a weak, ruined country of little yellow people who have frustrated us. On the liberal wing of the mainstream, John Osborne chided Lewis in the New Republic, June 7, for his failure to see some good and gain in the 156. The Essential Chomsky Mayaguez incident. Osborne himself felt that the president acted properly, legally, courageously, and as necessity required. There were, to be sure, some flaws. One of these flaws, disturbing, avoidable, and to be deplored, was the tentative plan to use B-52s. But our honor was saved, according to Osborne, when the plan was rejected partly because of predictable domestic and world reaction and partly because heavy bombing would almost certainly have worsened rather than bettered the lot of the Mayagas crewmen. Another possible consideration comes to mind: bombing of defenseless Cambodia with B-52s, once again, would have constituted another major massacre of the Cambodian people. But no such thoughts trouble the mind or conscience of this austere tribune of the people, who sternly rebuked those journalistic thumbsuckers who raised questions in the wrong manner and tone in a disgrace to journalism. Top administration officials informed the press that it was Henry Kissinger who advocated bombing the Cambodian mainland with B-52s during the recent crisis over the captured ship Mayagas. Thankfully, he was overruled by others more humane, who felt that carrier-based bombers would be punishment enough. The incident reveals the basic elements in U.S. policy toward Indochina: lawlessness, savagery, and stupidity, but not complete stupidity, as one can see from the success in arousing jingoist sentiments at home. The crucial matter is lawlessness, in the specific sense of violating the principle that force may not be used for any purpose except for genuine self-defense against armed attack. The significance of this matter is obvious if only from the fact that it is so generally excluded from discussion of the lessons of Vietnam and the mass media, the journals of opinion, and, we may safely predict, academic scholarship. Within the ideological institutions, the mass media, the schools, and the universities, there is every reason to expect that the task of excluding these issues will be carried out with a fair measure of success. Whether these efforts will succeed in restoring the conformism and submissiveness of earlier years remains to be seen. The Post editorial was certainly correct in denying that we as a people are intrinsically bad. In fact, we as a people recognized that the war was something more than a mistake. In 1965, teach-ins, demonstrations, town forums, extensive lobbying, and other forms of protest reached substantial proportions, and by 1967 there were enormous mass demonstrations, large-scale draft resistance, and other forms of non-violent civil disobedience. Not long after, the American political leadership came to understand why imperial powers have generally relied on mercenaries to fight brutal colonial wars, as the remaking of history. 157. The conscript army, much to its credit, began to disintegrate in the field. By 1971, to judge by the polls, 2/3 of the population regarded the war as immoral and called for the withdrawal of American troops. Thus we as a people were, by then, neither doves nor hawks in the sense of responsible editorial opinion and the overwhelming majority of the political commentators. It has become a matter of critical importance to reverse the ideological defeats of the past decade and to re-establish the doctrine that the United States is entitled to use force and violence to impose order as it sees fit. Some propagandists are willing to put the matter quite crudely. Thus Kissinger, in his academic days, wrote of the great risks if there is no penalty for intransigence. But there are more subtle and effective means. The best, no doubt, is to reconstruct somehow the shattered image of the United States as a public benefactor. Hence the emphasis on our naivety, our blunders, our early impulses to do good, our moralism and lack of concern for the material interests that dominate the policy of other powers. Where this doctrine is not blandly asserted in foreign policy debate, it is insinuated. Consider, as a crucial case in point, the current debate over the use of military force to ensure American control over the world's major energy resources in the Middle East, and thus to maintain our capacity to control and organize the free world. For the moment, the debate over such intervention is the pastime of intellectuals. But the situation is unstable. No one can predict what the future may bring. Within the narrow spectrum of responsible opinion, there is room for disagreement over the tactical question of how American hegemony is to be established, in the Middle East or elsewhere. Some feel that force is necessary to guarantee American interests. 20 others conclude that economic power and normal business procedures will suffice. No serious question may be raised, however, concerning our right to intervene, or the benevolent purposes that will guide such moves, if we are forced to counteract the aggression of the oil-producing countries against the economies of the developing and developed worlds. 21. It comes as no surprise, then, to discover that in the current debate over U.S. intervention in the Arabian Peninsula, it is generally accepted on all sides that after having successfully established its rule, the United States will guarantee a fair and equitable distribution of Middle East oil. The proposition that the United States will or might act in this way is rarely questioned. But consider now the basis for this tacit assumption. Is it an induction from the historical record? That is, can we found this belief on American conduct in the past with regard to its agricultural resources or raw materials or the products of its industrial plant? When the United States dominated world trade in oil, did it use its power to guarantee that its European allies, for example, would benefit? 158. The Essential Chomsky. From the low production cost of Middle Eastern petroleum, these questions are hardly worth discussing. Of course, it might be argued that the leopard will, for some reason, change its spots. But then, we might speculate that the Arab oil producers are no less likely to use their control over petroleum to ensure a fair and equitable distribution. The Arab oil producers, for example, expend a far greater proportion of their GNP for foreign aid than the United States or other industrial powers have ever done, and a far larger proportion of their aid goes to poorer countries. 22 Thus, if history is a guide, perhaps we should encourage Saudi Arabia and Kuwait to conquer Texas, rather than debating the merits of an American invasion of the Middle East. In fact, the whole discussion suggests a dangerous case of advanced cretinism. What is remarkable about the recent debate is that it proceeds at all, given the absurdity of the hidden premise. Nothing could indicate more clearly how wedded the intelligentsia remain to the doctrine of American benevolence, and the corollary principle that the United States is entitled to resort to force and violence to maintain global order if only we can succeed, and, as the more sensitive will add, if only we are not too brutal about it. The entire American record in Indochina can be captured in the three words lawlessness, savagery, and stupidity in that order. From the outset, it was understood, and explicitly affirmed, at the highest level of policy making, that the U.S. intervention in South Vietnam and elsewhere was to be pursued in defiance of any legal barrier to the use of force in international affairs. Given the indigenous strength and courage of the South Vietnamese resistance, the United States was compelled to undertake a war of annihilation to destroy the society in which it gained its support, the society controlled by the Viet Cong, in the terminology of the propagandists. The United States partially succeeded in this aim, but was never able to construct a viable client regime out of the wreckage. When Washington was no longer able to call out the B-52s, the whole rotten structure collapsed from within. In the end, the interests of American ruling groups were damaged, in Southeast Asia, in the United States itself, and throughout the world. Lawlessness led to savagery in the face of resistance to aggression. And in retrospect, the failure of the project may be attributed, in part, to stupidity. Intellectual apologists for state violence, including those who describe themselves as doves, will naturally focus on the stupidity, alleging that the war was a tragic error, a case of worthy impulse transmuted into bad policy, perhaps because of the personal failings of a generation of political leaders and incompetent advisers. Stupidity is a politically neutral category, if American. The remaking of history. 159. Policy was stupid, as in retrospect all can see it was, then the remedy is to find smarter policymakers, presumably the critics. Some opponents of the war were appalled by the savagery of the American attack. Even such a prominent hawk as Bernard Fall turned against the war in the belief that Vietnam was unlikely to survive as a cultural and historic entity under the American model of counter-revolutionary violence. It is true that the Nazi-like barbarity of U.S. war policy was the most salient and unforgettable feature of the war, in South Vietnam and elsewhere in Indochina. But savagery too is a politically neutral category. If the American leadership was sadistic, as it surely was, the remedy, it will be argued, is to find people who will pursue the same policies in a more humane fashion. The more critical matter is the lawlessness, specifically the resort to force to maintain a stable world order primarily in the interests of those who claim the right to manage the global economy. Suppose that the system of thought control re-establishes the doctrine that the United States remains exempt from the principles we correctly but hypocritically invoke in condemning the resort to force and terror on the part of others. Then the basis is laid for the next stage of imperial violence and aggression. As long as these doctrines hold sway, there is every reason to expect a reenactment of the tragedy of Vietnam. 11. Foreign policy and the intelligentsia. So it would seem that our repeated interventions, covert and overt, in Latin America and elsewhere, our brutal assault on the Vietnamese people, not to mention our benign inattentiveness to the abolition of democracy in Greece by a few crummy colonels wholly dependent on American arms and loans, are all mere accidents or mistakes perhaps. Philip Raff, New York Review of Books, October 12, 1967. If we hope to understand anything about the foreign policy of any state, it is a good idea to begin by investigating the domestic social structure who sets foreign policy. What interests do these people represent? What is the domestic source of their power? It is a reasonable surmise that the policy that evolves will reflect the special interests of those who design it. An honest study of history well revealed that this natural expectation is quite generally fulfilled. The evidence is overwhelming, in my opinion, that the United States is no exception to the general rule, a thesis that is often characterized as a radical critique, in a curious intellectual move to which I will return. Some attention to the historical record, as well as common sense, leads to a second reasonable expectation. In every society there will emerge a cast of. This chapter first appeared in Human Rights and American Foreign Policy, Nottingham, Spokesman, 1978, and reprinted in Towards a New Cold War, U.S. Foreign Policy from Vietnam to Reagan, New York, Pantheon Books, 1982, New York, The New Press, 2003, 86-114. Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 161. Propagandists who labor to disguise the obvious, to conceal the actual workings of power, and to spin a web of mythical goals and purposes, utterly benign, that allegedly guide national policy. A typical thesis of the propaganda system is that the nation is an agent in international affairs, not special groups within it, and that the nation is guided by certain ideals and principles, all of them noble. Sometimes the ideals miscarry, because there are bad leadership or the complexities and ironies of history. But any horror, any atrocity will be explained away as an unfortunate, or sometimes tragic, deviation from the national purpose. A subsidiary thesis is that the nation is not an active agent, but rather responds to threats posed to its security, or to order and stability, by awesome and evil outside forces. Again, the United States is no exception to the general rule. If it is exceptional at all, its uniqueness lies in the fact that intellectuals tend to be so eager to promulgate the state religion and to explain away whatever happens as tragic error or inexplicable deviation from our most deeply held ideals. In this respect, the United States is perhaps unusual, at least among the industrial democracies. In the midst of the worst horrors of the American war in Vietnam, there was always a Sydney hook to dismiss the unfortunate accidental loss of life or the unintended consequences of military action. 1. As B-52s carried out systematic carpet bombing in the densely populated Mekong Delta in South Vietnam, or other similar exercises of what Arthur Schlesinger once described as our general program of international goodwill, referring to United States Vietnam policy in 1954. 2. There are many similar examples. Here is one case, not untypical. William V. Shannon, liberal commentator for the New York Times, explains how in trying to do good, we have been living beyond our moral resources and have fallen into hypocrisy and self-righteousness. 3. A few passages convey the flavor. For a quarter century, the United States has been trying to do good, encourage political liberty, and promote social justice in the Third World. But in Latin America, where we have traditionally been a friend and protector, and in Asia, where we have made the most painful sacrifices of our young men and our wealth, our relationships have mostly proved to be a recurring source of sorrow, waste and tragedy. Thus, through economic assistance and the training of anti-guerrilla army teams, we have been intervening with the best of motives in Latin America. But benevolence, intelligence and hard work have proved not to be enough. Chile demonstrates the problem, where with the best of motives, by intervening in this complicated situation, the CIA implicated the United States in the unexpected sequel of a grim military dictatorship that employs torture and has destroyed the very freedom and liberal institutions we were trying to protect. 162. The Essential Chomsky. And so on. He concludes that we must observe Reinhold Niebuhr's warning that no nation or individual, even the most righteous, is good enough to fulfill God's purposes in history, not even the United States, that paragon of righteousness and selfless benevolence, which had been a friend and protector for so long in Nicaragua and Guatemala, and had made such painful sacrifices for the peasants of Indochina in the preceding 25 years. We must therefore be more constrained in our efforts to advance our moral ideals, or we will be trapped in ironic paradoxes as our efforts to fulfill God's purposes lead to unexpected sequels. Had these words been written 20 years earlier, they would have been disgraceful enough. That they should appear in September 1974 surpasses belief, or would do so were it not that such depraved submissiveness to the state propaganda system is so typical of substantial segments of the liberal intelligentsia as virtually to go unnoticed. It is commonly believed that an adversary relationship developed between the government and the intelligentsia during the Vietnam War. We read, for example, that most American intellectuals have since Vietnam come to believe that the exercise of American power is immoral and that a new convergence is emerging now around a new objective, the dismantling of American power throughout the world. For this is sheer myth, akin to the belief that the media have become a notable new source of national power, opposed to the state. 5. In fact, through the war and since, the national media remained properly subservient to the basic principles of the state propaganda system, with a few exceptions. 6. As one would expect from major corporations. They raised a critical voice when rational imperialists determined that the Vietnam enterprise should be limited or liquidated, or when powerful interests were threatened, as in the Watergate episode. 7. As for the intellectuals, while it is true that an articulate and principled opposition to the war developed, primarily among students, it never passed quite limited bounds. Illusions to the contrary are common, and are fostered often by those who are so frightened by any sign of weakening of ideological controls that they respond with hysteria and vast exaggeration. Critics of new initiatives in strategic weapons development are commonly denounced for their call for unilateral disarmament. Correspondingly, the call for a pragmatic retreat from the exuberant interventionism of earlier years is transmuted into a demand for the dismantling of American power throughout the world. 8. A typical version of the dominant pragmatic position is presented by columnist Joseph Graft, commenting on Kissinger's diplomacy and the reaction to it. Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 163. The balance of power approach was acceptable as long as it worked. More specifically, while the Vietnam War lasted, particularly while chances of an indecisive or happy end seemed open, the Kissinger diplomacy commanded general approval. But the debacle in Vietnam showed that the United States has broken with its traditional policy of selflessly supporting the good guys. It demonstrated that American policymakers had used all the dirty tricks in the game on behalf of the baddies. 9. Note the curious reasoning. Our clients become baddies when they lose, and our tricks become dirty when they fail. Kraft's comment is characteristic in its reference to our alleged traditional policy and is accurate in noting that Kissinger's attempt to maintain an American client regime in South Vietnam in explicit violation of the 1973 Paris Agreements did command substantial support until events revealed that it could not succeed. 10. In a revealing study of public attitudes toward the Vietnam War, Bruce Andrews discusses the well-documented fact that lower status groups tended to be less willing than others to support government policy. 11. One reason, he suggests, is that with less formal education, political attentiveness, and media involvement, they were saved from the full brunt of Cold War appeals during the 1950s and were, as a result, inadequately socialized into the anti-communist worldview. His observation is apt. There are only two avenues of escape from the awesome American propaganda machine. One way is to escape formal education and media involvement, with a commitment to the state propaganda system. The second is to struggle to extract the facts that are scattered in the flood of propaganda, while searching for exotic sources not considered fit for the general public, needless to say, a method available to very few. In discussing the intellectuals, we may invoke a distinction sometimes drawn between the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals and the value-oriented intellectuals, in the terminology of the study of the Trilateral Commission cited above. 12. The technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals at home are the good guys, who make the system work and raise no annoying questions. If they oppose government policy, they do so on pragmatic grounds, like the bulk of the American intellectual elite. Their occasional technical objections are hard political analysis in contrast to the moralism or dreamy utopianism of people who raise objections of principle to the course of policy. 13. As for the value-oriented intellectuals, who devote themselves to the derogation of leadership, the challenging of authority, and the unmasking and delegitimation of established institutions, they constitute a challenge to democratic government which is, potentially at least, as serious as those posed in the past by the aristocratic cliques, fascist. 164. The Essential Chomsky movements, and communist parties, in the judgment of the trilateral scholars. Much of the current writing on the time of troubles in the 1960s is a variation on the same theme, and a fantastic history of the period is in the process of creation, to be exposed, perhaps, by the revisionist historians of a future generation. A variant of the trilateral argument, not uncommon, is that the American commitment to democracy is being undermined by analyzers, generally from the liberal and left part of the political spectrum, which assert that concern for democracy has played no role in American foreign policy. 14. In fact, a strong case can be made, and often is made, by no means from the left, that it is only when her own concept of democracy, closely identified with private, capitalistic enterprise, is threatened by communism, or, we may add, by milder form, as in Guatemala, for example, that the United States has felt impelled to demand collective action to defend it, or to intervene outright. There has been no serious question of her intervening in the case of the many right-wing coups, from which, of course, this anti-communist policy generally has benefited. 15. Is it such analyses, or the facts which they accurately describe, that undermine the American commitment to democracy, or, better reveal how shallow is the commitment. For the statist intelligentsia, it does not matter that such analyses may be correct, they are dangerous, because they challenge the existing structures of authority and the effectiveness of those institutions which have played the major role in the indoctrination of the young, in the terminology of the trilateral theorists, for whom such categories as truth and honesty are simply beside the point. 16. We can distinguish two categories among the secular priesthood 17 who serve the state. There are, in the first place, the outright propagandists, and alongside them are the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals who simply dismiss any question of ends and interests served by policy and do the work laid out for them, priding themselves on their pragmatism and freedom from contamination by ideology, a term generally reserved for deviation from the doctrines of the state religion. Of the two categories, the latter are probably far more effective in inculcating attitudes of obedience and in socializing the public. A personal experience may be relevant at this point. Like many others who have been involved in writing and actions opposed to state policy, I am frequently asked for comments on current affairs or social and political issues by press, radio, and television in Canada, Western Europe, Japan, Latin America, and Australia, but almost never in the United States. Here, commentary is reserved for professional experts who rarely depart from a rather narrow ideological range, as Henry Kissinger has accurately commented. In our age of the expert has his constituency, those who have a vested in foreign policy and the intelligentsia. 165. Theorist in commonly held opinions, elaborating and defining its consensus at a high level has, after all, made him an expert. 18. The academic profession has numerous devices to ensure that professional expertise remains responsible, though it is true that this system of control was partially threatened in the 1960s. Since the media in the United States, in part perhaps from naivety, conformed virtually without question to the cult of expertise, there is little danger that dissident analyses will be voiced, and if they are clearly labeled dissident opinion rather than dispassionate, hard, political analysis. This is another example of American exceptionalism within the world of industrial democracies. To return to the main theme, the United States, in fact, is no more engaged in programs of international goodwill than any other state has been. Furthermore, it is just mystification to speak of the nation, with its national purpose, as an agent in world affairs. In the United States, as elsewhere, foreign policy is designed and implemented by narrow groups who derive their power from domestic sources, in a form of state capitalism, from their control over the domestic economy, including the militarized state sector. Study after study reveals the obvious. Top advisory and decision-making positions relating to international affairs are heavily concentrated in the hands of representatives of major corporations, banks, investment firms, the few law firms that cater to corporate interests. 19 and the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals who do the bidding of those who own and manage the basic institutions of the domestic society, the private empires that govern most aspects of our lives with little pretense of public accountability and not even a gesture to democratic control. Within the nation-state, the effective national purpose will be articulated, by and large, by those who control the central economic institutions, while the rhetoric to disguise it is the province of the intelligentsia. An Arthur Schlesinger can write, presumably without irony, that under the Carter administration, human rights is replacing self-determination as the guiding value in American foreign policy. 20. In such pronouncements we see very clearly the contribution of the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectual to what we properly call thought control in the totalitarian states, where obedience is secured by force rather than by density of impact. Ours is surely a more effective system, one that would be used by dictators if they were smarter. It combines highly effective indoctrination with the impression that the society really is open, so that pronouncements conforming to the state religion are not to be dismissed out of hand as propaganda. It should be noted that the United States is in certain important respects an open society, not only in that dissident opinion is not crushed by state violence, generally, see, however, Note 7, but also in the freedom of inquiry and 166. The Essential Chomsky expression, which is in many respects unusual even in comparison with other industrial democracies such as Great Britain. The United States has no official Secrets Act, nor the heavily constraining libel laws to be found elsewhere, and in the past few years it has had an important Freedom of Information Act. But this relatively high degree of internal freedom merely highlights the treachery of the intellectuals, who cannot plead that their subordination to the state religion is compelled by force or by constraints on access to information. Much of the writing on the national interest serves to obscure basic social facts. Consider, for example, the work of Hans Morgenthau, who has written extensively and often perceptively on this topic. In a recent presentation of his views, he states that the national interest underlying a rational foreign policy is not defined by the whim of a man or the partisanship of party, but imposes itself as an objective datum upon all men applying their rational faculties to the conduct of foreign policy. He then cites in illustration such commitments as support for South Korea, containment of China, and upholding of the Monroe Doctrine. He further observes that the concentrations of private power which have actually governed America since the Civil War have withstood all attempts to control, let alone dissolve them, and have preserved their hold upon the levers of political decision. New Republic, January 22, 1977. True, no doubt. Under such circumstances, do we expect the national interest as actually articulated and pursued to be simply the outcome of the application of rational faculties to objective data, or to be an expression of specific class interests? Obviously the latter, and a serious investigation of the cases Morgenthau cites will demonstrate that the expectation is amply fulfilled. The real interests of Americans were in no way advanced by containing China. Where was it expanding? Or crushing popular forces in South Korea in the late 1940s and supporting a series of dictatorial regimes since, or ensuring that Latin America remains subordinated to the needs of U.S.-based transnational corporations, the real meaning of our upholding of the Monroe Doctrine in the modern period, or of the Theodore Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which made it the duty of the United States, as a civilized nation, to exercise its international police power in the case of chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, cf. Connell Smith, note 15 above. But it can be argued that the interests of the concentrations of private power in the United States that largely dominated the world capitalist system have been advanced by this pursuit of the national interest. The same holds generally. The idea that foreign policy is derived in the manner of physics, as an objective datum immune to class interest, is hardly credible. Or, consider a recent analysis by Walter Dean Burnham in the Journal of the Trilateral Commission. 21. He notes that the basic functions of the state, foreign policy and the intelligentsia, 167, are the promotion externally and internally of the basic interests of the dominant mode of production and the need to maintain social harmony. The formulation is misleading. These basic functions are not a matter of metaphysical necessity but arise from specific social causes. Furthermore, the dominant mode of production does not have interests. Rather, individuals or groups who participate in it have interests, often conflicting ones. A distinction that is no mere quibble. And since those who manage this system are also in effective control of the state apparatus, the basic interests pursued will tend to be theirs. There are no grounds in history or logic to suppose that these interests will coincide to any significant extent with the interests of those who participate in the dominant mode of production by renting themselves to its owners and managers. A standard and effective device for obscuring social reality is the argument that the facts are more complex than as represented in the simplistic theories of the value-oriented critics. Note first that the charge is of course correct. The facts are always more complex than any description we may give. Faced with this contingency of empirical inquiry, we may adopt several courses. 1. We may abandon the effort. 2. We may try to record many facts in enormous detail, a course that reduces in effect to the first, for all the understanding it provides. 3. We may proceed in a manner of rational inquiry in the sciences and elsewhere to try to extract some principles that have explanatory force over a fair range, thus hoping to account for at least the major effects. Pursuing the third, that is, the rational, approach, we will always be subject to the criticism that the facts are more complex, and if rational, we dismiss the charge as correct but irrelevant. It is instructive that we have no difficulty in adopting a rational stance when considering the behavior of official enemies. The Russian invasion of Afghanistan, for example, surely involves complexities beyond those introduced even in fairly careful analyses of contemporary Soviet international behavior, and surely beyond the standard media accounts. For example, it appears that the major guerrilla groups have been engaged in disruptive operations in Afghanistan since 1973, backed by Pakistan in an effort to destabilize the Afghan regime and bring it to accept Pakistani border claims, international terrorism. From one point of view, cf. Lawrence Lifshitz, Far Eastern Economic Review, January 30, 1981. Nevertheless, such facts as these do not prevent us from focusing on the main point, the Russian invasion, though some Comsa might complain that we are ignoring the complexities of history and the difficulties faced by a great power attempting to maintain order with the noblest of intentions. Another device is the pretense, virtually a reflex reaction, that those who pursue the rational approach are invoking a conspiracy theory, as they proceed to document the fact that elite groups with an interest in foreign 168. The Essential Chomsky policy, for example, transnational corporations, attempt to use their power to influence it or direct it, to assume major roles in the state executive, to produce geopolitical analyses and specific programs to guarantee a favorable climate for business operations, etc. With equal logic, one could argue that an analyst of General Motors who concludes that its managers try to maximize profits, instead of selflessly laboring to satisfy the needs of the public, is adopting a conspiracy theory. Perhaps business propagandists actually take this stance. Once some analysis is labeled a conspiracy theory, it can be relegated to the domain of flat earth enthusiasts and other cranks, and the actual system of power, decision-making, and global planning is safely protected from scrutiny. A related claim is that critical analysis of the ideological system is a form of paranoia. 22. As noted, it would not be surprising to find in any society a pervasive and systematic bias in the treatment of foreign affairs. Crimes of the state, which can be stopped, are ignored or downplayed, while the spotlight is focused on crimes of official enemies, about which little can be done. In the former category, standards of evidence must match those of physics. In the latter, any fanciful construction will do. In the extreme case, the Soviet press effaces state crimes completely while trumpeting such facts as US germ warfare in Korea. Suppose that one documents the expected pattern in the case of the United States. This obviously reveals an extreme form of paranoia. With regard to the first category, it is unfair, ridiculous, to expect the media to be able to discover an eyewitness account of US bombing in northern Laos in Le Monde, even when it is brought to their attention, or a Sihunk press conference calling on the international press to condemn the bombing of Khmer peasants in March 1969. Besides, He didn't specifically say B-52s, so suppression was legitimate, or a subsequent white paper of the Sihanouk government on US and U.S. backed attacks on neutral Cambodia, or Timorese refugees in Lisbon, or to explore the relation between US policies and state terror, starvation and slavery in Latin America, etc. With regard to the second category, the standard line is still more intriguing. Someone who suggests normal standards of adherence to evidence thereby falls into the category of apologist for atrocities, defender of the honor of Hanoi, etc. The suggestion that facts matter is easily transmuted into another service for the propagandist. It is not gratifying to the ego merely to march in a parade. Therefore those who join in ritual condemnation of an official enemy must show that they are engaged in a courageous struggle against powerful forces that defend it. Since these rarely exist, even on a meager scale, they must be concocted, if nothing else is at hand. Those who propose a minimal concern for fact will do. The system that has been constructed enables one to lie freely with regard to the crimes, real or alleged, of an official enemy, while suppressing the systematic involvement of one's own state in atrocities, repression, or aggression on the grounds that the facts, foreign policy and the intelligentsia 169 are more complex than the emotional and naive critics believe. An exception is tolerated if some evil or misguided individual can be identified as responsible for policy, so that institutional critique is deflected. Given that those who do not accept standard doctrine, for example, that of the American intellectual elite discussed above, have virtually no access to a general audience and that little is required in the way of argument or credible evidence from those of a higher degree of doctrinal purity, the farce plays quite well. It is a system of no small degree of elegance and effectiveness. Attempting to pursue a rational course, let us consider American foreign policy since World War II. We are faced at once with some striking features of the world that emerged from the wreckage of the war. Primary among them is the enormous preponderance of American power with respect to the other industrial societies, and a fortiori, the rest of the world. During the war, most of the industrial world was destroyed or severely damaged, while industrial production rose dramatically in the United States. Furthermore, long before, the United States had become the leading industrial society, with unparalleled internal resources, natural advantages and scale, and a reasonably high degree of social cohesion. It was natural to expect, under these circumstances, that the United States would use its enormous power in an effort to organize a global system, and it is uncontroversial that this is exactly what happened, though the question what were the guiding principles is indeed controversial. Let us consider these principles. Where should we look to discover some formulation of them? In a totalitarian society this would pose problems, but the United States really is open in this respect, and there is considerable documentary evidence concerning the vision of the post-war world developed by the very people who were to play the major part in constructing it. One obvious documentary source is the series of memoranda of the War and Peace Studies Project of the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, during the war. Participants included top government planners and a fair sample of the foreign policy elite, with close links to government, major corporations, and private foundations. 23 These memoranda deal with the requirement of the United States in a world in which it proposes to hold unquestioned power, foremost among them being the rapid fulfillment of a program of complete rearmament, 1940. In the early years of the war it was assumed that part of the world might be controlled by Germany. Therefore, the major task was to develop an integrated policy to achieve military and economic supremacy for the United States within the non-German world, including plans to secure the limitation of any exercise of sovereignty by foreign nations that constitutes a threat to the world area essential for the security and economic prosperity of the United States and the Western Hemisphere. 170. The Essential Chomsky. The concern for the prosperity of the Western Hemisphere is adequately revealed by United States policies, say, in Central America and the Caribbean, before and since. This opposition to imperial prerogatives that constrain U.S. capital and access to resources is often adduced by scholarship as evidence that U.S. foreign policy is guided by anti-imperialist commitments. These areas, which are to serve the prosperity of the United States, include the Western Hemisphere, the British Empire, and the Far East, described as a natural integrated economic unity in the geopolitical analysis of the planners. The major threat to United States hegemony in the non-German world was posed by the aspirations of Britain. The contingencies of the war served to restrict these, and the American government exploited Britain's travail to help the process along. Lend-Lease aid was kept within strict bounds, enough to keep Britain in the war but not enough to permit it to maintain its privileged imperial position. 24 There was a mini-war between the United States and Great Britain within the context of the common struggle against Germany, where, of course, Britain was on the front line. More accurately, the overwhelming burden of the fighting Nazi Germany fell to the Russians. 25 But let us keep now to the Anglo-American alliance. In this conflict within the alliance, American interests succeeded in taking over traditional British markets in Latin America and in partially displacing Britain in the Middle East, particularly in Saudi Arabia, which was understood to be a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. In the words of the State Department. 26 I will return to this matter, but let us continue to explore the CFR planning documents. The U.S.-led non-German bloc was entitled the Grand Area in the CFR discussions. Actually, a U.S.-dominated Grand Area was only a second-best alternative. It was explained in June 1941 that the Grand Area is not regarded by the group as more desirable than the world economy, nor as an entirely satisfactory substitute. The Grand Area was seen as a nucleus or model that could be extended, optimally, to a global economy. It was soon recognized that with the coming defeat of Nazi Germany, at least Western Europe could be integrated into the Grand Area. Participants in the CFR discussions recognized that the British Empire as it existed in the past will never reappear and the United States may have to take its place. One stated frankly that the United States must cultivate a mental view toward world settlement after this war which will enable us to impose our own terms, amounting perhaps to a Pax Americana. Another argued that the concept of United States security interests must be enlarged to incorporate areas strategically necessary for world control. It is a pervasive theme that international trade and investment are closely related to the economic health of the United States, as is access to the resources of the Grand Area, which must be so organized as to guarantee foreign policy and the intelligentsia. 171. The health and structure of the American economy, its internal structure unmodified. The notion of access to resources is marvelously expressed in a State Department memorandum of April 1944 called Petroleum Policy of the United States, dealing with a primary resource. 27 There must be equal access for American companies everywhere, but no equal access for others, the document explained. The United States dominated Western Hemisphere production, 28, and this position must be maintained while United States holdings are diversified elsewhere. The policy would involve the preservation of the absolute position presently obtaining, and therefore vigilant protection of existing concessions in United States hands coupled with insistence upon the open door principle of equal opportunity for United States companies in new areas. That is a fair characterization of the principle of the open door. 29. All of this is in accord with the concepts of Grand Area planning, and it also corresponded to the evolving historical process. The United States retained its dominance of Western Hemisphere petroleum resources while the American share of Middle East oil rapidly increased. 30 The British maintained the control of Iranian oil until 1954. when the United States government imposed an international consortium after the CIA-backed coup that restored the Shah, with American companies granted a 40% share. 31 Similarly, in the Far East, occupied Japan was not permitted to reconstruct the oil refining facilities that had been destroyed by Allied bombings, a policy widely attributed in the oil industry of Japan to the fact that the Oil Bureau of General MacArthur's headquarters was heavily staffed with American personnel on temporary leave from Jersey Standard and Mobil. Later, American-based companies were able to take over a dominant position in controlling Japan's energy resources. Under the Allied occupation, the Japanese government was powerless to block such business links. 32. Much the same was true elsewhere. For example, the United States succeeded in expelling French interests from Saudi Arabia in 1947 by some legal legerdemain, alleging that French companies were enemies as a result of Hitler's occupation of the France, so that the 1928 Red Line Agreement on sharing oil in the former Ottoman Empire was abrogated. See Towards a New Cold War, note 29 of this chapter. British interests in Saudi Arabia were excluded by a different device, namely, when American companies expressed their fear that the British may be able to lead either Ibn Saud or his successors to diddle them out of the concession and the British into it. Navy Under Secretary William Bullitt, and told the Roosevelt administration that direct U.S. Lend-Lease assistance for King Saud was the only way to keep their Arabian concession from falling into British hands. The President obligingly issued 172. The Essential Chomsky. The following directive to the Lend-Lease Administrator, in order to enable you to arrange Lend-Lease aid to the government of Saudi Arabia, I hereby find that the defense of Saudi Arabia is vital to the defense of the United States, its defense from whom he did not stipulate. Though a cynic might remark that the tacit identification of the United States with the Aramco concession is consistent with the actual usage of the phrase national interest. Lend-Lease has been authorized by Congress for Democratic allies fighting the Nazis. In other ways as well, the Roosevelt administration acted to support the American companies against their British rivals. Through aid, Saudi Arabia received almost $100 million under Lend-Lease, including scarce construction materials, or direct government intervention, NOC, pp. 36f. As an aside, recall what happened when Iranians experimented with the curious idea of taking control of their own oil in the early 1950s. After an oil company boycott, a successful CIA-backed coup put an end to that, installing the regime of the Shah, which became a powerful United States client state purchasing vast quantities of American arms, conducting counterinsurgency in the Arabian Peninsula, and, of course, subjecting the Iranian people to the Shah's pleasant whims. The coup had other useful consequences. Exxon, that is, its predecessor corporation, feared that the USSR might gain some share of Iranian oil unless the problem was solved, in which case it might dump Iranian oil on the world market, depressing prices. NOC, p. 67. But that threat to the free enterprise system was eliminated with a coup. We should bear in mind that the CIA-backed coup that ended the experiment in Iranian democracy and led to a further displacement of British power was welcomed as a great triumph here. When the agreement was signed between Iran and the new oil consortium organized by the United States government, the New York Times commented editorially, August 6, 1954, that this was good news indeed. Costly as the dispute over Iranian oil has been to all concerned, the affair may yet be proved worthwhile if lessons are learned from it. The crucial lessons are then spelled out as follows. Underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. It is perhaps too much to hope that Iran's experience will prevent the rise of Mossadeqs in other countries, but that experience may at least strengthen the hands of more reasonable and more far-seeing leaders. Like the Shah, with typical ruling class cynicism, the Times then goes on to say that the West, 2. Must study the lessons of Iran and must draw the conclusion that partnership, even more in the future than the past, must be. Foreign policy and the intelligentsia. 173. The relationship between the industrialized Western nations and some other countries, less industrialized, but rich in raw materials, outside Europe and North America, a statement that must have been most inspiring for the underdeveloped countries that had enjoyed the great privilege of partnership with the West in the past. The costs incurred in this affair, according to the Times, do not include the suffering of the people of Iran but rather the propaganda opportunities offered to the communists, who will denounce the whole affair in their wicked fashion, and the fact that in some circles in Great Britain the charge will be pushed that American imperialism, in the shape of the American oil firms in the consortium, has once again elbowed Britain from a historic stronghold. The implication is that this charge, or even the concept of American imperialism, is too obviously absurd to deserve comment, a conclusion based as always on the doctrines of the state religion rather than an analysis of the facts. The exuberance over the demonstration effect of the CIA achievement is also typical, though the vulgarity of the Times account perhaps goes beyond the ordinary. The theme became familiar with reference to Vietnam and subsequent years. But let us return to the CFR Global Planning, which laid out a program for organizing the Grand Area, or if possible, the world, as an integrated economic system that would offer the American economy the elbow room needed in order to survive without major readjustments, that is, without any change in the distribution of power, wealth, ownership, and control. The memoranda, which are explicit enough about Grand Area planning, are careful to distinguish between principle and propaganda. They observed in mid-1941 that formulation of a statement of war aims for propaganda purposes is very different from formulation of one defining the true national interest. Here is a further recommendation. If war aims are stated, which seem to be concerned solely with Anglo-American imperialism, they will offer little to people in the rest of the world, and will be vulnerable to Nazi counter-promises. Such aims would also strengthen the most reactionary elements in the United States and the British Empire. The interests of other peoples should be stressed, not only those of Europe, but also of Asia, Africa and Latin America. This would have a better propaganda effect. The participants must have been relieved when the Atlantic Charter, suitably vague and idealistic in tone, was announced a few months later. The CFR studies were extended in subsequent years to include analyses of prospects and plans for most parts of the world. The sections on Southeast Asia are interesting in the light of developments there. The analyses that 174. The Essential Chomsky issued from CFR study groups closely resemble the National Security Council memoranda and other material now available in the Pentagon Papers, a remarkable documentary record of the design and execution of Imperial Planning. 33. The similarity is hardly accidental. The same interests and often the same people are involved. The basic theme is that Southeast Asia must be integrated within the U.S. dominated global system to ensure that the needs of the American economy are satisfied, and also the specific needs of Japan, which might be tempted again to set its independent course or to flood Western markets unless granted access to Southeast Asian markets and resources, within the overarching framework of the Pax Americana, the Grand Area. These principles were firmly set by the 1950s and guided the course of the American intervention, then outright aggression, when the Vietnamese, like the Iranians, went berserk with fanatical nationalism, failing to comprehend the sophisticated Grand Area concepts and the benefits of partnership with the industrialized West. The material that I have been reviewing constitutes a primary documentary source for the study of formation of American foreign policy, compiled by those who carried out this policy. We might ask how this material is dealt with in academic scholarship. The answer is simple: it is ignored. The book by Shoup and Minter, see Note 22, seems to be the first to examine these records. American scholars justly complain that the Russians refuse to release documentary materials, thus raising all sorts of barriers to the understanding of the evolution of their policies. Another just complaint is that American scholars avoid documentary materials that might yield much insight into the formation of American policy, a fact easily explained in this instance. I believe the documentary record is no more consistent with the doctrines of the state religion, in this case, than is the historical record itself. Parenthetically, it might be noted that the Pentagon Papers, which provide a record of high-level policy planning that is unusual in its richness, have suffered the same fate. This record too is ignored, indeed, often misrepresented. There is indeed a spate of scholarly work on United States Vietnam policy, some of which makes extensive use of material in the Pentagon Papers. Typically, however, attention is focused on the 1960s. Then we have a detailed micro-analysis of bureaucratic infighting, political pressures, and the like, completely disregarding the general framework set long before and never challenged by those who were simply applying imperial doctrine as carefully elaborated 10 to 20 years earlier. This is a marvelous device for obscuring the social reality by diverting attention from the documentary record concerning the guiding principles of state policy, as clearly revealed in the basic documentation that is characteristically ignored. Space prevents a detailed review here, but one example may suffice to illustrate. Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 175. Trait. Consider a review of several books on Vietnam by William S. Turley, one of the more critical and independent American academic scholars with a professional involvement in Indochina. 34 He discusses two prevailing images of American policymaking on Vietnam, the Quagmire hypothesis, which held that involvement was the result of incremental decisions made without adequate understanding of probable consequences, and the interpretation that American policy was stalemated by the need of successive administrations, for domestic political reasons, to do what was minimally necessary to avoid losing a war. The book he reviews, by Robert Galusi, 35 finds both of these images too simple and seeks a more complex interpretation through application of a bureaucratic process model. Turley points out that the Pentagon Papers provide important evidence bearing on the questions. In fact, the Pentagon Papers provide extensive evidence for a different hypothesis, one that goes unmentioned, as it is passed over in silence in the scholarly literature, namely, that American policy in Vietnam was a conscious application of principles of imperial planning that formed part of a consensus established long before the specific period, the 1960s, to which attention is generally restricted. This hypothesis is extensively documented in the Pentagon Papers and elsewhere, but the documentary record is never so much as mentioned in the book under review, the review itself, or academic scholarship generally. The hypothesis in question is simply not fit for discussion in polite company, no matter what the documentation may be. It is not even a competitor, to be rejected. 36. I do not suggest that in refusing to consider the hypothesis in question or the substantial documentation supporting it, scholars are being dishonest. It is simply that nothing in their training or in the literature generally available to them makes this hypothesis comprehensible. It is a reflection of the success of the educational system in socialization, the success of what the trilateral analysts call the institutions which have played the major role in the indoctrination of the young, that certain ideas, however natural and well supported, do not even come to mind or, if noticed, can be dismissed with derision. People who break away from the consensus have dubious prospects in the media or the academy, in general. The resulting subversion of scholarship is systematic, not individual. Similar phenomena are familiar from the history of organized religion. Anyone who has spent some time in a university knows how it is done. Some young scholars are hard to get along with, or are too strident, or show poor taste in their choice of topics, or don't use the proper methodology, or in other ways do not meet the professional standards that not infrequently serve to insulate scholarship from uncomfortable challenge. 37 The ideological disciplines are particularly subject to these tendencies. Primary documentary sources like the CFR studies and the Pentagon. 176. The Essential Chomsky. Papers must be investigated with a critical eye and supplemented by much additional evidence if one wants to reach any serious understanding of the evolution of American policy. It might turn out to be the case that the analyses cited above, which are among the few even to concern themselves with the basic documentary record, are inadequate or even seriously in error in the interpretations they provide. What is remarkable and noteworthy, however, is how consistently American scholarship takes a different tack, simply ignoring the documentary record that does not accord with received opinion. Consider one final example of how the central questions are evaded in academic scholarship. Let us return again to our hypothetical rational observer attempting to discern some of the major factors in foreign policy formation and consider some further facts that should immediately strike him as significant. Since World War II, there has been a continuing process of centralization of decision-making in the state executive, certainly with regard to foreign policy. Second, there has been a tendency through much of this period toward domestic economic concentration. Furthermore, these two processes are closely related because of the enormous corporate influence over the state executive. And finally, there has been a vast increase in overseas investment, marketing, and resource extraction in the post-war period, greatly increasing the stake of the masters of the corporate economy in foreign affairs. To cite one indication, it has been estimated that earnings from these foreign operations by 1970 contributed between 20 and 25% of total U.S. corporate profits after taxes, a very considerable magnitude indeed. 38 The basic facts are uncontroversial. They suggest, perhaps, a certain hypothesis for investigation. Corporations have some influence, perhaps considerable influence, in setting foreign policy. How does academic scholarship deal with this issue? There is a rare discussion of the question by political scientist Dennis M. Ray in the volume on the multinational corporation just cited. 39 He observes that we know virtually nothing about the role of corporations in American foreign relations. Scholarship has clarified the influence of Congress, the press, scientists, and non-profit organizations, such as RAND, on the foreign policy process. The influence of corporations on the foreign policy process, however, remains clouded in mystery. Is this mystery somehow inherent in the difficulty of discerning the corporate role, as distinct from the massive impact of scientists and the press on foreign policy? Not at all. As Ray points out, the issue remains clouded in mystery because it is systematically evaded. My search through the respectable literature on international relations and U.S. foreign policy shows that less than 5% of some 200 books granted. Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 177. Even passing attention to the role of corporations in American foreign relations. From this literature, one might gather that American foreign policy is formulated in a social vacuum, when national interests are protected from external threats by the elaborate machinery of governmental policy-making. There is virtually no acknowledgement in standard works within the field of international relations and foreign policy of the existence and influence of corporations. Note that Ray limits himself to the respectable literature. He excludes what he calls the literature of advocacy, which includes two streams: statements by corporate executives and business school professors, and radical and often neo-Marxist analyses. In this literature, particularly the latter category, there is much discussion of the role of corporations in foreign policy formation. Furthermore, as Ray turns to the topic itself, he discovers that the conclusions reached seem to be correct. Few if any interest groups, outside of business, have generalized influence on the broad range of foreign policy, he observes, citing one of the few works in the respectable literature that raises the question. Ray believes that scholars will discover these facts if they begin to examine the question. In short, if scholars begin to study the question, they will discover the truth of truisms that have been discussed and documented for years outside of the respectable literature, exactly as one would expect in the light of such basic and fundamental facts about American society as those noted earlier. It is interesting that Ray never inquires into the causes of this strange lapse in respectable scholarship. In fact, the answer does not seem obscure. If we are interested in careful investigation of the inner workings of the Politburo, we do not turn to studies produced at Moscow and Leningrad universities, and we know exactly why. There is no reason not to apply the same standards of rationality when we find something similar in the United States, though here the mechanisms are entirely different, willing subversion of scholarship rather than obedience to external force. Moreover, consider Ray's attitude towards those who do study the major and dominant themes, providing the obvious answers that he himself repeats. They are not respectable scholars, in his view, but are engaged in advocacy, while the scholarly mainstream, which carefully skirts the major formative influence on foreign policy, does not lose its respectability for this curious oversight, and does not seem to him to be engaged in advocacy. An anthropologist observing the phenomenon I have been describing would have no hesitation in concluding that we are dealing here with a form of taboo, a deep-seated superstitious avoidance of some terrifying question, in this case, the question of how private economic power functions in American society. Among the secular priesthood of academic scholars, the issue can be 178. The Essential Chomsky. Mentioned only, if at all, in hushed tones. Those who do raise the question seriously are no longer respectable. As diplomatic historian Gada Smith asserts in a review of recent work by William Appleman Williams and Gabriel Kolko, they are essentially pamphleteers rather than authentic historians. 40. In a free society, we do not imprison those who violate profound cultural taboos or burn them at the stake. But they must be identified as dangerous radicals, not fit to be counted among the priesthood. The reaction is appropriate. To raise the dread question is to open the possibility that the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young and the other propaganda institutions may be infected by the most dangerous of plagues, insight and understanding. Awareness of the facts might threaten the social order, protected by a carefully spun web of pluralist mysticism, faith in the benevolence of our pure-hearted leadership, and general superstitious belief. An ideological structure, to be useful for some ruling class, must conceal the exercise of power by this class either by denying the facts or more simply ignoring them, or by representing the special interests of this class as universal interests, so that it is seen as only natural that representatives of this class should determine social policy, in the general interest. As Ray notes, it is not unexpected that foreign policy decision-makers should perceive the world from the same perspective as businessmen. In this context, we are not dealing simply with phenomena of influence, for national goals may in fact be synonymous with business goals. Extricating the expression national goals from its typical mystical usage, the remark approaches tautology. Outside the ranks of the priesthood, the facts are clearly presented in the socially marginal literature of advocacy by pamphleteers who make extensive and often very insightful use of the relevant documentary sources. Here, it is recognized that the notion of national goals is merely a device of mystification, and that the often conflicting goals of various social groups can be conceived in terms other than those set by the masters of the private economy. At the universities, the scholarly professions, the mass media, and society at large are carefully insulated from these dangerous heresies in a highly indoctrinated society, which is commonly described, the ultimate irony, as pragmatic and non-ideological. All of this is the more interesting when we realize that the society really is free from ugly forms of totalitarian control and coercion that are prevalent elsewhere. Karl Dyer, who participated in the short-lived revolutionary government in Bavaria after World War I, remarked that the censorship of the bourgeois press by the revolutionary government marked the beginning of freedom of public opinion. 41. His point was that the organs of propaganda and opinion, firmly in the hands of ruling groups, destroyed freedom of opinion by their dominance of the means of expression. 42. Clearly, one cannot see foreign policy and the intelligentsia. 179. Accept the view that state censorship is the answer to the distortion and deceit of intellectual servants of ruling groups. Just as surely, we cannot pretend that there is freedom of opinion in any serious sense when social and cultural taboos shield the formation of policy from public awareness and scrutiny. It is, in fact, quite true that the business press sometimes tends to be more honest about social reality than academic scholarship. Consider, for example, this reaction to the American failure in Vietnam, and elsewhere, in Business Week, April 7, 1975. The editors fear that the international economic structure, under which U.S. companies have flourished since the end of World War II, is in jeopardy. They go on to explain how, fueled initially by the dollars of the Marshall Plan, American business prospered and expanded on overseas orders despite the Cold War, the end of colonialism, and the creation of militant and often anti-capitalistic new countries. No matter how negative a development, there was always the umbrella of American power to contain it. The rise of the multinational corporation was the economic expression of this political framework. But this stable world order for business operations is falling apart with the defeat of American power in Indochina. Nothing here about our unremitting campaign to do good and advance our moral ideals. They explain further how congressional obstinacy is undermining our efforts to persuade our European allies to support our concept of a floor price on oil, and the debilitating impact on international economics with the collapse of U.S. foreign policy around the globe, particularly if Japan cannot continue to export a third of its products to Southeast Asia. Unless a new bipartisan foreign policy, that is, one-party state, is re-established, it may be impossible to maintain a successful international economic framework. A year later, however, things were looking up, and it appears that the future of the West again lies in the hands of the US and to a lesser extent, West Germany, American oil policies perhaps being one reason. 43 As the Business Week editors note, trends now at work in the world have greatly strengthened the competitive position of the U.S. economy, with the result that Washington will have more freedom to maneuver in formulating foreign economic policies than it has had since the early 1960s. 44 In short, the Grand Area is being successfully reconstituted, though the optimism proved a bit premature, in this case. Occasionally, the light breaks through in statements of public officials as well. Consider for example a statement by Frank M. Coffin, Deputy Administrator, Agency for International Development, AID, outlining objectives of the aid program. 180. The Essential Chomsky. Our basic, broadest goal is a long-range political one. It is not development for the sake of sheer development. An important objective is to open up the maximum opportunity for domestic private initiative and enterprise, and to ensure that foreign private investment, particularly from the United States, is welcomed and well treated. The fostering of a vigorous and expanding private sector in the less developed countries is one of our most important responsibilities. Both domestic private initiative and management and outside investment are important. Politically, a strong and progressive private business community provides a powerful force for stable, responsible government and a built-in check against communist dogma. 45. Another built-in check is counterinsurgency, as Coffin goes on to explain, and we in aid of course have a public safety program which, perhaps to oversimplify, seeks to equip countries to utilize the civilian police in preventive action so that they do not have to place excessive reliance on the military. Oversimplification indeed. Many thousands of people in Latin America and Asia have benefited from this particular element in their partnership with the West over the years. 46 Needless to say, all of this is spiced with rhetoric on how our aid program seeks partnership in contrast to those of the Russians and the Chinese, which seek domination and so on. Spectacularly lacking is a comparative analysis of the aid programs to support this claim. While noting occasional flashes of honesty in the business press, I would not want to imply that businessmen are free from the cant of much academic scholarship. Here is a single example, which could easily be duplicated in years before and since, to the present. You will point an accusing finger and you will hurl the challenging question, what about Haiti, sick, and San Domingo, what about Nicaragua, Honduras, and so forth. It is true we did send military forces to these countries. There did, most regrettably, occur some bloodshed. In the execution of our program we did commit some errors in judgment and in manners. We did, in certain measures, proceed bunglingly and clumsily, as governments and their agents not infrequently do, especially when, as in the cases under discussion, the task to be undertaken is an unusual and unexpected one, and there are neither traditions which afford guidance nor a trained personnel to attend to the execution. Incidentally, the very absence of such personnel tends to prove how little the thoughts of our government and people were on imperialism. But the test is in the answer to the question which in my turn I ask of you, what was our purpose? Did we go to oppress and exploit? Did we go to add these territories to our domain? Or did we go to end an inveterate rule of tyranny, malefactions and turmoil, to set up decent and orderly government and the rule of law? Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 181. To foster progress, to establish stable conditions and with them the basis for prosperity to the population concerned. I think there can be no doubt that it was these latter things we aimed to attain, and having measurably accomplished the task, we did withdraw, or shall withdraw. We left behind, or shall leave behind, a few persons charged with the collection and proper administration of certain revenues, but such arrangements are no more in the nature of exploitation or oppression than the appointment of a person under deed of trust is in the nature of exploitation and oppression. 47. It would be superfluous to discuss how the United States proceeded to foster progress, prosperity, and an end to tyranny and malefactions in Haiti, San Domingo, Nicaragua, Honduras, and the other parts of Latin America where we have traditionally been a friend and protector. CP 161. The immunity of doctrine to mere fact, in such cases, easily compares with the so-called communist countries. Such pronouncements closely resemble the blather produced by pundits of the press as the Vietnam War came to an end. The United States' involvement was honorable though fraught with mistakes and misjudgments. Good impulses came to be transmuted into bad policy. It would be unfair to leave the impression somehow the United States was responsible for the carnage in Southeast Asia. Our blundering efforts to do good turned into a disastrous mistake, and so on. 48 Again, it is remarkable how impervious the state religion is to mere factual evidence, extended now over 8 years of imperial aggression, following upon the bloody conquest of the national territory. I have been discussing one major persistent theme of United States foreign policy, and not a very surprising one, namely, the attempt to create a grand area, a global economy, adapted to the needs of those who design United States government policy and the corporate interests that they largely represent. One concomitant of this dominant commitment is the repeated reliance on military force. This is, of course, only the most visible and dramatic device. United States policy towards Chile under Allende or Brazil since the early 1960s illustrates more typical and preferred procedures. But military force is the ultimate weapon to preserve a grand area. It is not exactly something new in American history. James Chase, editor of Foreign Affairs, comments on this matter in a recent article. He counts up 159 instances of United States armed intervention abroad prior to 1945. Since World War II, he adds, we have used military forces in Korea, Indochina, Lebanon, the Dominican Republic and the Congo. He then cites various reasons why we should expect all of this to continue: fears of resource scarcity, concern for the United States' sphere of influence in the Caribbean and regional balances of power elsewhere, and 182. The Essential Chomsky. Finally, the American concern for human rights and the espousal of liberal, pluralistic democracies. 49. Recall the cases cited, or other examples of intervention not cited: Iran, Cuba, Guatemala, Chile. In which of these cases was American intervention motivated by concern for human rights and espousal of liberal, pluralistic democracies? It remains a matter of great interest and importance that such utter nonsense can be produced with a straight face and be taken seriously in journalism and academic scholarship. Chase points out, in part, correctly, that the American people continue to support an activist, interventionist foreign policy. One of the contributing factors is the ideology of American benevolence and international goodwill, as illustrated in his own remarks. I have cited a number of examples to show how this doctrinal framework governs scholarship, as well as the mass media, journals of current affairs, and the like. Most of these examples illustrate how the facts are simply ignored in the interests of doctrinal purity. But it is interesting to see that even direct and overt self-contradiction poses no particular problem for the secular priesthood, which rarely achieves the sophistication of its theological counterparts. As an illustration, consider another article in which Chase returns to the same themes. 50 Here he discusses the ironies and ambiguities of the American experience, referring to the moral concern that is a typical expression of the American spirit, though we have found that the pursuit of justice sometimes leads to consequences contrary to those we had intended, and that, at times, our proclaimed ideals serve to hide, from ourselves even more than from others, motivations of a darker and more complex character. Experience should have taught us, he concludes, that we do not always completely understand our own motivations, though he does not discuss the elaborate system of deceit that has been constructed to prevent such understanding. What is remarkable, however, is his discussion of particular cases, for example the realpolitik of the Nixon-Kissinger period. We were determined to seek stability, Chase asserts, and as an illustration, literally, he offers their efforts to destabilize a freely elected Marxist government in Chile. Even a direct self-contradiction in successive sentences 51 does not suffice to raise a question about our own motivations. Rather, the example falls under the category of irony. This category serves in the most astonishing ways to disguise reality in the ideological disciplines. Here is a final example, particularly revealing, I think, because of the source. Norman Grabner is an excellent historian, a critic of Cold War idiocies, a realist of more or less the variety of George Kennan, to whom the study from which I will quote is dedicated. 52 Grabner accepts the conventional belief that American foreign policy has been guided by the Wilsonian principles of peace and self-determination. Foreign policy and the intelligentsia. 183. The United States is not an aggressive, imperialist country in the 20th century, as is demonstrated by the many references to principle in its diplomatic language, references notably lacking in the rhetoric of truly aggressive and imperial powers, of course. The traditional American dilemma lies in the delusion that, given the energy or determination of its antagonists, nevertheless the nation was always assured that it could anticipate the eventual collapse of its enemies and the creation of the elusive world of justice and freedom. He asserts without qualification that certainly all fundamental American relations with the USSR and mainland China after 1950 were anchored to that assumption. It is this American idealism that caused so many problems in the post-war period. Having laid down these basic principles, Grabner proceeds to investigate some particular examples of foreign policy in action. He then makes the following observation: it was ironic that this nation generally ignored the principles of self-determination in Asia and Africa where it had some chance of success, and promoted it behind the iron and bamboo curtains where it had no chance of success at all. Consider the logic. A general principle is proposed. The United States follows the Wilsonian principles of self-determination. Then specific examples are surveyed. We discover that where the principles could be applied, they were not applied; where they could not be applied, in enemy domains, they were advocated, and their advocacy demonstrates that we are not aggressive and imperialistic. Conclusion: it is ironic that the general thesis fails when tested, but the general principle remains in force. In fact, Grabner goes on to lament that this nation's selfless search for order in world affairs could not sustain the gratitude of a troubled world. By similar logic, a physicist might formulate a general hypothesis, put it to the test, discover that it is refuted in each specific instance, and conclude that it is ironic that the facts are the opposite of what the principle predicts, but the principle nevertheless stands. The example illustrates the difference between ideological disciplines such as academic history and political science, on the one hand, and subjects that are expected to meet rational intellectual standards, on the other. This example is interesting precisely because the historian in question was an early critic of Cold War doctrine. He argues, on Kenneth S. Klein's, that United States policy was in error. Error, however, is a socially neutral category. To invoke it is to remain safely within the bounds of the primary dogma, that the United States simply responds to external challenges, and that its policy reflects no special material interests of dominant social groups. This discussion has so far been fairly abstract. I have not tried to deal with the human consequences of the policy of military intervention against those. 184. The Essential Chomsky. Too weak to strike back, or other measures undertaken to ensure the stability of the grand area, policies that it is only reasonable to assume will continue in the future, since there have been no significant institutional changes, and even the critique that developed in some circles during the Indo-China War has been fairly well deflected and contained. We may recall how all of this looks from the wrong end of the guns. 8 years ago a Filipino nationalist wrote that the Filipinos have already accepted the arbitrament of war, and war is the worst condition conceivable, especially when waged by an Anglo-Saxon race which despises its opponent as an alien or inferior people. Yet the Filipinos accepted it with a full knowledge of its horror and of the sacrifices in life and property which they knew they would be called upon to make. 53. It will be recalled that on that occasion too, our selfless leadership was merely attempting to fulfill God's purposes in history. Even James Chase concedes that in this case, though there were moral purposes alongside of self-interest, we were hard put to find a moral defense for our behavior. The atrocities committed by American troops there were horrifying, as they resorted to a no-quarter war, taking no prisoners, burning villages and often shooting innocent men, women and children. 54. One might think that after Vietnam it would be superfluous to go into this matter. Unfortunately, that supposition would be false. When President Carter, in the midst of one of his sermons on human rights, explains that we owe no debt and have no responsibility to Vietnam because the destruction was mutual, 55. There is not a comment nor a whisper of protest in the American press. And the history of that tragic era is now being rewritten to make the people of Indochina the villain of the peace. And when Ford and Kissinger sent their bombers over Cambodia in one final act of violence and murder in that land ravaged by American terror at the time of the Mayaguez incident in May 1975, even Senator Kennedy, one of the very few senators to have shown genuine concern over the human consequences of the American war, saw fit to state that the President's firm and successful action gave an undeniable and needed lift to the nation's spirit, and he deserves our genuine support. 56. The world was put on notice, as if notice were needed, that the world's most violent power had not renounced its commitment to the use of force as a consequence of its defeat in Indochina, at least when the victims are defenseless. The pattern has continued since. Consider what happened in the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea in August 1976, when 2 American soldiers were killed by North Korean troops as they attempted to trim a tree under circumstances that remain disputed. For the sake of discussion, let us assume the American account to be entirely accurate. The North Koreans simply murdered them in cold blood. The United States Army then cut down. Foreign Policy and the Intelligentsia. 185. The tree, with a considerable show of force, including a flight of B-52s. An important account of this incident was given by William Beecher, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, now a diplomatic correspondent. He writes that the original plan was to have the B-52s drop about 70,000 tons of bombs on the South Korean bombing range only about 10 miles from Panmunjom. But well-placed sources say that at the 11th hour it was decided that to drop the bombs would be too provocative and might trigger a military response from the truculent North Koreans. 57. Let us assume that the figure of 70,000 tons, more than 3 Hiroshima equivalents, is mistaken. But why should heavy bombing a few miles from Panmunjom appear provocative to the truculent North Koreans? Perhaps because they retain some memories of things that happened a quarter-century ago when the United States Air Force so thoroughly devastated their land that there was simply no remaining targets. In keeping with the principle of believing only the American side of the story, let us recall how these events were officially perceived in an Air Force study of an object lesson in air power to all the communist world and especially to the communists in North Korea, a lesson delivered a month before the armistice. On the 13th of May 1953, 20 US AF-84 fighter bombers swooped down in 3 successive waves over Tuxan Irrigation Dam in North Korea. From an altitude of 300 feet they skip-bombed their loads of high explosives into the hard-packed earthen walls of the dam. The subsequent flash flood scooped clean 27 miles of valley below, and the plunging flood waters wiped out large segments of a main north-south communication and supply route to the front lines. The Tuxan strike and similar attacks on the Chosun, Kuwonga, Kusong, and Tuxan dams accounted for 5 of the more than 20 irrigation dams targeted for possible attack, dams upstream from all the important enemy supply routes and furnishing 75% of the controlled water supply for North Korea's rice production. These strikes, largely passed over by the press, the military observers, and news commentators in favor of attention-arresting but less meaningful operations events, constituted one of the most significant air operations of the Korean War. They sent the communist military leaders and political commissars scurrying to their press and radio centers to blare to the world the most severe, hate-filled harangues to come from the communist propaganda mill in the 3 years of warfare. In striking one target system, the USAF had hit hard at 2 sensitive links in the enemy's armor: his capability to supply his front-line troops and his capability to produce food for his armies. To the UN command, the breaking of the irrigation dams meant disruption of the enemy's lines of communication and supply. But to the communists the smashing of the dams meant primarily the destruction of their chief sustenance, rice. The Westerner can little conceive the awesome meaning. 186. The Essential Chomsky, which the loss of this staple food commodity has for the Asian, starvation and slow death. Rice famine, for centuries the chronic scourge of the Orient, is more feared than the deadliest plague. Hence the show of rage, the flare of violent tempers, and the avowed threats of reprisals when bombs fell on 5 irrigation dams. 58. Recall that this is not quoted from communist black propaganda but from an official USAF study. The North Koreans, truculent as ever, could not see the beauty of this magnificent air operation, and might find heavy bombing provocative today as well, so the original plan was called off. Only a few years after the USAF succeeded in bringing starvation and slow death to the Asians in Northeast Asia, they were at it again in Southeast Asia. As that war ended, after vast destruction and massacre, the United States insisted on the show of force against defenseless Cambodia during the Mayagas incident. Sihanoukville was bombed, but a planned B-52 attack was called off. Wisely, the new republic commented, because of predictable domestic and world reaction and possible adverse effects on the Mayagas crewmen, not because it would have constituted another major massacre of Cambodians. 59 A year later, US planes almost carried out heavy bombing in Korea to impress the truculent North Koreans. The American people continue to support an activist foreign policy, so the polls indicate, and the articulate intelligentsia are as usual urging us to forget the errors and miscalculations of the past and to set forth again on our campaign to instill our moral ideals in an evil and ungrateful world. The institutional structures that lie behind the military episodes and other interventions of the post-war years and the ideological framework of grand area planning all remain intact, subjected to little public challenge, effectively removed from popular scrutiny or, in part, even scholarly analysis. It is only reasonable to conclude that the editor of Foreign Affairs is quite right when he predicts that military intervention will continue, as will other attempts to enforce stability through destabilization and to contain and destroy movements that threaten to secede from the grand area. It is this threat, whether called communist or something else, that the US government will bend every effort to contain and destroy, by force if need be, by more delicate means if they suffice, while the intelligentsia divert us with tales about our selfless devotion to principle and moral idealism. 12. The United States and East Timor. Why should he devote attention to East Timor, a small and remote place that most Americans have never even heard of? There are two reasons, each more than sufficient. The first is that East Timor has been, and still is, the scene of enormous massacres and suffering. Many of the terrible things that happen in the world are out of our control. We may deplore them, but we cannot do very much about them. This case is quite different, hence far more important. What has happened and what lies ahead are very much under our control, so directly that the blood is on our hands. The second reason is that by considering what has happened in East Timor since 1975, we can learn some important things about ourselves, our society, and our institutions. If we do not like what we find when we look at the facts, and few will fail to be appalled if they take an honest look, we can work to bring about changes in the practices and structure of institutions that cause terrible suffering and slaughter. To the extent that we see ourselves as citizens in a democratic community, we have a responsibility to devote our energies to these ends. The recent history of Timor provides a revealing insight into the policies of the US government, the factors that enter into determining them, and the ways in which our ideological system functions. The bare facts are as follows. 1. East Timor was a Portuguese colony. The western half of the island of Timor, a Dutch colony, became part of Indon. This chapter first appeared in Towards a New Cold War, U.S. Foreign Policy from Vietnam to Reagan, New York, Pantheon Books, 1982, New York, The New Press, 2003, 358-69. 188. The Essential Chomsky. Sire, when Indonesia gained its own independence, after the Portuguese Revolution of 1974, several political parties emerged in East Timor, of which two, UDT and Free Thailand, had significant popular support. In August 1975, an attempted coup by UDT, backed and perhaps inspired by Indonesia, led to a brief civil war in which 2,000 to 3,000 people were killed. By early September, Free Thailand had emerged victorious. The country was open to foreign observers, including representatives of the International Red Cross and Australian aid organisations, journalists, and others. Their reactions were quite positive. They were impressed by the level of popular support and the sensible measures of agricultural reform, literacy programs, and so on that were being undertaken. The outstanding Australian specialist on East Timor, James Dunn, describes Free Thailand at the time as populist Catholic. These facts are significant in the light of subsequent allegations to which we turn below. The territory was then at peace, apart from Indonesian military attacks at the border and naval bombardment. Indonesian military harassment began immediately after the Free Thailand victory in September, including a commando attack that killed 5 Australian journalists, a clear and well-understood warning to foreigners that the Indonesian military wanted no one to observe what it was contemplating. Free Thailand requested that Portugal take responsibility for the process of decolonization and called on other countries to send observers, but there was no response. Recognizing that international support would not be forthcoming, Free Thailand declared independence on November 28, 1975. On December 7, Indonesia launched a full-scale invasion, capturing the capital city of Dili. The attack took place a few hours after the departure of President Gerald Ford and Henry Kissinger from Jakarta. There is no serious doubt that the United States knew of the impending invasion and specifically authorized it. Ford conceded as much in an interview with Jack Anderson, while claiming ignorance of the exact circumstances. 2. The invading Indonesian army was 90% supplied with U.S. arms. In congressional hearings, government representatives testified that the United States had imposed a 6-month arms ban in response to the invasion, but this was so secret that Indonesia was never informed about it. Arms continued to flow, and in fact new offers of arms were made, including counterinsurgency equipment, during the period of the arms ban, as was conceded by administration spokesman when the facts were exposed by Cornell University Indonesian specialist Benedict Anderson. The invasion was bloody and brutal. Subsequently, Indonesia extended its aggression to other parts of the territory, and by 1977-78 was engaged in a program of wholesale destruction including massive bombardment, forced population removal, destruction of villages and crops, and all the familiar techniques used by modern armies too. The United States and East Timor. 189. Subjugate a resisting population. The precise scale of the atrocities is difficult to assess, in part because Indonesia refused to admit outside observers, for reasons that are readily understood. Even the International Red Cross was excluded until 1979, and then was allowed entry only on a limited basis. But there has been ample evidence from refugees, letters smuggled out, church sources, the occasional journalist granted a brief guided tour, and the Indonesian authorities themselves. If the facts were not known in the West, it was the result of the decision not to let them be known. It appears likely that of the pre-war population of close to 700,000 perhaps 1/4 have succumbed to outright slaughter or starvation caused by the Indonesian attack, and that the remaining population, much of which is herded into military-run concentration camps, may suffer a similar fate unless properly supervised international assistance is forthcoming on a substantial scale. Relief officials who were finally permitted limited access to the territory after almost 4 years described the prevailing situation as comparable to Cambodia in 1979. The world reaction has been somewhat different in the two cases. The U.S. government continued throughout to provide the military and diplomatic support that was required for the slaughter to continue. By late 1977, Indonesian supplies had been depleted. The Human Rights Administration dramatically increased the flow of military equipment, enabling Indonesia to undertake the fierce offensives that reduced East Timor to the level of Cambodia. 3 U.S. allies have also joined in providing the needed military and diplomatic support. The United Nations has repeatedly condemned the Indonesian aggression and called for the exercise of the right of self-determination in East Timor, as have the non-aligned nations. But the West has succeeded in blocking any significant measures. The UN General Assembly met immediately after the invasion, but was unable to react in a meaningful way. The reasons are explained by UN Ambassador Daniel P. Moynihan in his memoirs. The United States wished things to turn out as they did, and worked to bring this about. The Department of State desired that the United Nations prove utterly ineffective in whatever measures it undertook. This task was given to me, and I carried it forward with no inconsiderable success. 4. Ambassador Moynihan was presumably aware of the nature of his success. He cites a February 1976 estimate by the Deputy Chairman of the Provisional Government installed by Indonesian force that some 60,000 persons had been killed since the outbreak of civil war. Recall that 2,000 to 3,000 had been killed during the civil war itself, 10% of the population, almost the proportion of casualties experienced by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. Thus, in effect, he is claiming credit for success in helping to cause a massacre that he compares to the consequences of 190. The Essential Chomsky. Nazi aggression, not to speak of the growing number of victims in the subsequent period. Moynihan was much admired for the great courage that he displayed in the United Nations in confronting the mighty Third World enemies of the United States. Somehow, his self-congratulation in this case escaped notice. 5. Ambassador Moynihan commented further that the Indonesian invasion must have been successful by March 1976, since the subject disappeared from the press and from the United Nations after that time. It did virtually disappear from the press, though not from the United Nations, which has regularly condemned Indonesian aggression. The curtain of silence drawn by the press in the United States and much of the West for 4 years hardly demonstrates the success of Indonesian arms, though it does stand as a remarkable testimonial to the effectiveness of Western propaganda systems. 6. Throughout, the U.S. government has pretended that it knew very little about events in East Timor, a transparent fabrication. Or else government representatives claimed at each stage that though there might have been some unfortunate excesses in the past, the situation is now calm and sensible, and humane course is to recognize Indonesian control. This was, for example, the stance taken by the government in 1977 congressional hearings, at exactly the time when Indonesia was preparing the murderous offensives of 1977 to 78 and the Human Rights Administration was accelerating the flow of arms for use in these military operations. The human rights reports of the State Department not only fail to consider the ample evidence of massive atrocities, but go so far as to pretend that the issue does not arise. A report prepared by the Congressional Research Service is typical of government pronouncements. 7. The report discusses the alleged improvement in Indonesia's human rights record. Students of Orwell may be intrigued by the fact that in government human rights reports dealing with friendly states, the record is invariably one of improvement, whatever unpleasant events may have occurred in the past. The November 1979 report informs us that Indonesia's takeover of East Timor, formerly Portuguese Timor, in December 1975 may have been an exception to this trend of improvement, but the conflicting claims and lack of access into Timor by non-Indonesians make it difficult if not impossible to ascertain the loss of life in the heavy fighting of December 1975-March 1976. Recently, reports from Timor indicate a partial return to normalcy there, although genuine self-determination for the Timorese is a dim prospect. The latter conclusion is certainly correct, as long as the U.S. government persists in its policy of supporting Indonesian terror while denying its existence. the United States and East Timor. 191. And as long as the media loyally refrained from exposing the facts, this report is typical not only in its claim that now things are finally improving, the constant plea throughout, but also in its failure to concede that questions even arise about the period after March 1976. The picture is a bit different when we turn to eyewitness testimony, for example, that of Father Leonardo Vieira do Rego, a 63-year-old Portuguese priest who spent 3 years in the mountains before surrendering to Indonesian forces in January 1979, suffering from malaria and starvation. After imprisonment and interrogation, he was permitted to return to Portugal in June. His accounts of what he had observed were then reported in the world press, outside of the United States. Shortly after the appearance of the government report cited above, Father Leonardo was interviewed by the New York Times. The transcript of the interview was leaked to the Boston Globe. 9 Father Leonardo said that during 1976, things were normal in the mountains where he was living, and where most of the population was, including those who had fled from Dili. Apart from the main towns, people in the interior weren't aware of the war. People had food commodities aplenty. It was a normal life under not normal circumstances. Problems started in early 1977. A full-scale bombardment of the whole island began. From that point there emerged death, illness, despair. The second phase of the bombing was late 1977 to early 1979, with modern aircraft. This was the firebombing phase of the bombing. Even up to this time, people could still live. The genocide and starvation was the result of the full-scale incendiary bombing. We saw the end coming. People could not plant. I personally witnessed, while running to protected areas, going from tribe to tribe, the great massacre from bombardment and people dying from starvation. In 1979 people began surrendering because there was no other option. When people began dying, then others began to give up. Father Leonardo estimated that 200,000 people had died during the 4 years of war. Of all of this, what survived in the Times account was the following sentence. He said that bombardment and systematic destruction of croplands in 1978 were intended to starve the islanders into submission. 10. Recall that the offensives of 1977 to 79 reported by Father Leonardo, as by many others during this period and since, coincided with a sharp increase in arms supplies from the Human Rights Administration. 192. The Essential Chomsky. Refugees continue to report large-scale atrocities. By 1979, some foreign aid was reaching the territory, but distribution was largely under Indonesian military control. A report from Lisbon in the London Observer notes that all relief work in the former Portuguese colony is being supervised by only 4 foreign field workers, and states that food and medical supplies for famine-hit East Timor are being diverted to Indonesian troops and shopkeepers, according to refugees arriving in Portugal. 11. The report continues. We appeal to anyone left in the world with a minimum sense of human rights to ensure that relief goes directly to our people, said a refugee who preferred to remain anonymous as his family is still in East Timor. Refugees insisted that there was still starvation in East Timor and that, contrary to other reports, fighting between the Indonesians and the Timorese liberation movement was continuing in the mountains to the east of the island. They claimed Indonesian troops were terrorizing the local population with arrests, torture, and summary executions. They described the methods by which the authorities manipulated tours by visiting journalists. The Timorese claim that troops and war material are removed to give the impression of calm. One woman said that she had seen crosses taken from the local military cemetery. The authorities kept a tight control, informing the representatives in relief camps and placing armed plainclothed military officers among the crowds. The growing evidence of the corruption and violation of human rights in East Timor has begun to filter out and is threatening to put the issue at the center of a diplomatic offensive. Portugal and the US are particularly involved. Though, it must be added, they are involved in quite different ways. Portugal, particularly the new conservative government, is seeking to gain international support to save the Timorese from final destruction and to compel Indonesia to withdraw. The US government is trying to stem the increasing flow of exposures and to guarantee Indonesian control over the miserable remnants of the U.S.-backed Indonesian assault. In December 1979, David Watts of the London Times filed a report from Dili, East Timor, on it was supervised by the Indonesian military. He reports the success of the Red Cross relief operation in saving the lives of tens of thousands of people on the brink of starvation. Others will die, but at least help is coming to the innocent victims of the vicious starvation policy practiced by the Indonesian armed forces against the Marxist militant and civilian alike in East Timor's little-known war, which has been fought out of sight of the world since 1975. Watts's reference to the Marxist victims is as reliable as his statement that, on retreating to the mountains after the Indonesian invasion, Free Thailand took with them an estimated 100,000 lowland Timorese who the United States and East Timor 193 were either relatives or people co-opted into the movement to provide support by growing food, and presumably derives from the same source, namely, his tour guides. Watts writes further that the Indonesian armed forces sealed off East Timor from the rest of the world with their naval patrols to prevent outside assistance reaching the Free Thailand fighters. The civilian population was constantly forced to flee from place to place. It was impossible for the lowlanders to return to the few fertile areas around river valleys, and even the highlanders were unable to practice their own crude slash and burn agriculture. The people were reduced to stealing what they could, and when they could not get supplies they lived on leaves, mice and dead dogs, according to an official of the Indonesian Red Cross. They ate the dogs after they had died because their animist beliefs prevented them from killing them. But the real crisis for the mountain people came in 1977-78 when the Indonesian military, tiring of the inconclusive campaign, launched a big sweep through the east of the island to eradicate the last of the Free Thailand forces. Using paratroop drops and North American Rockwell Bronco counterinsurgency aircraft, they fought through the island, denying the Free Thailand forces sanctuaries and food supplies. Here and throughout the eastern half of the island there is evidence of what appear to have been napalm attacks by the Bronco aircraft. Made desperate by the situation in the mountains, the people began to flock down to the lowlands in search of food and shelter. 12. Like his American colleagues, Watts is silent on the role of the United States, apart from its contribution to aid for the remnants in 1979, and on the role of the press in ensuring that this would remain a little-known war during the period when an aroused public opinion could have brought these atrocities to an end. For 4 long and bloody years, the US media, with very rare exceptions, kept close to the US government propaganda line. During 1975, there was considerable coverage of East Timor, a reflection of the concern over decolonization in the former Portuguese Empire. In late 1975, the New York Times was reporting Indonesia's remarkable restraint at the same time that Australian journalists were filing eyewitness reports of Indonesian naval bombardment of the Timorese towns and military attacks along the border. An Australian journalist, the first to enter East Timor after the August to September civil war, wrote a lengthy report in the London Times in which he rejected allegations of Free Thailand atrocities, which he attributed to Indonesian and other propaganda services. His report appeared in the New York Times, edited to make it appear that the charges were accurate, as Newsweek then reported, bars. 194. The Essential Chomsky. In itself on the New York Times account. After the Indonesian invasion, reporting in the United States diminished rapidly, approaching zero, apart from occasional U.S. government and Indonesian propaganda handouts, as the U.S.-backed Indonesian assault expanded in scale and violence. Timorese refugees were scrupulously avoided, in dramatic contrast to refugees from communist oppression. When Henry Kam, the Pulitzer Prize-winning Southeast Asian correspondent of the New York Times, deigned to mention East Timor while the war raged in full fury, he did not rely on the reports of refugees, priests, or the numerous other sources available. Rather, he interviewed Indonesian generals, and on their authority presented the fact that Free Thailand had forced the people to live under its control, though now they were fleeing to Indonesian-held areas. 13 Reporting on the 4-day visit to East Timor in 1980, Kam now informs the reader that 300,000 Timorese were displaced by persistent civil war and struggle against the invaders. There had been no civil war, apart from US and Indonesian propaganda handouts and the news columns of the Western press, since September 1975. He reports that the Free Thailand hold over the population was broken by the 1978 Indonesian offensive and that Free Thailand controlled significant parts of the population at least until 1977. Nowhere is there any indication of even the possibility that Free Thailand may have had popular support. These conclusions, along with reports of Free Thailand's savagery, are based on evidence derived from Indonesian authorities, Timorese collaborators, or Timorese who, as he notes, were so intimidated by the ever-present Indonesian military authorities that their statements were obviously meaningless. 14. By late 1979, the truth was beginning to break through, even in the U.S. press, and a number of congressmen, notably Tom Harkin of Iowa, had become aware of the true nature of what had been concealed by the media. The New York Times ran an honest editorial on December 24, 1979, see Note 10, and James Markham filed the first report on the many Timorese refugees in Lisbon. 15 The press began to present some of the information that had been available for 4 years. 16 Though much distortion persists and the crucial U.S. role is generally ignored or downplayed, the importance of the behavior of the media and journals of opinion during these years cannot be overemphasized. The events described by Father Leonito and many others, and the horrendous consequences that are now at last widely conceded, are the direct responsibility of the United States government, and to a lesser extent, its Western allies. Correspondingly, these monstrous acts could have been, and still can be, brought to an end by withdrawal of direct U.S. support for them. The U.S. government has been backing the Indonesian military not because it takes pleasure in massacre and starvation, but because the fate of the United States and East Timor. 195. Timorese is simply a matter of no significance when measured against higher goals. Since 1965, when the Indonesian military took power in a coup that led to the slaughter of perhaps 500,000 to 1 million people, mostly landless peasants, Indonesia has been a valued ally. 17 The military rulers have opened the country to Western plunder, hindered only by the rapacity and corruption of our friends in Jakarta. In this potentially rich country, much of the population has suffered enormously, even apart from the huge massacres, which demonstrated proper anti-communist credentials to an appreciative Western audience, as the country has been turned into a paradise for investors. 18 Given these overriding considerations, it was only to be expected that the Human Rights Administration, like its predecessor, would pour arms into Indonesia to enable it to achieve its ends in East Timor, and would attempt in every way to conceal the truth. The importance of the deception becomes clear when we observe what happens when the system of indoctrination begins to unravel. However institutions may function, individuals are not prepared to support actions that verge on genocide. As the truth has begun to break through, A number of members of Congress and increasing segments of the population are beginning to demand an end to these atrocious acts. One result was that some aid was sent, though without adequate international supervision. It is questionable how much reached those who need it, given the corruption of the Indonesian military. There is, for the first time, a real possibility that pressure will be put on the US government to stop providing the military supplies that Indonesia requires, and that international efforts may be organized to induce Indonesia to withdraw, so that what is left of the population may have the opportunity to realize their long-sought right to self-determination. It is intriguing to see how some segments of the media are reacting to the fact that information about East Timor is now beginning to reach the public. In The Nation, the only U.S. journal to have published a serious article on Timor from 1975 through 197,819, A.J. Langbooth dismissed the concern over Timor with the following remarkable comment: "If the world press were to converge suddenly on Timor, it would not improve the lot of a single Cambodian." 20. The irrationality of the comment is at first startling, but the sentiment becomes intelligible on the assumption that it is only the other fellow's crimes that deserve attention. In the Washington Journalism Review, Richard Valeriani of NBC and Asia specialist and former foreign correspondent Stanley Carno discussed a report on East Timor that appeared in the New York Times in late January 1980.21. Valeriani said that he had read it, though I don't care about Timor. Carno couldn't bring himself even to read the story. I just didn't have time. There was no connection. It didn't have anything to do with me. Their point was that the Times was giving too much coverage to the 196. The Essential Chomsky. Insignificant fact that massacres in Timor rival those of Cambodia and that the population has been reduced to the state of the miserable victims on the Thai-Cambodian border as a direct result of US policies. The Times is failing its responsibilities by wasting space on such trivia, but not, for example, by devoting the entire front cover and 25 pages of the Sunday magazine section a few days earlier, January 20, 1980, to the horrendous experiences of Death Bran in Cambodia, recapitulating stories that had received massive media attention. Their reactions are not unique. The UN correspondent of the New York Times, Bernard Nossiter, refused an invitation to a press conference on East Timor in October 1979 on the grounds that the issue was rather esoteric, and in fact reported not a word on the UN debate, which included testimony from Timorese refugees and others on the continuing atrocities and the US responsibility for them. 22 A look at the stories he did publish during those days reveals that events must be insignificant indeed to fall below the threshold for the Times. Thus, Nossiter devoted a full-page column to the world-shaking fact that the government of Fiji had not been paid for its contingent in southern Lebanon and, shortly after, reported a debate over a missing comma of undeterminable import in a UN document 23, though in this case, his report is to be understood as part of the campaign of ridicule that has been directed against the United Nations, in particular its Third World membership, ever since the UN escaped from the control of the United States and fell under what is called here the tyranny of the majority, or what others call democracy. Hence the sarcastic report of the debate over the missing comma, coupled with total silence on the role of Third World nations in bringing to the United Nations the story of the U.S.-backed massacres in Timor. Perhaps the most intriguing response to the recent breakdown of media suppression is that of the Wall Street Journal, which devoted an editorial to the topic. 24 The journal takes note of an interesting campaign that has been shaping up over the past few weeks on the issue of East Timor. It observes that 100,000 people may have died during the war, adding that it sounds suspiciously like Cambodia, some people are saying. And this one is ours. Indonesia is our ally and oil supplier. It's American arms that the Indonesians use to perpetrate their atrocities. But this charge, the journal continues, tells less about Timor than it does about certain varieties of American political thinking. There are two factors that crucially distinguish Timor from Cambodia. The first is that the United States is sending some aid to Timor, and the Indonesian, however grudgingly and imperfectly, are letting the food in, whereas the Cambodians would be in considerably better shape if the Soviet Union undertook comparable behavior for itself and its ally. The editors ignore the fact that the Soviet Union provided aid to staff the United States and East Timor. 197. In Cambodians before the United States did, and, it appears, in substantial quantities, as well as the fact, reported by international aid workers, that the raid was let in not at all grudgingly. But the crucial distinction is this. But more important, it's self-deluding to talk as if the US had the power any longer to determine the outcome of a situation like Timor. The violence that has cursed the place is a wholly unsurprising mark of a disintegrating world order. Talk about the evils of the US power is likely to hasten that disintegration, not arrest it. Those worried about the human costs of such chaos might do well to start facing up to that connection. The reasoning is remarkable. The editors are trying to tell us that when U.S. supplied aircraft demolish villages, destroy crops, massacre mountain tribesmen, and drive them to concentration camps, we are to understand these facts as the mark of a disintegrating world order, not the results of US actions, consciously undertaken. And if the United States were to withhold the crucial military and diplomatic support that enables Indonesia to carry out these policies, the terror might be even worse. One wonders whether Pravda rises to such intellectual heights when it justifies Soviet support for the Ethiopian war in Eritrea. It is easy enough to poke fun at the Wall Street Journal, but that would be to overlook the more significant point. The slight exposure of U.S. backed Indonesian atrocities during the past several months has frightened the Indonesian military, the US government, and the business circles represented by the Wall Street Journal, all of whom want to play their games with people's lives in secret. The message is clear. By significantly extending the pressure on the US government to abandon its appalling policies, and continuing to work to bring the facts to a larger public, one can contribute materially to the survival of the people of East Timor. It is rare that an opportunity arises in which a relatively small amount of effort may save hundreds of thousands of lives, and it would be criminal to allow it to pass. 13. The origins of the special relationship. Levels of support: diplomatic, material, ideological. The relationship between the United States and Israel has been a curious one in world affairs and in American culture. Its unique character is symbolized by recent votes at the United Nations. For example, on June 26, 1982, the United States stood alone in vetoing the UN Security Council resolution calling for simultaneous withdrawal of Israeli and Palestinian armed forces from Beirut, on the grounds that this plan was a transparent attempt to preserve the PLO as a viable political force. Evidently an intolerable prospect for the US government. A few hours later, the United States and Israel voted against a General Assembly resolution calling for an end to hostilities in Lebanon and on the Israel-Lebanon border, passed with 2 nays and no abstentions. Earlier, the US had vetoed an otherwise unanimous Security Council resolution condemning Israel for ignoring the earlier demand for withdrawal of Israeli troops. 2. The pattern has, in fact, been a persistent one. More concretely, the special relationship is expressed in the level of US military and economic aid to Israel over many years. Its exact scale is unknown, since much is concealed in various ways. Prior to 1967, before the special relationship had matured, Israel received the highest per capita aid. This chapter first appeared in Fateful Triangle, the United States, Israel, and the Palestinians, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1983, Expanded Edition, Cambridge, M.A., South End Press, 1999, 9-37. The origins of the special relationship. 199. From the United States of any country. Commenting on the fact, Harvard Middle East specialist Nadav Safran also notes that this amounts to a substantial part of the unprecedented capital transfer to Israel from abroad that constitutes virtually the whole of Israel's investment. One reason why Israel's economic progress offers no meaningful model for underdeveloped countries. 3. It is possible that recent aid amounts to something like $1,000 per year for each citizen of Israel when all factors are taken into account. Even the public figures are astounding. For fiscal years 1978 through 1982, Israel received 48% of all U.S. military aid and 35% of U.S. economic aid worldwide. For 1983, the Reagan administration requested almost $2.5 billion for Israel out of a total aid budget of $8.1 billion, including $500 million in outright grants and $1.2 billion in low-interest loans. 4. In addition, there is a regular pattern of forgiving loans, offering weapons at special discount prices, and a variety of other devices, not to mention the tax-deductible charitable contributions, in effect, an imposed tax, used in ways to which we return. 5. Not content with this level of assistance from the American taxpayer, one of the Senate's most prominent liberal Democrats, Alan Cranston of California, proposed an amendment to the foreign aid bill to establish the principle that American economic assistance to Israel would not be less than the amount of debt Israel repays to the United States, a commitment to cover all Israeli debts and future debts, as Senator Charles Percy commented. 6. This was before the Lebanon War. The actual vote on foreign aid came after the invasion of Lebanon, after the destruction of much of southern Lebanon, the merciless siege and bombardment of Beirut, the September massacres, and Israel's rapid expansion of settlement in the occupied territories in response to Reagan's plea to suspend settlement in accord with his peace proposals, which Israel rejected. In the light of these events, the only issue arising in Congress was whether to punish Israel by accepting the president's proposal for a substantial increase in the already phenomenal level of aid, what is called taking a get-tough approach with Israel 7, or to take a soft line by adding even more to the increases that the president requested, as the Senate and most liberals demanded. Fortunately, the press was sufficiently disciplined so that the comic aspects of this characteristic performance was suppressed. The consequences of this message of approval to Israel for its recent actions on the part of the President and Congress are not at all comic, needless to say. The General Accounting Office, GAO, has informed Congress that the actual level of U.S. aid may be as much as 60% higher than the publicly available figures. This is the preliminary result of a detailed study of U.S. aid to Israel by the GAO. A major issue could develop next year, 1983, over how much of the GAO study may be made public. James McCartney, Philadelphia Inquirer, August 25, 1982. 200. The Essential Chomsky. It should be noted that in theory there are restrictions on the use of American aid. For example, cluster bombs can be used only in self-defense. Development funds cannot be spent beyond Israel's recognized, that is, pre-June 1967, borders. But care has been taken to ensure that these restrictions will not be invoked, though the illegal use of weapons occasionally elicits a reprimand or temporary cut-off of shipments when the consequences receive too much publicity. As for the ban on use of U.S. funds for the settlement and development programs that the U.S. has officially regarded as illegal and as a barrier to peace, that is, beyond the pre-June 1967 borders, this has never been enforced, and the aid program is designed so that it cannot be enforced. In contrast to most other aid relationships, the projects we fund in Israel are not specified, Ian Lustig observes, and no official of the State Department or the aid program has ever been assigned to supervise the use of our funds by the Israeli government. For comparison, one may consider the U.S. aid program to Egypt, the largest recipient of non-military U.S. aid since Camp David, which is run by an office of 125 people who supervise it in meticulous detail. Many knowledgeable Egyptians have been highly critical of the aid program, alleging that it reflects American rather than Egyptian priorities, financing U.S. inputs that must be brought on American ships and U.S. consultants, when trained personnel are available in Egypt for a fraction of the cost. They also note the emphasis on the private sector, paying Midwest farmers for wheat which could be grown at half the price in Egypt, according to a former aid director, and in general the infiltration of Egyptian society to the extent that some perceive a threat to Egyptian national security. 8. These examples illustrate the diplomatic and material support that the U.S. provides for Israel. A concomitant, at the ideological level, is the persistence of considerable illusion about the nature of Israeli society and the Arab-Israeli conflict. Since 1967, discussion of these issues has been difficult or impossible in the United States as a result of a remarkably effective campaign of vilification, abuse, and sometimes outright lying directed against those who dared to question received doctrine. This fact has regularly been deplored by Israeli intelligence apparently contributes to these efforts. According to a CIA study, one of its functions is to acquire data for use in silencing anti-Israel factions in the West, along with sabotage, paramilitary and psychological warfare projects, such as character assassination and black propaganda. Within Jewish communities in almost every country of the world, there are Zionists and other sympathizers who render strong support to the Israeli intelligence effort. Such contracts are carefully nurtured and serve as channels for information, deception material, propaganda and other purposes. They also attempt to penetrate anti-Zionist elements in order to neutralize the opposition. 9. The origins of the special relationship. 201. Israeli doves, who have been subjected to similar treatment here. They observe that their own position within Israel suffers because of lack of support within the U.S., where, as General Rees Mattiyahu observed, the state of near-hysteria and the blindly chauvinistic and narrow-minded support for the most reactionary policies within Israel poses the danger of prodding Israel once more toward a posture of calloused intransigence. 10. The well-known Israeli journalist and Zionist historian Seymour Flapan describes the prejudice of American Jewry as now the major obstacle to an American-Palestinian and Israeli-Palestinian dialogue, without which there is little chance to move forward in the difficult and involved peace process. 11. In concentrating on the role of American Jewry, these Israeli writers focus much too narrowly, I believe. To cite one last example, an article in the American Jewish press quotes a staff writer for Haaretz, essentially, the Israeli New York Times, who says that you American Jews, you liberals, you lovers of democracy are supporting its destruction here by not speaking out against the government's actions, referring to the wave of repression in the occupied territories under the civilian administration of Professor Menachem Milson and General Ariel Sharon introduced in November 1981.12. He goes on to explain the plans of Begin and Sharon to drive a large number of Arabs out of the West Bank, specifically the leaders and those with the potential for leadership, by every illegal means. How? You activate terrorists to plant bombs in the cars of their elected mayors. You arm the settlers and a few Arab quislings to run rampages through Arab towns, pogroms against property, not against people. A few Arabs have been killed by settlers. The murderers are known, but the police are virtually helpless. They have their orders. What's your excuse for not speaking out against these violations of Israeli law and Jewish morality? The settlers, he adds, are religious Jews who follow a higher law and do whatever their rabbis tell them. At least one of the Gush Emunim rabbis has written that it is a mitzvah, religious duty, to destroy Amalek, meaning the non-Jewish inhabitants, including women and children. 13. Haaretz journalist adds that his journal has a file of horror stories reported to us by soldiers returning from occupation duty in the West Bank. We can refer to them in general terms. We can rail against the occupation that destroys the moral fibre and self-respect of our youth, but we can't print the details because military censorship covers actions by soldiers on active duty. 14. One can imagine what the file contains, given what has been printed in the Israeli press. It should be noted, in this connection, that many crucial issues that are 202. The Essential Chomsky, freely discussed in the Hebrew press in Israel, and much that is documented there are virtually excluded from the American press, so that the people who are expected to pay the bills are kept largely in the dark about what they are financing or about the debates within Israel concerning these matters. Many examples will be given below. The dangers posed to Israel by its American supporters have consistently been realized, leading to much suffering in the region and repeated threat of a larger, perhaps global war. Causal factors. Domestic pressure groups and their interests. The special relationship is often attributed to domestic political pressures, in particular, the effectiveness of the American Jewish community in political life and in influencing opinion. 15. While there is some truth to this, it is far from the whole story, in two major respects. First, it underestimates the scope of the support for Israel, and second, it overestimates the role of political pressure groups in decision-making. Let us consider these factors in turn. In the first place, what Seth Tillman calls the Israeli lobby, see note 15, is far broader than the American Jewish community, embracing the major segments of liberal opinion, the leadership of the labor unions, religious fundamentalists, 17 conservatives of the type who support a powerful state apparatus geared to state-induced production of high-technology waste, that is, military production at home and military threats and adventurism abroad, and, cutting across these categories, reverent cold warriors of all stripes. These connections are appreciated in Israel, not only by the right wing. Thus Yitzhak Rabin, reputedly a dove and soon to become the Labour Prime Minister. Leon writes, along with the organized American Jewish community, the labor movement has been a major source of support for Israel. True with regard to the labor union bureaucracy, whatever the membership may think. Hada quotes Group President Solzhenitsyn, who condemns Reagan for his willingness to sell both Israel and the Solidarity movement in Poland to appease his big business friends. Victor Gottbaum discusses the problems posed for Israel's supporters by the Begin government and its antagonizing foreign policy decisions. We couldn't justify the Golan annexation, so we preferred to remain silent. Many labor leaders find themselves divorcing their love for Israel from their relations with Begin, Gottbaum. 16. Such rhetoric has not been heard since the peak days of American Stalinism and Trotskyite critical support. It is, however, rather common among Western intellectuals with regard to Israel. See TNCW, Chapter 10, for some examples. More will appear below. The origins of the special relationship. 203. Argued against moves towards political settlement after the 1973 war. Israel should try to gain time, he urged, in the hope that we will later find ourselves in a better situation. The US may adopt more aggressive positions vis-à-vis the USSR. 18. Many American Zionist leaders recognize these factors. In December 1980, several of them argued in the American Jewish press that there is far greater potential commonality of interests among Jews and the moral majority than there is among Jews and the National Council of Churches, Jewish Week. Jacques Tortziner, former president of the Zionist Organization of America and an executive of the World Zionist Organization, wrote that we have, first of all, to come to a conclusion that the right-wing reactionaries are the natural allies of Zionism and not the liberals. 19. He is wrong about the latter. mistakenly assuming that they do not join in the Cold War consensus, whereas in fact they have consistently promoted and helped to maintain it. It should furthermore be noted that the American left and pacifist groups, apart from fringe elements, have quite generally been extremely supportive of Israel, contrary to many baseless allegations, some passionately so, and have turned a blind eye to practices that they would be quick to denounce elsewhere. Again, examples will appear below. There is an interesting expression of views akin to Rabin's in a recent study of the real anti-Semitism in America by Nathan and Ruth Perlmutter, respectively, the national director of the Anti-Defamation League of Bnei B'rith and his wife, also an active Zionist leader. In the United States, the Anti-Defamation League is regarded as a civil libertarian organization, at one time, a deserved reputation. Now, it specializes in trying to prevent critical discussion of policies of Israel by such techniques as maligning critics, including Israelis who do not pass its test of loyalty, distributing alleged information that is often circulated in unsigned pamphlets, and so on. 20 In Israel, it is casually described as one of the main pillars of Israeli propaganda in the United States. Seth Tillman refers to it as part of the Israeli lobby. We return to some of its public performance. 21 The well-known Israeli military historian Meir Pale, formerly head of the Officers Training School of the IDF and an Israeli dove, might well have had the League in mind when he described the ways in which Golda Meir and the Labour Party destroyed pluralism and debate within the old Zionist framework, mimicking Joseph Stalin's tendency towards communist parties all over the world, whose interests were to be subjugated to the power interests of the Soviet Union, and the Israeli regime's tendency had been similar as it has destroyed the very process of dissent and inquiry, beginning, he says, with a Golda Meir Labour government. 22 The League has proven a more than willing instrument. The Perlmutters cite studies showing that whereas anti-Semitism was 204. The Essential Chomsky. Once virulent in the U.S., today there is little support for discrimination against Jews. There may be dislike of Jews, anti-Jewish attitudes, etc., but then much the same is true with regard to ethnic and religious groups quite generally. What then is the real anti-Semitism, which is still rampant, in fact perhaps more dangerous than before? The real anti-Semitism, it turns out, lies in the actions of peacemakers of Vietnam's vintage, transmuters of swords into plowshares, championing the terrorist PLO. The Perlmutters fear that nowadays war is getting a bad name and peace too favorable a press. They are concerned by the defamations by the left of the promptings for our warring in Vietnam and latterly. They're sniping at American defense budgets. Beyond all, it is the very ideology of the liberals in which peace, even if it is pockmarked by injustice, is preferable to the prospect of confrontation that today imperils Jews. Similarly, Jewish interests are threatened by this decade's leftists, here and abroad, as they demonstrate against and scold the United States for its involvement in Nicaragua and El Salvador. Jewish interests are threatened because the Central American dictators have been friends of Israel, friendship which has been and is being reciprocated with much enthusiasm. Through the Perlmutters do not discuss these facts, which help explain why victims of Somoza and Salvadoran and Guatemalan generals are not friends of Israel, not because of anti-Semitism, but for quite understandable reasons. Peasants being massacred with Israeli arms or tortured by military forces who boast of their Israeli training and support are not likely to be friends of Israel. According to the Perlmutters, such groups as the National Council of Churches also threaten Jewish interests by calling on Israel to include the PLO in its Middle East peace negotiations. Apologists for the left, like those for the right, have frequently rationalized anti-Semitism or indifference to Jewish interests as being merely a transitory phase, that Jews should know better. Throughout, the argument is that Israel's interests, understood implicitly as the interests of a rejectionist Greater Israel that denies Palestinian rights, are the Jewish interests, so that anyone who recognizes Palestinian rights or in other ways advocates policies that threaten Israel's interests as the authors conceive them is, to paraphrase Stalinist rhetoric of earlier years, objectively anti-Semitic. Those who are innocent of bigotry are now placing Jews in greater jeopardy than traditional anti-Semites, with. It is a common claim, perhaps believed by its proponents, that there are many champions of the PLO in the US, even that the press is pro-PLO, fateful triangle, CP. 1. When examples are given, it regularly turns out that these champions are critics, often harsh critics, of the PLO who, however, believe that Palestinians have the same human and national rights as Jews. The origins of the special relationship. 205. Their advocacy of peace, criticism of U.S. interventionism, opposition to bloodthirsty tyrants and torturers, etc. This is the real anti-Semitism, and it is exceedingly dangerous. So the Anti-Defamation League has its work cut out for it. 23. It might be noted that the resort to charges of anti-Semitism, or in the case of Jews, Jewish self-hatred, to silence critics of Israel has been quite a general and often effective device. Even Ablibin, the highly regarded Israeli diplomat of the Labour Party, considered a leading dove, is capable of writing that one of the chief tasks of any dialogue with the Gentile world is to prove that the distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, generally understood as criticism of policies of the Israeli state, is not a distinction at all, and that Jewish critics, I.F. Stone and I.A. specifically mentioned, have a basic complex of guilt about Jewish survival. Similarly, Irving Howe, typically without argument, simply attributes Israel's dangerous international isolation to skillful manipulation of oil and that sour apothegm. In the warmest of hearts there's a cold spot for the Jews, so that it is quite unnecessary to consider the impact of the policies of the Labour government that he supported. For example, the brutality of the occupation, already fully apparent and sharply condemned in Israel when he wrote. 25. The Pearl Matters deride those who voice criticism of Israel while fantasizing countercharges of anti-Semitism, but their comment is surely disingenuous. The tactic is standard. Christopher Sykes, in his excellent study of the pre-state period, traces the origins of this device, a new phase in Zionist propaganda, to a violent counterattack by David Ben-Gurion against a British court that had implicated Zionist leaders in arms trafficking in 1943. Henceforth, to be anti-Zionist was to be anti-Semitic. 26. It is, however, primarily in the post-1967 period that the tactic has been honed to a high art, increasingly so, as the policies defended became less and less defensible. Within the Jewish community, the unity in support for Israel that has been demanded, and generally achieved, is remarkable, as noted, to the chagrin of Israeli doves who plausibly argue that this kind of support has seriously weakened their efforts to modify harsh and ultimately self-destructive government policies. There is even a lively debate within the American Jewish community as to whether it is legitimate to criticize Israel's policies at all, and perhaps even more amazing, the existence of such a debate is not recog. It might be noted that to people concerned with the facts, skillful manipulation of oil also seems too easy an excuse, while the sour apothegm hardly merits comment. See, for example, the discussion by Zionist historian John Kimk of how the Labour government's apparent duplicity and rejection of possible peaceful settlement alienated friendly African countries well before the use of the oil weapon. 24. 206. The Essential Chomsky. Nized to be the amazing phenomenon it surely is. The position that criticism is illegitimate is defended, for example, by Elie Wiesel, who says, I support Israel, period. I identify with Israel, period. I never attack, never criticize Israel when I am not in Israel. As for Israel's policies in the occupied territories, Wiesel is unable to offer a comment. What to do and how to do it, I really don't know because I lack the elements of information and knowledge. You must be in a position of power to possess all the information. I don't have that information, so I don't know. 27. A similar stance of state worship would be difficult to find, apart from the annals of Stalinism and fascism. Wiesel is regarded in the United States as a critic of fascism, and much revered as a secular saint. The reason generally offered in defense of the doctrine that Israel may not be criticized outside its borders is that only those who face the dangers and problems have a right to express such criticism, not those who observe in safety from afar. By similar logic, it is illegitimate for Americans to criticize the PLO, or the Arab states, or the USSR. This argument actually extends a bit more broadly. It is legitimate, in fact, a duty to provide Israel with massive subsidies and to praise it to the skies while vilifying its adversaries, particularly those it has conquered, but it is illegitimate to voice any critical comment concerning the use of the bounty we provide. U.S. strategic interests. Returning to the main theme, reference to Jewish influence over politics and opinion seriously underestimates the scope of the so-called support for Israel. Turning to the second point, the argument much overestimates the pluralism of American politics and ideology. No pressure group will dominate access to public opinion or maintain consistent influence over policy making unless its aims are close to those of elite elements with real power. These elements are not uniform in interests or, in the case of shared interests, in tactical judgments, and on some issues, such as this one, they have often been divided. Nevertheless, a closer look will illustrate the correctness of the assessment that the evolution of America's relationship to Israel has been determined primarily by the changing role that Israel occupied in the context of America's changing conceptions of its political strategic interests in the Middle East. 28. The origins of the special relationship. 207. Let us consider some of the relevant historical background in an attempt to clarify this issue. Despite the remarkable level of U.S. support for Israel, it would be an error to assume that Israel represents the major U.S. interest in the Middle East. Rather, the major interest lies in the energy reserves of the region, primarily in the Arabian Peninsula. A State Department analysis of 1945 described Saudi Arabia as a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. 29. The U.S. was committed to win and keep this prize. Since World War II, it has been virtually an axiom of U.S. foreign policy that these energy reserves should remain under U.S. control. A more recent variant of the same theme is that the flow of petrodollars should be largely funneled to the United States through military purchases, construction projects, bank deposits, investment in treasury securities, etc. It has been necessary to defend this primary interest against various threats. Threats to U.S. control of Middle East oil. At the rhetorical level, the threat from which the Middle East must be defended is generally pictured to be the USSR. While it is true that the United States would not tolerate Soviet moves that threatened to provide the USSR with a significant role in Middle East oil production or distribution, this has rarely been a realistic concern, which is not to say that ideologists have not come to believe the fantasies they conjure up to serve other needs. 30. In fact, the USSR has been hesitant to intrude on what is recognized to be American turf. The pattern was set early on in the Cold War, when the United States organized its first major post-war counterinsurgency campaign, in Greece in 1947. Entering Greece after the Nazis had withdrawn, Britain had imposed the rule of royalist elements and former Nazi collaborators, suppressing the anti-Nazi resistance. In Athens, under Churchill's order to British forces to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress. 31. The repression and corruption of the British-imposed regime revived the resistance. Severely weakened by the war, Britain was unable to cope with the problem, and the US took over the task of destroying the communist-led peasant and worker-based nationalist movement that had fought the Nazis, while maintaining in power its own favourites, such as King Paul and Queen Frederica, whose background was in the fascist youth movements, and Minister of the Interior von Michaelis, described by US intelligence as a former Nazi collaborator and given responsibility for internal security. Some senators found all of this difficult to reconcile with Truman Doctrine rhetoric about supporting free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures, under which the counterinsurgency campaign 208. The Essential Chomsky was mounted. To them, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge explained that this fascist government through which we have to work is incidental. 32. The counterinsurgency effort was no small enterprise. In the war that ensued, 160,000 Greeks were killed and 800,000 became refugees. The American mission set itself the task of eliminating those to whom Ambassador Lincoln McVeigh referred as subversive social forces, rooted in the insidious new growth of class consciousness and proletarianism, an alien and subversive influence, as American Charge Carl Rankin described them, to which no leniency should be shown until the state has successfully reasserted its dominance and the bandit uprising has been quelled. The ambassador's phrase, standard usage in US documents as in Soviet documents concerning Afghanistan. It was the American mission and its fascist clients, and, of course, the wealthy and, later, American corporations, who were the real beneficiaries, who represented the native element in Greece, as distinct from the alien influence of Greek peasants and workers subverted by class consciousness. The dedicated savagery with which the US mission set about the task of liquidating the class enemy was a bit too much even for the British, who were not known for their gentlemanly decorum in such procedures. They were also not too happy about being displaced from yet another outpost of British influence and power. With the enthusiastic approval and direct participation of the US mission, tens of thousands were exiled, tens of thousands more were sent to prison islands where many were tortured or executed, or if lucky, only re-educated. The unions were broken, and even mild anti-communist socialists were suppressed, while the United States shamelessly manipulated the electoral process to ensure that the right men won. The social and economic consequences were grim. A decade later, between 1959 and 1963, almost a third of the Greek labor force emigrated in search of satisfactory employment. 33. The fascist coup of 1967, again with apparent US backing, had its roots in the same events. A major motivation for this counterinsurgency campaign was concern over Middle East oil. In his March 12, 1947, speech announcing the Truman Doctrine, the President observed that it is necessary only to glance at a map to see that if Greece should fall to the rebels, confusion and disorder might well spread throughout the entire Middle East. A February 1948 CIA study warned that in the event of a rebel victory, the United States would face the possible loss of the petroleum resources of the Middle East, comprising 40% of world reserves. 34. A Russian threat was fabricated to justify US intervention, but without factual basis. Stalin was trying to rein in the Greek guerrillas, knowing that the United States would not tolerate the loss of this Middle East outpost, as Greece was regarded, and not at all pleased at the prospect of a possible Balkan Communist Confederation under Titoist influence. Again, it does not follow from the fact that the threat was fabricated that the origins of the special relationship. 209. It was not believed in some planning circles, in public as in personal life. It is easy to come to believe what it is convenient to believe. The exaggeration of the Russian threat should be understood as an early example of the functioning of the Cold War system by which each superpower exploits the threat of the great enemy, its great Satan, to borrow Ayatollah Khomeini's term, to mobilize support for actions it intends to undertake in its own domains. The success of the Greek counterinsurgency campaign, both at the military and ideological level, left its stamp on future U.S. policymaking. Since that time there has been recurrent talk about Russia's attempts to gain control of Middle East oil, the Soviet drive to the Gulf, etc. But no serious case has been made that the USSR would risk nuclear war, for that would be the likely consequence, by pursuing any such objective. A more realistic threat to U.S. dominance of the region has been posed by Europe. In the 1940s, the United States succeeded in displacing France, and to a large extent Britain, in part by design, in part simply as a reflection of the power balance. 35 One consequence of the CIA-backed coup that restored the Shah in Iran in 1953 was to transfer 40% of Iranian oil from British to American hands, a fact that led the New York Times editors to express concern that some misguided British circles might believe that American imperialism has once again elbowed Britain from a historic stronghold. At the same time, the editors exulted that underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. 36 The costs of the object lesson were indeed heavy, as events were to show, and are still being paid, and many others have been compelled to learn the same lesson since. Concern over European involvement in the region persisted. The United States strongly opposed the attempt by Britain and France to reassert their influence in the area with the 1956 Suez invasion. In conjunction with Israel, the United States was instrumental in expelling all three powers from Egyptian territory, though Soviet threats may also have played their part. Henry Kissinger, in his 1973 Year of Europe address, warned of the dangers of a Europe-dominated trading bloc including the Middle East and North Africa from which the United States might be excluded. Later, he confided in a private meeting that one basic element in his post-1973 diplomacy was to ensure that Europeans and Japanese did not get involved in the diplomacy concerning the Middle East. 37 Subsequent U.S. opposition to the Euro-Arab Dia. And more recently, Japan, which in 1982 replaced the U.S. as Saudi Arabia's #1 trading partner and is also first or second as supplier for most other Gulf oil producers. Still, the Middle East is the only U.S. foreign market that has experienced any significant growth in the past few years. William O. Beeman, Christian Science Monitor, March 30, 1983. 210. The Essential Chomsky log stems from the same concerns. Today, competition among the state capitalist societies, including now some lesser powers such as South Korea, for a share in the wealth generated by oil production is a matter of growing significance. The indigenous threat, Israel as a strategic asset. A third threat from which the region must be defended is the indigenous one, the threat of radical nationalism. It is in this context that the U.S.-Israel special relationship has matured. In the early 1950s, the U.S.-Israel relationship was decidedly uneasy, and it appeared for a time that Washington might cement closer relations with Egyptian President Nasser, who had some CIA support. These prospects appeared sufficiently worrisome so that Israel organized terrorist cells within Egypt to carry out attacks on U.S. installations, also on Egyptian public facilities, in an effort to drive a wedge between Egypt and the U.S., intending that these acts would be attributed to ultranationalist Egyptian fanatics. From the late 1950s, however, the U.S. government increasingly came to accept the Israeli thesis that a powerful Israel is a strategic asset for the United States, serving as a barrier against indigenous radical nationalist threats to American interests, which might gain support from the USSR. A recently declassified National Security Council memorandum of 1958 noted that a logical corollary of opposition to radical Arab nationalism would be to support Israel as the only strong pro-West power left in the Near East. 1939. Meanwhile, Israel concluded a secret pact with Turkey, Iran, and Ethiopia. According to David Ben-Gurion's biographer, this periphery pact was encouraged by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, and was long-lasting. 40 through the 1960s, American intelligence regarded Israel as a barrier to Nasserite pressure on the Gulf oil-producing states, a serious matter at the time, and to Russian influence. This conclusion was reinforced by Israel's smashing victory in 1967, when Israel quickly conquered the Sinai, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights, the last, after violating the ceasefire in an operation ordered by Defense Minister Moshe Dayan without notifying the Prime Minister or Chief of Staff. 41. The Israeli thesis that Israel is a strategic asset was again confirmed by the official in charge of these operations, Defense Minister Pinchas Levin, became Secretary General of the Histadrut, the Socialist Labour Union. According to the respected Israeli journalist Noam Barnea, Levin gave orders that were much more severe than those leading to the terrorist operations in Egypt, including an attempt to poison the water sources in the Gaza Strip and the demilitarized zones, Dava, January 26, 1979. He does not indicate whether these alleged orders were executed. 38. The origins of the special relationship. 211. Israel's moves to block Syrian efforts to support Palestinians being massacred by Jordan in September 1970, at a time when the US was unable to intervene directly against what was perceived as a threat to US clients in the Arab world. This contribution led to a substantial increase in US aid. In the 1970s, US analysts argued that Israel and Iran under the Shah served to protect US control over the oil-producing regions of the Gulf. After the fall of the Shah, Israel's role as a Middle East Sparta in the service of American power has evoked increasing American support. At the same time, Israel aided the US in penetrating Black Africa with substantial secret CIA subsidies, supporting Haile Selassie in Ethiopia, Idi Amin in Uganda, Mobutu in Zaire, Bokassa in the Central African Republic, and others at various times. 42, as well as in circumventing the ban on aid to Rhodesia and South Africa and, more recently, in providing military and technological aid, as well as many advisors, for U.S. clients in Central America. An increasingly visible alliance between Israel, South Africa, Taiwan, and the military dictatorships of the Southern Cone in South America has also proven an attractive prospect for major segments of American power. 44 Now, Israel is surely regarded as a crucial part of the elaborate U.S. base and backup system for the rapid deployment force ringing the Middle East oil-producing regions. 45 These are highly important matters that deserve much more attention than I can give them here. Had it not been for Israel's perceived geopolitical role, primarily in the Middle East, but elsewhere as well, it is doubtful that the various pro-Israeli lobbies in the US would have had much influence in policy formation, or that the climate of opinion deplored by Belt and other Israeli devs could have. UPI, Boston Globe, May 16, 1982, the item reads, in total, American-made helicopters and spare parts went from Israel to Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, despite a trade embargo during the bitter war against guerrillas, the Commerce Department has disclosed. The Labour Party Journal quotes the head of South Africa's military industry as saying that Israeli technological assistance permits South Africa to evade the arms embargo imposed upon it because of its racial policies. Dava, December 17, 1982. Yejo Tahnot, citing the London Times, reports that Israeli technicians are helping South Africa evade the French military embargo by transferring and repairing French armaments in Israeli hands. October 29, 1981. Close relations with South Africa were established by the Rabin Labour government in the mid-1970s and remain warm, because, as Minister of Industry and Commerce Gideon Pat recently stated in Pretoria, Israel and South Africa are two of the only 30 democracies in the world. Similarly, Gad Yacovi of the Labour Party praised the economic and other, that is, military, relations with South Africa in a television interview in Israel, Yoav Carney reports, adding that if he had said similar things in Britain, Holland or Sweden he would have lost his membership in the Social Democratic Party, though his remarks caused no distress in the Israeli Labour Party. 43. 212. The Essential Chomsky. Being constructed and maintained. Correspondingly, it will very likely erode if Israel comes to be seen as a threat rather than a support to the primary U.S. interest in the Middle East region, which is to maintain control over its energy reserves and the flow of petrodollars. Support from the concept of Israel as a strategic asset has, then, been considerable among those who exercise real power in the U.S., and this position has regularly won out in internal policy debate, assisted, to some extent, by domestic political pressures. But the position has not been unchallenged. There have also been powerful forces in favor of the kind of peaceful political settlement that has long been possible, a matter to which we turn in the next chapter. Michael Clare has suggested that a useful distinction can be drawn between the Prussians, who advocate the threat or use of violence to attain desired policy ends, and the traders, who share the same goals but believe that peaceful means will be more effective. 46. These are tactical assessments, and positions may therefore shift. It is, to first approximation, accurate to say that the Prussians have supported Israel as a strategic asset, while the traders have sought a political accommodation of some sort. The point is implicitly recognized in much pro-Israeli propaganda, for example, a full-page New York Times advertisement signed by many luminaries, including some who are doves in other contexts, which calls for establishment of a pro-Israel political pressure group, National PAC, under the heading Faith in Israel Strengthens America. To support their case, they write, if U.S. interests in the Middle East were threatened, it would take months to mount a significant presence there. With Israel as an ally, it would take only a few days. Similarly, Joseph Cherba, director of the Center for International Security, complains that the left in Israel lacks appreciation of U.S. and Israeli interests, and many in the ranks, as in the ranks of the American left, are working for the same purpose, that is, that neither country should function as an international policeman, be it in El Salvador or in Lebanon. The left in Israel and the U.S., then, are contributing to anti-Semitism, threatening the interests of Jews, according to the doctrine of the real anti-Semitism developed by the Anti-Defamation League, discussed above. Those who understand U.S. and Israeli interests believe, as Cherba does, that Western power should be effectively used to moderate Soviet and radical adventurism. 47. And that the U.S. and Israel should function as international policemen in El Salvador, Lebanon and elsewhere. The authentic voice of the Prussians, in both cases. The same distinction is implicit in the argument as to whether Israel's Peace for Galilee invasion of Lebanon strengthened the American position in the Middle East and, in general, served U.S. ends. The New Republic argues the origins of the special relationship. 213. That this is so, hence the operation was justified. Others believe that American interests in the region have been harmed. Thus Thomas Friedman, after an extensive investigation of opinion in the Arab world, concludes that not only did respect for many Arab leaders die in Lebanon, because they did not come to the defense of the victims of the Israeli attack, even when a besieged Arab capital was being defended by a popular movement, as a Lebanese political scientist explained, but so too much of America's respect in the Middle East, because of the perception that America cannot be trusted, the director of the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, and that the U.S. supports Israel as an instrument of its own policy. A senior Kuwaiti official, echoing widely expressed opinions, stated, "You lost where it matters most, on the humanitarian level. Whatever respect there was in the Arab world for the United States as a moral authority has been lost." 48. Who is right in this debate? Both sides are, in their own terms. Those who deride the humanitarian level and the concept of moral authority can argue, with some plausibility, that Israel's military might enhances the capacity of the United States to rule the region by force and violence, and that the invasion of Lebanon contributed to this end, at least in the short term. Those who have a different conception of what the U.S. role should be in world affairs will draw different conclusions from the same evidence. Subsidiary services. After the Lebanon invasion, Israel moved at once to underscore its status as a strategic asset and to reinforce its own position by improving relations with its allies, which, not by accident, are U.S. allies, in Africa and Latin America. Renewing relations established under CIA auspices in the 1960s. See above. Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir visited General Mobutu in Zaire, informing him that apart from direct military and technical support, Israel will aid Zaire through its influence over Jewish organizations in the United States, which will help in improving Zaire's image. This is a rather serious matter, since Mobutu is not the only brutal dictator to whom this idea occurred, or was suggested. In an interview with the left-wing journal Al-Hamishma, Mapam, December 29, 1981, Imelda Marcos, acting as an international advocate for her husband, explained their intention of exploiting improved relations with Israel and the influence of American Jews to improve the tainted image of the Philippine dictatorship in the American media, and to combat its unpopularity in the American Congress. Commenting, journalist Leonhard reports the opinion of Israeli officials that other third world dictatorships with a negative image are also interested in using this device to obtain greater political, economic and military aid from the U.S., and that strengthening of Israel's role in the third world is one of the advantages that Israel will gain from strategic cooperation with the U.S. 214. The Essential Chomsky. The image of this corrupt and brutal dictatorship is not of the highest, and as Mobutu complained, the main antagonists of Zaire in the U.S. are Jewish members of Congress. Shamir's comforting response was, "Jews criticize us too." He went on to explain that with the cooperation of Israeli groups and with the money that American Jews will contribute, it will be possible to aid Zaire militarily and materially and in improving its image. General Mobutu expressed his pleasure that Israeli officers are providing military training, specifically for his presidential guard, along with French and Chinese advisors. In January 1983, Defense Minister Ariel Sharon visited Zaire and an agreement was reached that Israeli military advisors would restructure Zaire's armed forces. Sharon defended Israel's new arms and military aid agreement with Zaire today as a step towards increasing Israeli influence in Africa, UPI reported. Sharon added that the program, which must be secret, would be a contribution to Israeli exports in arms and equipment and that it would lead other African countries to turn to Israel for military aid. 49. A few weeks earlier, Sharon had visited Honduras to cement relations with a friendly country which has shown interest in connection with our defense establishment. Israeli radio reported that Israel had helped Honduras acquire what is regarded as the strongest air force in Central America, and noted that the Sharon trip raised the question of whether Israel might act as an American proxy in Honduras. It has also been reported that Israeli advisors have assisted in training Honduran pilots. 50. A top-level military source in Honduras stated that the new Israel-Honduras agreement involved sophisticated jet fighters, tanks, Galil assault rifles, standard issue for state terrorists in Central America, training for officers, troops, and pilots, and perhaps missiles. Sharon's entourage included the head of the Israeli Air Force and the Director General of the Defense Ministry. They were accorded the full measure of honors usually accorded to a visiting head of state. A government functionary stated that Sharon's visit was more positive than Reagan's shortly before, since Sharon sold us arms while Reagan only uttered platitudes, explaining that Congress was preventing him from doing more. There is no significant domestic force to prevent Israel from doing more, a fact deplored by Israeli doves. The unannounced visit and military accord underline Israel's growing role as U.S. arms broker and proxy in crisis-ridden Central America. Meanwhile in Guatemala, Chief of Staff Mario Lopez Fuentes, who regards President Trios Montt as insufficiently violent, complained about U.S. meddling concerning human rights. "What we want is to be left at liberty," he said. "It would be preferable if the U.S. were to take an attitude similar to that of other allies such as Israel," he indicated. 51. Israel's services in Central America have been considerable, including Nicaragua, under Somoza, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, and now. The origins of the special relationship. 215. Apparently Costa Rica, since it began to draw closer to U.S. policy in the region after the election of Luis Alberto Munguia in February 1982. The Israeli contributions to Guatemalan and Honduran military forces are particularly significant, in the former case, because the military regimes placed in power through U.S. intervention were finding it difficult to resist a growing insurrection, while congressional human rights restrictions were impeding direct U.S. military aid to these mass murderers, and in the case of Honduras, because of Reagan's increasingly visible efforts to foment disorder and strife by supporting the Somozist National Guard based in Honduras in their forays into Nicaragua, where they torture and destroy in the manner in which they were trained by the United States for many years. 52 Before the Falklands War, it had been hoped that Argentine neo-Nazis could be employed for this purpose, as well as for improving the efficiency of state terrorism in El Salvador and Guatemala. A more reliable client ally may be needed to perform this proxy role, however. Charles Mackling, who led counterinsurgency and internal defense planning for Presidents Johnson and Kennedy from 1961 to 66 and is now an associate of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, described U.S. trainees in Latin America as indistinguishable from the war criminals hanged at Nuremberg after World War II, adding that for the United States, which led the crusade against the Nazi evil, to support the methods of Heinrich Himmler's extermination squads is an outrage. 53 Apart from being an outrage, it has become difficult, because of congressional legislation. Hence the importance of Israel's contributions through the 1970s and increasingly today, in support of those who employ the methods of Himmler's extermination squads. The Congressional Human Rights Campaign, often misleadingly attributed to the American presidency, was a reflection of the Vietnam Syndrome, a dread malady that afflicted much of the population in the wake of the Vietnam War, with such terrifying symptoms as insight into the ways in which American power is used in the world and concern over torture, murder, aggression, and oppression. It had been hoped that the disease had been cured, but the popular reaction to Reagan's revival of Kennedy-style counterinsurgency showed that the optimism was premature. So Israel's contributions upper. The extensive direct U.S. involvement in state terrorism in Latin America, as Mackling notes, began under the Kennedy administration, when the mission of the Latin American military was shifted from hemispheric defense to internal security, that is, war against their own populations. The effects were catastrophic throughout Latin America. In terms of its impact, this 1961 decision of the Kennedy liberals was one of the most significant ones of recent history. It is little known here. 216. The Essential Chomsky. Perhaps even more welcome than before,